Stage Street 1. Teresa is murdered by the assassins. The banshees sing their dirge for the king of Sarkaz. At death's door, Kultzit races back to Teresa's side, only to find everything long over.
A boy cries in his dreams. To weather the blizzard, a girl wraps him within her cloak and wipes his tears away. Freezing, gusting, the air screams on. Softly the Cyclops tells of an epic tale. Far, far away, through the snowstorm seems her voice comes. A myriad souls calls become harmony with it. The boy's whimpers the drum of their beat. His dream is bitter cold. Within, the girl seizes a faint breath. She covers the boy's eyes and closes her own. Even now, even here for them, the ballad from 1,000 years ago is still playing. Armies fell upon our own, them I saw from afar. From valleys to hills, our lands they scarred. The king slaughtered, the myriad souls did lament. Yet one sovereign fell, 6 heroes rose. They blew the horn, led the fight, faced their foes. Alas, the wanderer's city collapsed, to ruin swift as the fleeting peace elapsed. When all seemed lost, a black crown appeared. Its winds brought hope where dread had reared. Spreads the rift, giving birth to betrayal. An assassin in the heart of tempest, them I saw from afar. A sword to slay the regent king, a spear to pierce the royal reign. Legend ends as justice calls. To righteous fate, the mighty falls. That is how this episode ends. A Cyclops fades into the blizzard of the dreamscape, leaving the child behind her. The boy's own cries grow distant from his ears. He wakes. Summer, 1094. Outskirts of an abandoned town, Kazidel.
That is how this episode ends, Ascalon. My story is over. That is what my people, the Cyclopes bound for the deep north, saw as they gazed their last of Kazidel. Was that a page from long-lost history? A possible future yet to come? Or plain meaningless gibbering? None knew for the past millennia. Until they came and fate's rapids began to narrow into a surer course. And now, the fate she saw has drawn before our eyes.
I don't care.
Cough, I'm surprised you'd even hear me out.
Bright red blood creeps along his mask, trickling down his chest. Ascalon's eyes narrow a hair. He's out of luck.
You're about to die. So, I gave you one last token of respect.
Cough. Heck. Those prophecies never did gnaw at you, in all the time we knew each other, no. That's why you will never understand how a greedy soul thirsts to control his fate.
Choose better last words.
I know how you hurry to convene with those Babel members, but it's not yet time for you to leave. Look, the catastrophe is near. Ah, funny. I'm curious now. What was it you found within the store?
Step aside.
No commission left unfinished. The rule I set myself back when I was at the Scar Market, alive.
A dawn-like mist is wound about the Cyclops' neck as Ascalon vanishes behind him, leaving his body to dangle over the cliff's edge.
You ever seen your own end, then?
I don't care for prophecies. We have that in common. But fact is, none of us can outrun fate. Don't you want to struggle out of it? What makes you not? How can you not? How can you not? Never forget, you have your place in the prophecies.
Entering, storming. A plaintive chant rings in their ears, an elegy o'er the horizon from the convolvulus of the banshees, sucked into the storm's eye. Ascalon gives an involuntary shudder. She is as skull from head to toe. An indescribable pain rips from behind her ears down to the soles of her feet. This nameless elegy, this ill omen.
Farewell.
A single sigh reaches Ascalon. Her hand tightens fast, until not even the faintest sound will leave Scarai's throat again. And then, she lets go.
Hot damned fate.
In a blink, the tremendous figure of the Cyclops becomes no more than a speck below the overhang. The mist scatters to the storm. The shadow of a hood goes with it. All vanishes within the teardrops falling from the cliff. Gasps. Rolls of thunder from catastrophe clouds. Whistles as the sand is swept across the barrens. The sound of everything culminates in silence. Ondinium, Victoria, lift your heads, Sarkazi of hers. If you would still see through the calling she bestowed you, here I stand. Come, step forth. You may avenge her. My name is stitched onto my clothes, stitched by Her Highness Teresa's own hands. I can feel it faintly burning right this moment, and I know. The mission she assigned us is over. I'll clash with you, no more. The Sarkazi do not draw on each other before the invader. We pledge our loyalty to your regent. So long as you still hold your zeal and earnestness for the Sarkazi, we will trust you with our lives.
Even though you nearly ruined all the plans we'd set up in Victoria.
Should the military commission put us to death, we will be willing to die, as long as it could bring a better end, an end as you wished.
A moment ago, you were the renegades in chief, all but ready to enter our plans. How can I possibly believe?
Anfred, as she wished, you said. Her name, Deathmonger. Truly, I will remember it, and I will hand you your final mission. Guards, assassins, mercenaries, survivors of the sea of bloodshed, one and all, you are to enter the mausoleum of kings. You are to render Victoria's iron heart as scrap. You are to ambush and wipe out every last steam knight.
You'd let us take part in the Commission's core plan to enfeeble Londinium.
Anfred will take good care of you.
There's no chance we leave that place alive, is there?
You're welcome to fight for it.
Very well.
What's keeping you here?
I'm just taking it in. I'm looking at the one who fostered Ascalon. She never rid herself of you. I swore to follow Her Highness Teresa, with no inkling that the tale of the mixed-blood twins, rewriters of K's El's history, would end this way. Let alone that this disposable life of mine had a place in it. Farewell. Your Highness, theirs is. I take my hatred of you to the grave.
Rhodes Island of Babel, KZ out. Keep going, calls it. Never since the day she was born has this corridor felt so endlessly long to calls it.
Montreal.
I dame, do not bury us. KAZDAL's soil cannot hold any more traitors.
Finish.
I know that, even left on your own, your step will never falter.
Amia. Doctor. System on response. This is Montreal. Cut the door down. Montreal. Meltdown.
You believe loneliness is yours alone, that you have none of the same kind. Yet, from the day you woke again, we've walked shoulder to shoulder, haven't we? Immortal empires turned to dust. Elder scepters rent into under ancients' rallying cries. Pulses over the sky like a surge. The immutable rhythm of the stars from resplendent glimmer to dull collapse. Death, rebirth, the all-encompassing cycle, she's ever so familiar with it.
Teresa.
Yet still, one day I'll choose to slow down, to stop in place where I am. When I do, Kultzit, don't grieve. Keep going. Kultzit subconsciously searches her memories. Death, rebirth, the all-encompassing cycle. It's not the same this time. Not quite. For the first time, she must bid, to the first who could ever converse with her as an equal, to her dearest friend, farewell.
Teresa.
So, Kultzit, it's time to say goodbye.
Amia. Doctor.
I always say one day, our wandering is bound to end. One day, the Sarkazi's wandering is bound to end. Now your wandering, too, has reached its end point.
I knew full well this possibility always existed. Why? I should have stayed behind its mud.
Because I believe in Rhodes Island, I believe in Babel. I believe in you. Kultzit. I hope the roads can be a place you name home, an island you may always return to. I already did everything I could do. I won't harbor complaint for my own end. Babel's mission is concluded, while you and this land ship have only just set sail. I am not the same kind as you, Kultzit. I cannot explain away your puzzlement, but I have always been your companion. And now and after, I will always be with you all.
Stage 1 beginning. The year is 1030. Teresa and theirs visit the Scar Market to prepare for the founding of the military commission. Teresa mentions heard Ream of building again.
64 years ago. Autumn. 1030. Scar Market, KAZDAL. You understand. Sarkazi swearing you'd better be worth something. Stay here and don't move. You inspect the goods. The slave trader casts a glance at the silent slave behind the mercenary's back, then slightly shakes his head. What'd you get? Found him on my way here, dying of thirst and about to become Mangler Chow. Thought he could fetch a good price. I came from KAZDAL. I can find someone who. Doesn't matter to us where you're from, slave. Say you're Higashinis for all we care, as long as someone buys you out. I promise you he's clean. You better not be messing with me. Cash or barter. Ain't gonna live long enough for money to mean something. Give me some good weapons. You're the boss. He's second-rate at best. That'll net you 2 blades freshly cast. How about you take another look with your eyes open this time? You can dress him up as a first-rate, but it won't change anything. If you don't like our offer, feel free to get lost. And put that machete of yours away. This is the Scar Market you're in. Can you throw in more? I was out on the Lithuanian border before I got back. I've got first-hand intel about the whole war in the core. Well, here's something for nothing. Careful what you spew out of that mouth if you want to stay alive here. Mouthing around you have valuable first-hand intel. You want to guess where that'll get you? Leave the goods and scram. You're holding up the lie. Grunt. Not happy. Drown your sorrows in the bar. Our boss Sky brews one heck of a drink. Doesn't matter if you can't pay your tab. They'll take your weapons as collateral merc. One more thing. Where do you run your bounty board? I'm here to strike it rich. The Barfolk LL be happy to inform you. Tsar KZ swearing. A merc's tears around this floating hub, hidden away in the giant subterranean hollow beneath KAZL. Amidst the moans of the slaves, the faint yet constant rumble of lava and bursts of origin, IUM dust can be heard rising from beneath the market. Eyeing the rugged path behind him, the mercenary recalls the perils he faced to reach here from the surface and shudders. Just how many people are there in Akadam? Chasm. Enough to break your fall if you jumped. Welcome to the Scar Market, Greenhorn. You'll love it here. What's the deal over there? Why the crowd? Probably another big name just rolled back into town. Aren't you here to strike it rich? Go on then. I'd rather keep my horns out of all that mess. A merc vaguely makes out a pale white figure flitting through the chaotic gloom of the street. Like clothes. You don't see that every day in KAZL.
You're injured.
Tell me something I don't know. DKH.
The last time I was here, it was someone else handling transactions.
DUH? Yes. Referring to my grandfather. He never stopped bragging about how he'd fought you and lived. I'm surprised you'd remember him. In the good sense, though, that means he wasn't lying all this time. It must have been 60 years ago by now. General, theirs is. Already. How sad that nothing here has changed at all. I imagine with Her Highness here too, there will be no more violence this time, eh? Even if things get bloody, eventually you'll leave. But we'll always be here, Gerald. We'll always have business so long as KAZL's unrest never rests. Even now, I remember one thing my grandpa mentioned in his boasts. He said to you, it's the land of KAZL that needs us. As he looks at the slaves, their heads down in their cages, he draws his sword. General I. Provided you can reach the surface alive, take a fresh look at KAZL. Much of what you know will soon change. Also KZ will be part of this change. Yes, I'm not inclined to explain our vision to the likes of you. But I will stay here a while longer and wait for her return. Until then, I welcome you mercenaries to challenge me, just as 60 years ago. I will take you to KAZL, willingly or otherwise. His voice isn't loud, but every Sarkazi present hangs on to his every word. A mixed-blood Sarkazi stands alone, no retinue. No army armed, only with an ordinary-looking Lonsworth casually held in the hand that wields it. His steely gaze pierces through the dim of the street, settling calmly in the direction of the only person he cares for.
You can dismiss the mercenaries in ambush. No doubt they're your most trusted men.
This is out of my respect for the King of Sarkazi. None aside from the General can claim to know your true motives, after all. Your Highness, do you truly believe this can change the fate of the Sarkazi? That you're not just another ill-fated hero caught in this cycle of hope and failure?
Once the dust has all settled, your answer will come naturally. Following that Pyrrhic victory, we built from zero a moving city, the great nomad of Sarkazi soil for over a century now. We can evade catastrophes and foreign armies. Our development has finally reached a point of basic self-sufficiency. But it's so far from enough. The storm has long been brewing on the horizon, but we were too oblivious, like a burdened beast, too slow to react, too old to move.
Your Highness must be referring to that war between Lithuania and Gaul.
Surely you too are aware of the magnitude of that war. Corsica even secretly hired our royal court casters as his consultants. But despite a period of seclusion, Lithuanians which King thwarted Gaul's offenses with his opening move. And now, Ursus and Victoria have also declared war on Gaul. These present empires display a might so far removed from the enemy 130 years ago, against which we staked all KAZL just to barely prevail. That was already a victory in name only. If KAZL must now be thrust into the same situation, how could it possibly end?
It is for this end that you wish to establish the military commission of Kazidel. Yet, the old aristocrats of the royal court grow resentful, refusing to relinquish their sumptuous city. Lives on viewing this as an attempt to challenge their privileges.
A century of peace is enough for certain memories to slip their minds.
So what made you deign to come here in person? Do you see the Scar Market as the royal court for the bottom feeders, where the likes of us skate by and make merry?
My only hope is for more Sarkazi to join us and resist the voices that refuse to embrace change.
Perhaps your highness meant terrorize and purge.
What I want is a reform, not a slaughter.
So, what's the reward?
Are the spoils of war not enough? Are the riches, power, or food that should have gone to the hungry people not enough to sate your appetite? You claim to provide shelter and a livelihood for countless Sarkazi warriors with your rhetoric of justice. Yet, I could almost hear their bones crunch as you squeeze them dry for profit.
Sorry, but in this business, we eat people whole and chew on their bones.
Skara, you too are Sarkazi. You too are a part of Kazidel.
While Teresa cannot see what expression lies behind Skara's mask, his emotions are clear as day before her pitch-black crown. No commoner in Kazidel would ever dare defy the royal course, but in his emotions all Teresa sees is fervent bloodthirst.
You won't refuse.
Why would I? Do you think I'm scared they'll take revenge on me? The royal court's no mystery to me. Your highness knows that plenty well. And let me say, you've promised me, no doubt, the best reward I could ask for. We thrive on chaos, and I can see the level of chaos you will bring upon Kazidel.
The fact that you've kept the name Scar tells me that your ideas haven't changed.
Like you said, the nations of Terra have grown tremendously in power over the last century. We could throw more revenant tests into the soul furnace and stoke its flames, but it'll not close that gap. So why force the people, who aren't really of the same race, to band together, call themselves the Sarkazi, and build a giant target cult? Kazidel. The war between the four superpowers has proven that other Terra nations can accept our existence as mercenaries. And that's where Scar Market comes in. And your highness surely knows that we've become a community, a town, because many of us could never fit into the elitist, bloodline-obsessed royal court. In all these years, I may have helped just as many Sarkazi find a new way of life as the 6 heroes, if not even more. And I'm not the least bit ashamed to say it, your highness, King of Sarkazi.
Teresa doesn't reply. All she offers is a faint smile at the Cyclops. It suddenly occurs to Scar that this King of Sarkaz, he belongs to no royal court and represents no bloodline. Our sole aim is to persuade the Sarkazi who are unwilling to believe that Kazidel can be built, some of whom have even committed crimes for this cause, to believe once more. But is she enough to break free from this cycle of tragic failures, from the ending he foresaw?
Come to think of it, there's one thing I don't get, your highness. I might have agreed to help you. But why didn't you and General theirs simply burn this place to the ground before the day's end? I would have little chance of winning if you decided to do so, just like you did 60 years ago.
A minute ago, you described Kazidel as nothing but a target and that you want another way for the Sarkazi to live, one that would have them depend on other nations. So tell me, in your prophetic visions, have you seen Kazidel's destruction? Have you seen my death? Theirs is this death, and the destruction of all that you stand against. And what about yourself? How do you behold your death? A slow and agonizing death by Erythethwy, slain in battle on foreign soil, or drowned in a sea of plots and conspiracies. Have you ever left this place and seen Kazidel as it is now? Have you ever truly seen the future?
Is this your way of asking for a prophecy? I don't give handouts, but for your highness, I'll consider a discount.
Such nerve. No wonder you were able to claw your way out of this bleakness and rebuild this mercenary's paradise. But I'll pass on the prophecy. Prophecies and fate have no value. It's getting late. I look forward to your return to KAZ Dell.
He watches her go and heaves a long sigh only when even her footsteps fall from earshot. Son of a bitch. Foresight, prophecies, his own death. He bought his coffin this very morning.
Tally up the losses.
Boss, the slaves.
Set them free. They're bound to get tangled up in the scar market after the war begins anyway. At most, we lose out on pocket change. Did anyone take on General theirs and survive?
Yes, I've noted them all down.
Take them to supplies for a little reward. They've got real balls. When you're done, take them to the bar entrance and kill them all in front of everyone. Send their heads to General theirs. Is an apology.
Got it.
Send their rewards to whatever family and friends they have as bereavement. Tell every merc looking to make a living in the scar market, I don't want to see anyone trying funny shit on my turf.
He heads alone to the bar, the tags on his cloak jangling in his steps. He stands prominently in the crowd watching as the blades take the light from the mercenary's eyes. Still, no one fights back. At her disappointment.
Drinks are on the house tonight, both to celebrate the two Hyenses sparing your lives, and to celebrate the huge gig you've all just landed. Your objective is in KAZ Dell. Get your shit ready. Soon, you're all gonna be in the city.
Secret entrance of Scar Market, KAZ Dell. You've been quiet for some while now, Teresa. Are you hesitating?
No, I have confidence in you. A reshuffle of the War Council is inevitable. It's just... I've been thinking about the city's future. War won't stop itself at goal. Our pace has fallen too far behind. Corsica, I commands an indomitable fleet of dreadnoughts and guard battalions. The Mad King of Lithanin has more than his arts in his arsenal to effect Gaul's failure. The industrial might of both Ursus and Victoria, in the throes of a large-scale war, has far surpassed our imaginations.
Many assume to know war like the back of their hands simply by living long enough through it. If our concept of war still lingers on the great battle from a century ago, then we have drastically underestimated how quickly wars can nourish empires on fueled dictatorships. This is exactly why we need a military commission.
It's more than that, there's this.
I know.
When the day comes, when the Sarkazi wish to live on, if a brittle, creaking city is all they have to call their own, it will be far from enough. Do you remember the idea I proposed, back when Kultz was designing the city's blueprints with us? To transcend the borders of race and nation. To echo far and wide in our ideals, in our epics.
Founded by a Sarkazi.
We will prepare KAZ Dell for the coming crisis, strive to eradicate the poverty and disease that have plagued them for millennia, and send a message to all of Terra. There will come a future when we all stand as one. The Sarkazi, too, are part of Terra's destiny.
This is not the first theirs has heard of her idea. Apart from the dame who left after helping build the nomadic city of KAZ Dell many years ago, he alone knows the true belief of the current king of Sarkazi. AZ Dell won't accept this Babel. You and I both know that well. It's but a dream of attempting to subvert reality.
Yes. For now, at least, we can't be talking of such grand ideals while even our own affairs are slipping away from us. It's my hope this Babel can become a part of KAZ Dell. There's his.
Are you prepared then? As I said before, it's not just the other nations that will oppose you. KAZ Dell and the Sarkazi clinging to their hatred will also stand against you. It is cruel to force them to forgive and forget. The persecution of the Sarkazi is not history. The ancient hatred is what drives many to survive until this day.
I am the king of Sarkazi. The responsibility is all mine to bear. I must show them a way out of this.
I see. Then go. Do what you will. Arisa, I still do not approve of your vision, but I do support your decision. And the future military commission will too. If your gaze is set too far to see what lies before you, then I shall sweep away all that obstructs you at the moment, just as always.
I know.
Come, let's go home. K.A.'s Edel still needs us for what's about to happen.
Oh, yes. Scar, I mentioned the prophecy again as I was leaving. The signs of a pessimistic fate.
And your reaction?
I don't care.
Agreed. K.A.Z., the lost range yet familiar name. Many from this great land see it as the pit from which devils crawl, a terrible place to be avoided at all costs. All to the Sarkaz, the name only evokes equally conflicted emotions. Despite generations of Sarkaz, passing on that K.A.Z. Del as the Sarkaz's homeland, an outsider might wonder if they mean the city or the entirety of those lands. Perhaps only they themselves know. It never struck me on the way out just how high this wall is. Oh well, at least I can go home alive now. That means I'm pretty lucky. That man in the Scar Market, that was General theirs is. The first of this city's founders, the hero of that legendary campaign. If I had the courage to ask him to take me in, maybe I could have just. I'm dreaming again. He sits atop the high wall experiencing for the first time a new lease on life. Few of K.A.Z.'s civilian Sarkazi, save for those children who haven't yet cottoned onto the fear of death, ever climb onto the city wall. If the tremendous pipes and tubes piled high can even be called a wall. The intricately tangled forest of origin IUM spikes can take the lives of anyone who loses their footing. But it also serves as a haven for pilferers and mercenaries to stash their goods. Smugglers and vagrants cross through the dark underground, peeking out from the tunnels and drains at mines and factories, scuttling from one corner of the city to another. A life the slave once knew. The general gave me a fresh start. So what should I do from now on? He gazes at the furnace, burning and smoldering far away, teeming with indiscernible workers, as they carry origin IUM, steel, dirt and stones into its hearth. The K.A.Z. Elven Nomad. Its flames bring motion, while the molten metal that flows out adds new appendage to the city. For a whole century, it's belched its incessant black smoke. None know whether it's ash or origin IUM dust. Some say it's the bitter anger and anguish as the revenantess exhale their last breaths. Witchcraft altars hang high in the sky, intermittently flashing their blinding rays. The slave has heard many different versions of their urban legend. A most frightening version claims that the royal court's casters work day and night on the altars, watching everything and listening to every conversation in the city. Maybe I can try my luck at the factories too. It doesn't matter what else. I've made it back alive. It's been months since I left. I don't know how many of my friends are still alive. A nomadic city of K.A.Z.Del, K.A.Z.Del, K.A.Z.Del. Sarkazi swearing what happened here. Why are all the doors open and the furniture all smashed? Ultat, you're back. It's you! What are you doing here? Where'd you get that ornament? Something big is happening. Royal court nobles are being dragged out of their houses and killed by mercenaries appearing from nowhere, while the city guards do nothing. A lot of us have been sneaking into the empty houses. And boy, have we dredged up some good stuff. You won't believe my luck. First, I was left to die without food or water, then I was taken to the Scar Market. But guess what? General theirs has saved my life, the general himself. Then, on the way home, I ran into this guy with a halo over his head, calling himself a messenger, and he brought me all the way back to the city wall. So, I've decided to change my name to Good Luck starting today. You guys can forget that lousy old name of mine. Believe me or don't, but either way, today is a fresh new start for me. I'm gonna go be a miner. I looted Natch Zara's house earlier and found some hot air balloons. Wanna launch me on one and put that luck of yours to good use? I'm in. Well, that was fast. And it feels good to be home. Good Luck glances around at the people swarming the street. This is the life he knows. If he wants to survive, the city will always offer him a way. Thank you, Fate, and thank you, General.
Stage 1 end. Teresa and theirs has convened the royal court sovereigns to formally establish the military commission. Meanwhile, with Kaltzit's aid, Babel also begins its operations.
Autumn, 1031. A nomadic city of K.A.Z.Del. K.A.Z.Del. Hey, let me through already. Hey, no shoving. You want a good spot, I'll trade you mine for some high-purity origin. IUM out of the mines. Don't just grab the leaflet out of my hands. IURGH, that blood all over you stinks? Can't help it when you're breaking into dead people's houses. Lingwans. That's how you read that word, right? Where's Lingwans? Oh, where's Skal? All the Sarkazi swearing should I know where Gull is? Hey, what's with the attitude? Shh, the Highness and the Royal Court big shots are discussing something in the chamber. I heard it's about reorganizing the city. Haven't you noticed all the extra guards on the streets recently? So quiet down a bit. Weather's been real stuffy today. It is decided. The military commission will replace the war council in assisting the king of Sarkazi Teresa in decision-making related to KAZDL's military and political affairs. The military commission will be the sole administration of KAZDL, and none will have the authority to issue commands to the Sarkazi in the royal court's name. All present have already received the details of this resolution. To the royal court leaders who still wish to cling on to the war council, know that the military commission of KAZDL will become the final bastion of the Sarkazi, our eternal fortress, and the usher of a new order.
Are there any further questions?
Your Highness appears more haggard than you did yesterday. Please, look after your health. No military commission is worth it, if it comes at the cost of your Highness's health.
La Curalai. Thank you.
I know how hard you have worked for this day, and I also know how KAZDL today views the banshees of the convulus. But before I state our position, I encountered a lost envoy of the Lich S on my journey here. He entrusted me with a letter for your Highnesses, that he couldn't even find the road here. Let this be proof of the immense changes KAZDL has undergone.
A letter from Li Thamin.
If things are going as expected, your Highness's messenger would still not have received any news from the Cyclopes. Rather than waiting for the response from deep in the blizzard, should we not hear how the Lich S of Li Thamin answer?
You're right. It has been a very long time since the Sarkazi were able to truly unite.
The ornate calligraphy upon the letter turns into silken threads that float above the paper and weave into the shape of a familiar figure.
Fremont, a Lich who has long resided in Li Thamin. It appears that he is now the first scribe for the Lich S.
It seems that the arts practiced by the Lich S of Leith Thamin have seen some stylistic changes. Oh, he appears rather excited. Why is there only image but no sound?
Well, the Lich envoy did suggest to me that he was rather vexed with refining his master's words, but never did I imagine that he would simply erase all the sound. Fremont apologizes on behalf of the Lich S. They are enthralled as ever by their quest for knowledge, and are therefore unable to afford the distraction of making the long journey here. But if KAZDL were ever in need of their knowledge, they would happily throw wide the gates to their temple for the people that they have chosen. I am sure that with your abilities, your Highness can understand Fremont's attitude on the matter from his image alone. To me, it appears as though he is sensitive to drastic change, as has always been his wont. Ah, yes. There is another letter from Fremont, one addressed directly to the general.
Might I remind you, Lakui Ramaline, that you are nobody's messenger. You have not yet expressed where the Banshee Court stands.
I assumed that we had reached an understanding in the course of our reminiscing yesterday. The Banshees will not participate. We are still recovering from the wounds inflicted by the past war. Perhaps other Sarkazi will castigate us for this, but all present should know that since that war, the elegies have yet to cease in our valley. We had suffered grievous losses. If KAZDL calls on the aid of the Banshees once more, then I will give the same promise as Fremont. The Banshees will be there, but until that day, you will find us willing but unable. Naturally, I myself will render what little assistance I am able to give, from this day onwards.
That's more than we could ask for. Thank you, Lakuramalai.
You are welcome, Your Highness. You know where I stand. For the past 100 years, I have always stood by the decisions you have made. I can only hope that your brother does not blame us for watching from the sidelines.
Next, Hordnis Isi Salem, the Nach Sarah King. You were once the leader of the War Council, and the mentor of their Zizandai. What is your opinion on these many proposals? Where do the other council members that you represent stand on the matter?
Have you discussed them with the damn AZTI cluster?
They have long since taken root in KAZDL, under many different names and faces. We have had many conversations over the years, and they have no objections.
and I have no objections of my own. Your Highness need not worry about the bureaucratic hurdles, policy imperfections, or enforcement mechanisms. Where I stand is also where the other members of the council stand. We all know what we truly long for. A turnabout, a change, a bear. Oh, do as you will. We will, Nasser King. I promise you that. I trust that the stagnant and dulled war can take on a new form in your hands.
I notice you have not said a word this entire meeting. Sangin, Arch of Vampires.
To take the War Council and the century of history behind it, and sweep it into the gutter alongside the exalted heroic Cajun, what little triumphs with it. Is that the General's decision?
It is our decision. Speak your mind, DUQA Rail. DUQA Rail lowers his gaze. Arisa's white skirt is mottled with many a blackened bloodstain. Sangin Arch is highly attuned to such matters. He senses the blood of the lowly, the foul stench of fallen descendants, and the murky taint of royal court members who willingly debase themselves.
I thank your Highness for purifying the filthy blood that I so abhor in my stead, but never have I needed to hide my requests behind honeyed words. Such has it been for every king of the past, and so it will be for you. The military commission is merely an attempt to hide Sarkazi, witchcraft and blood behind a more modern, more efficient name. Truth be told, I feel like this is insignificant. More than insignificant, it is simply not necessary.
You reject the proposal. On behalf of the Vampire Court.
DUQA Rail glances at theirs, but theirs remains indifferent to him. Time has left almost no trace on the mixed blood Sarkazi. He stands steadfast by Teresa's side, the same nameless warrior who stood by the seamstress a century ago. His eyes never fall on the vampire.
Not a rejection. No. I am merely expressing some minor frustrations about this meeting. You are great and powerful. All of you are. How long has it been since so many members of the royal court have gathered here in KAZdel? Not to mention that it was you who defeated that foolish coalition in the prior age and wrestled the future into your own hands, before personally establishing the War Council. And now you wish to personally change this council. What? Look about you at the other dignitaries in this chamber. You have long reached a consensus. The only obstacle to your military commission is myself and the vampires. When did you learn this political trickery that those Victorians on Leithanians so love? Why not just take my head here and now, and slaughter the vampires within this city's walls?
This meeting was not convened to persecute anyone.
Was it not?
It was convened to discuss how to bring KAZdel into a new age.
A new age? In that so-called age of the 6 heroes. The Psalms love to praise. What I saw was bloodthirst and violence. I had thought that when I arrived in KAZdel, I would be greeted with the sound of Waiale, as wailing. But what did I see instead? I saw the coalition rooted. Witchcraft, enough to cover the land and fill the skies, crushed the enemy front. The power of the Sarkazi shook the earth. I felt amazement. I felt excitement. Spurred by my passion, I took the head of the Leithanian envoy who had orchestrated the coalition and offered it to the War Council. Nisisi Seha. That war was the true beginning of a new age. I thought you would agree with me. Have you to succumb to schemes and politics, and shut your ears to the echoes of the abyss?
The abyss has no place for you, DUQA Rail. Do not drag me into your tantrum.
But I am curious what position did they offer the esteemed Sarkazi Master of War in the military commission that has rendered even you so short-sighted?
All I await is the next war.
What war would that be?
If it pleases you, your highness. Come, DUQA Rail. I will show you. Teresa nods her head in silent approval. The King of Sarkazi's emotions envelop the entire chamber and all the members of the royal court. Through the king's eyes, they see ruination and grief. They see the century-old order that the Gaulish Empire, so painstakingly maintained within the core region, obliterated by the combined forces of Ursus, Victoria, and Leithanine. They see Lingwan's the capital of the world, doomed to never again appear on a map of Terra. Those present recall the campaign that reduced KAZdel to dust, but it is not yet over. An even further future. An even further fantasy. An even further possibility. It is no longer a story to reflect upon. Rather, it is a speculation, a deduction, a prediction, and a verdict. But none question it, for all possibilities must be treated equally, even for the one they see. And its ending is equally significant and indisputable as any other. It is a change, a turning point in history, a divergence of fate. A crucial war looms on the horizon. It will span from now into the distant future, impacting every Sarkazi and all of Terra. All present has seen their positions in that war, the roles that they wish to play. You should understand, thou vampire. You should understand what these visions mean. But perhaps you have begun to grow weak and feeble as why ally in the short span of 100 years. You were once a warrior.
I cannot deny that. But are you saying that a new and reborn KAZ requires the royal court to relinquish its former authority?
Close, but not quite. The new KAZ will no longer require the royal court's former authority. It will be more modern, more efficient. DUQA rail. How can the Sarkazi speak of unity while you continue to indulge in your noble bloodlines? Will it come from the rule of the royal court? You may still rule over your own court, and maintain the power and prestige you hold among the Sarkazi, but the vampire court must yield to the military commission. I promise you this in Teresa's name. When the age that you witnessed comes, KAZ will no longer be a single dot upon the map. It was once more than just a city, and so it shall be more again.
It seems I have spoken out of turn. Please, continue. Your Highness Teresa.
The aftermath of the ongoing conflict, enough to reshape current power dynamics, will engulf us all. It may come in 50 years, in 10, or perhaps even tomorrow. KAZ cannot escape it. The Dam AZTI and I both saw the visions of the campaign that will destroy Ling One's high-efficiency command systems, made possible by Origin IUM arts. High-speed battleships that can break through front lines, maneuver tactics that can mobilize entire legions. New advancements are applied to the battlefield as we speak. Their capacity for destruction is surpassing our innate instinct rooted in our bloodlines.
What worries me more is the fact that we will still find fellow Sarkazi among the countless casualties of war. All employed royal court casters in the Lich, S and Lethanin are killing each other in battle, while a certain Wendigo is spilling the blood of his fellows, Arkazi, to prove his loyalty to the Ursan Tsar. As for the Sarkazi mercenaries sent to the front lines as arts fodder, they won't even be counted in any nation's casualty statistics. Sarkazi massacre one another in wars we have no stake in, regarded as disposable goods to be abandoned without care by the leaders of those wars. For the sake of keeping pace with these changes, the Sarkazi must once again gather around the furnace. And, if necessary, the power to dominate the war must lie in our hands. Isis looks to Teresa, waiting for her opinion. But Teresa does not speak, her eyes placid as before. They will plunder the other nations, and wrest their most profound secrets from them, because the Outlanders fear us. It is an ancient fear, rooted deep in their hearts. Let us remind them. Let us show all of Terror, our history and legend that have been either forgotten or falsified. The Sarkazi are not weak. We do not need others to save us from our fate. On the contrary, we will dictate the fate of Terra. Dictate how this land should move forward. The details of our plan have been delivered to all present through the runic hearts of the Banshees. UQA rail. You still hold out?
No. Exceptional work this is. Set aside a seat on the military commission for the Crimson Court. It appears that our Natch Sarah King has not yet grown addled with age. But as to whether or not he could usher in such a grand feast.
Warriors need not die in a blaze of glory. That is a vulgarity only chased by those who seek fame.
Oh, I nearly forgot you were still here. Lock, you were Ramalai.
I have made myself abundantly clear from the start. Prince D, UQA rail. I need only silently observe your enthusiastic attempt at self-expression.
How pitiful it is to look upon such a shabby little court. I will cherish your elegies.
Then this I promise you. When death comes for you, the Lord of the Banshees will sing you an elegy, delivered to you by the night wind.
Set aside your chatter for another time. It seems their highnesses still have matters to discuss. The other members of the War Council will wish to know their decisions. DUQA rail, LAQE Ramaline, and Udam AZTI disguised outside the door with me. And Natch Error King nods his head towards Teresa. The other two members of the royal court do not bid the king farewell. They simply follow the Natch Sarah King out of the chamber. After the meeting's end, There's stays by Teresa's side, standing silently. He knows that she will be expecting an answer from him.
You never mentioned that you would announce the plans for war to the royal court.
You did not refute me either.
Would I have been able to refute anything?
You are well aware of what I think. If you wanted to argue against any of it, you would have done so a few years ago. For now, I have them by the reins. But it's not just them. This entire city hungers for war.
I will prevent matters from heading down the worst possible path, lest the prospects of Terra's continued existence become infinitesimally small.
You must be quick about it.
I will. What does Fremont's letter say?
As Therzis opens the envelope, the writing vanishes before his eyes. Yet, the message has already etched itself indelibly into his mind. He has surmised what would transpire during that meeting rather accurately. He has given his opinion on some matters, alongside a reminder. Do not place all your coming hopes in one basket. The nomadic city of Kazdel. You with that Babel. Don't count on the military commission to look after you all. We're here to help you. Help us? My parents died at the hands of you Lavenians. You got some nerve. What, not scared of me? We knew what to expect when we came here. Just needs some getting used to. Besides, our captain warned us not to agitate the locals. You're looking down on me? Sarkazi swearing. The hell is this? Let me go.
To not harm him, but to make him leave.
That's it.
I said not to deviate from our planned route, even if it is to treat the wounded along the way.
Sorry, Kaltsit.
No matter, you handled it well. We've reached our destination. Welcome to Babel.
Babel office, Kazdo.
Did you manage to retrieve all our stray colleagues?
Yes. All's well with them. The construction of Babel's facilities is proceeding smoothly. The school that you were so looking forward to is already complete.
Yet I heard that the unbeatable drive, Coltsit, had not too long ago been turned down. Perhaps even kicked out.
I did not foresee such a direct refusal.
I'm not surprised at all, to be honest. Too many Sarkazi. The invitation of the king is barely worth the paper it's printed on.
On the other hand, our connections with Sargon and Drimbilliton have delivered good news. As for Columbia, some scientists have proposed a technology exchange program. They have their eyes on the ancient Sarkazi witchcraft, while we have need of their latest mobile farms.
It took us a century's effort to share an equal dialogue with these powers.
The results speak for themselves. You are creating new history, Teresa.
Thank you, Coltsit, but I can tell you've had a lot on your mind recently.
The military commission has been formally established. Babel's existence will spark yet another near irreconcilable conflict in Kazdel. Our staff comes from different races and nations. How should they live alongside the Sarkazi, if your efforts to soothe enmity and prejudice instead become a fuse to spark conflict anew? What does your highness plan to do?
If we cannot even eliminate prejudice and hatred within the walls of Kazdel, how can Babel hope to achieve equality for the Sarkazi throughout all of Terra? There will be members of the military commission posted to Babel soon. They will ensure the safety of our people. This will also serve as a warning to some. Babel is backed by both Therzis and me. Right. Did I ever tell you how I met a Sancte messenger, Coltsit?
Strange. The Sancte do not generally dare to approach the borders of Kazdel. Was this why your highness disappeared this afternoon?
Was it that obvious? I thought Lockui Ramaline had me covered.
The Lord of the Banshees clearly tried, but judging from the results, she isn't the best pick for clerical work. Well, what of that Sancte messenger?
He was getting water from the river, and we struck up a conversation. We chatted about many things. History, peace, hatred. Our viewpoints did not align on most things, but I could sense in him wisdom and intelligence beyond his years. He had thoughts concealed within his heart, ones even he did not know of. And so,
You used the power of the King of Sarkazi on a Sancte.
I simply wished to know what this fated encounter meant.
And what did it mean?
It's still hard to say. But while I was looking at his soul, I felt that perhaps we are not so alone, Coltsit. Many on this land are doing all they can to pursue hope. Hopes big and small, hopes bright and beautiful.
He steadies himself against the wall, gasping for air as his vision begins to blur. Fatigue floods his limbs, weighing him down. Through his blurred vision, he sees another in front of him fall to the crazed attacker's blades. He knows he will be next. I refuse to die here. It's you or me, you bastards. Out of the way. He uses the last of his strength to barrel his way out, but the only resistance he meets is solid ground. All he sees is black.
Are you alright? Were you trying to save me just now? There's so much blood. Why does it feel like I'm the one saving you? Hold on, I'll bring you to Babel. Our doctors there can help you.
I'm still alive.
Who would have thought that those lunatics would decide to attack innocent bystanders in broad daylight to get at Babel? I don't know how the others are faring. Hey, stay with me. I still don't know your name.
Good luck.
Huh?
For the first time, he regrets giving himself this name.
Stage to beginning. In 1068, Alathan Ian Qrf, RSD locates the nomadic city of Kaz-Edel. The Sarkazi rally under the military commission to defend their home against the impending crisis.
26 years ago. Autumn, 1068. Wasserland, Lithanin. How do you like this piece? Like an energetic child waking from slumber, rushing out the door to enjoy the fruits of life to the fullest. It was the Qrf who wrote it, inspired by His Holiness's visit to Wasserland when he was still a messenger for Laterano. A young and enthusiastic future pontiff told the children about all that he has seen. The ocean that Iberia watches over, the city of Athenaios, where Minoan myth and machination exist in equal measure, and a passing mention of Kaz-Edel, the city of sin, the whereabouts of which are unknown. The Qrf was there, and he was fascinated by His Holiness's descriptions. The first draft of this work was in fact written at that time, but the Qrf was not satisfied. Even after many years of revisions, a final draft has yet to be completed. Until recently, when our scouts located the elusive nomadic city of the devils and sent back photos, gazing upon the enormous tracks left behind by the city, the Qrf found the missing element in the music ferocity. With that, the work was complete. You found Kaz-Edel? Yes. The Qrf was astonished to find that the destiny of the work was intertwined with the cities. I understand the reason the Qrf chose to present this piece on the eve of my return to Laterano. However, unlike his predecessors, His Holiness has no intention of initiating offensive action against the Sarkazi. He is not interested in putting the sinless on trial without cause. I'm afraid I must disappoint the Qrf. The city itself is of no concern to the Qrf. He is far more interested in His Holiness's opinion of the piece. Please send His Holiness the Qrf's warmest regards. We have a response from Siracusa. Only a few of the famigli have agreed to participate in the action. Their men will rendezvous with the fleet soon. I can't believe Laterano rejected us. Inform the Siracusa NS to move quickly. We must mop up the city before the other Christ can react. Take Kaz-Edel before the other Qrf can. Do not repeat the mistake we made at Gaul and miss another opportunity. Scar market Kaz-Edel.
I like Latanians. You always bring so much business. And it's smart that you disguised yourself as a prisoner in a smuggling crew, rather than flying the banner of a messenger. Now tell me what you want, before I lose my patience. Trade, muscle for hire intel. The Scar Market has everything you need.
Cooperation, esteemed Lear.
We don't have a fixed price for cooperation. Are you sure your Qrf can pay my price?
Oh, you want to know what we were asking for first.
There's nothing that money cannot buy here. Capri MAE.
What about Kaz-Edel?
Go on.
The Qrf wants you to sabotage the city's propulsion system, nothing else. A down payment is in the safe that you took from the caravan. The Qrf will discuss the rest of the payment with you and Kaz-Edel.
I admire your boldness. Let me express my good faith with a little glimpse into the future for you.
A nomadic city of Kaz-Edel. Kaz-Edel. Take your things and scram, lay the neon. Are you trying to poison me? These are just suppressants. You'll need them on the battlefield. The warships that surround us came from Lithanin. Outsiders like you must have laid them here. I don't have an explanation. I know you're taking your son with you into battle. He could use the medicine. Keep your hands off my son. What's the commotion? Are you out of your mind? She's a Babel doctor. Are you okay? I'm fine. He wasn't really trying to hurt me. Good luck. You married a Babel woman, and now you've become a shill for the invaders. They'll be the death of you, I guarantee it. Many of us are also pained by the impending war. We've requested to join you on the front lines. Lunatics, who knows what skins you have on the front line? You'll get yours in the end. Give me the medicine. I'll distribute it. They're ready to leave. Go meet up with them. I'll take care of things here. Good luck, your son. I didn't let him lead. If the Lathan Ians want to force us into a catastrophe, it's safer for him to be in the lower-level shelters in the city. Relax, Doctor. People have made it through catastrophes in the past. Maybe we'll have, Good luck. The furnace has burned for more than a century. Or catastrophe, migration, exile. All the suffering since the TKAZ era has not extinguished the hatred of the Revenantess. The Sarkaz have seen many KAZ through the ages. The memory of yesterday may be unrecognizable by tomorrow, but the soul furnace has been a constant for this generation of Sarkaz. Home is where the soul furnace is. KAZ.
The furnace has not burned like this for many years. I can hear the cries of the Revenantess even from here. Soon, this city will charge headlong into a catastrophe. All we need to do is hold out until Salem's reinforcements arrive. Until KAZ once again passes through the catastrophe.
They thought we would cower. They tried to assume our thoughts with their conception of common sense. It was so 170 years ago, and it is so now. Arrogant and laughable fools who never took the time to truly understand us.
What fate do you think awaits this city? Theirs is.
To be honest, the chances that it survives are slim. KAZ was immobilized the last time it braved a catastrophe. It took us a decade just to get it moving at full speed again. And the forests of crystals and the mines and on the walls could never be removed, ruining years of our plans for the city. I don't know if the city can survive another ordeal like that, much less one that's even worse. Good luck rarely comes twice.
I believe in this city, theirs is. Not because of luck, but because we built this city, and I won't give up on it.
The story of this city does not end here, Your Highness. I may not be able to see its future clearly, but there is one thing I can say for sure: the city continues to exist into the distant future. No one can say, however, if it will be a sanctuary of hope or a ghost city of the dead.
Scar-Eye, have you not grown tired of the ambiguous words of your kind? And need I remind you that no amount of mercenaries can ensure your safety in this city?
There is no deceiving your Highness, of course.
KAZ's doors are open to every Sarkaz. But you'd better have a good reason to set foot in this city with your mercenaries at a time like this.
I was made an offer most difficult to refuse, which obliged me to enter the city to seek an audience.
What is that you're carrying?
I have been away from my kin for many years, but as your Highness said, KAZ is the root of all Sarkaz, so I felt that I had to deliver this Lathan Ian with my own hands, in order to prove my innocence.
What are you thinking?
Exactly as I have said. What can I possibly hide before the King of Sarkaz? But if you're not interested in my gift of good faith, then I see no need to carry it with me anymore. It's heavy after all.
They casually cast the bag into the furnace, where it is incinerated in an instant, without a sound.
A furnace is always an impressive sight, no matter how many times one sees it. Your Highness need not pity him.
I trust Lithanin was not miserly with its terms.
It's simple, Your Highness. I prefer immediate payment over empty promises. But more importantly, I don't work with the losing side.
Are you predicting our victory?
It wasn't I who saw it. It was the Cyclops who left the prophecy 1,000 years ago. I'm simply betting that your Highnesses are the protagonists of the prophecy. Regardless, the safest business for the Scar market is with your Highnesses. It would keep business flowing for at least the next 50 years or so. Is that not so, your Highnesses?
They're clever. Prophecy doesn't bring victory, but we can. Bring your mercenaries. We're moving out. The crowd stirs. A Sarkaz procession leaving the city is quiet, except for the occasional clang of weapons and equipment. Their silence is rooted in the knowledge of the fate that awaited them beyond the city's gates. They wrap banners torn from the walls around their waists, or clutch origin IUM spikes, chopped from the streets, as makeshift weapons. Each has their own ritual to remember the city that they may never return to.
Dad, where are you? Dad, Mom!
People really need to watch their kids. They can't be allowed to run wild.
Ouch! Careful! Dears, thank you. Why are you also leaving the city? You'll fall if you're not careful. I'm looking for my mom and dad. Are you going out too? Yes. I'm going to the battlefield. Are you looking for your mom and dad there too? Can I come with you? No, I'm by myself. Why are you going out then? Because I don't want to hide in the city. I want to fight the people who are doing bad things to us. That's what my parents told me before they left. I want to fight too, but Mom and Dad won't let me go. I tried to sneak out and got a beating when they found out. But I don't want to be away from Mom and Dad. We'll go together then and find your Mom and Dad. But there will be a lot of bad people out there. Are you scared? You're not scared. Mom and Dad aren't scared. I'm not scared either.
The disheveled child pumps his fists to show courage, but his trembling betrays him. The older child knows that the young boy does not fully understand what is happening outside the city. But the young boy knows something simple but true. Bad guys should be chased away. Families should stay together. So he takes the boy's hand and joins the procession.
How do we find your parents when we're out there? They work for Babel. They have a picture of a tower on their clothes. I know that place. Are you from Babel too? No, I grew up in a military commission institution. I guess I'm from the military commission. Huh? Military commission. What's that? A place that protects people, just like Babel. Oh, what's your dad's name? Let's squeeze our way to the front. Maybe they're up ahead. Good luck? Good luck? Oh, yes, he's good luck. Why are you laughing? Let's shout his name. Maybe he'll hear you.
Two children squeeze forward in the procession, holding each other's hand, calling out good luck with their tiny voices. A few heads turn and sigh when they see the young and naive faces. It is what they all need. On an evening in the autumn of 1068, the music playing in the QRFRSD of Wasserland's study was interrupted by the sound of frantic knocking on the door. A fleet that was pursuing the nomadic city of KZ had broken off its pursuit. Those crazy devils charged straight into a catastrophe. It's only by sheer good luck that they got away. Years later, the QRFRSD of Wasserland still recounted the reason for his failure with palpable disdain.
Stage to end. KZL charges into a catastrophe to escape pursuit. There's this takes in a girl from the wastes and names her Ascalon. A boy named Manfred approaches Teresa and there's is.
How tiny we seem when we stand beside the tracks of the ship.
Yes, it's a most impressive war machine, with their bodies as barriers. The Natshare halted its advance at a tremendous cost. The Banshee shrieks, powerful enough to shatter consciousness, only managed to force the Lathan Ians to retreat below deck.
If not for the catastrophe and the rough terrain in this valley,
We're so far behind, and time is running out.
KZ must have equally powerful weapons, if not more so. All our previous attempts have failed.
A century ago, few believed we could build a nomadic city out of KZ. Yet we did. If we are to catch up to them now, we cannot afford to take the conventional path. We have word from the dam AZTI. The battleships on the horizon are slowing down.
Have they given up?
No. The QRFRSD's orders were to continue the pursuit. But the commander of the fleet ordered them to slow down. They're concerned about the catastrophes in the terrain. They've seen what happened to this ship.
At the current rate, we can expect to engage them at dusk.
We have bought enough time for KACDEL to retreat.
Teresa looks back at the two storms entwining on the wastes, trying to catch a glimpse of the city. She sees nothing. Where is KAZDEL now? Is it still moving through the storm? Are the people in the shelter safe?
The storms are converging. Our retreat has been cut off. A battle is inevitable. Theirs is. I never thought I'd see you lose focus on the battlefield.
What's that?
That's...
The storms rage, the young taunting the old. The newborn storm slams into the dying storm to the ward runs of thunder. Roiling air currents clash and combine between the two storms. Violence begets peace, and a passage appears where the storms converge. Lightning flashes and thunder cracks. They bat through the storm.
The storm.
Let's go, Teresa. The storm has given us a path. Those who survive through it will have another chance.
We'll do it together.
A damn AZT, I cluster passes their command to every Sarkazi present. The warriors see their leaders walk into the storm side by side and follow with no hesitation. The procession advances into the tempest, the strong supporting the weak, the brave encouraging the fearful.
Do you see that? There's his.
Within the roar of the tempest, they seem to hear the voice from the snowstorm in that childhood dream. Athenius.
The prophecy.
A thin, cloaked figure turns at the sound of her voice and sees the storm-bound procession. There's sees a child, mist gilded by the setting sun, shrouds her shoulders, rising and blending with the shrieking winds above. He takes off his gauntlet and stretches his bare hand into the mist. The mist dissipates, and in his bloodied hand is the stone blade that the child is holding.
Yeah, grab.
What are you doing here?
You, come here.
The child wrestles the blade from theirs' hand and points it again at theirs in the procession behind him. There is no difference between man and beast to the child who grew up in the wastes. You want to kill me?
Kill you.
Nobody taught her how to speak. She simply emulates the sounds made by those who pass by. There's his.
Mrs. looks down silently at the thin figure. Let me show you how to hold a knife.
Yeah.
The child hesitates for a moment, before putting her knife in theirs' outstretched hand.
Wait, you, bring me.
Theirs gazes into Teresa's eyes. Prophecy. A sword to slay the regent king. A spear to pierce the royal ring. But they have never cared much for prophecy. Very well. Come with me. The home of the Sarkazi is not on the barrens. Do you have a name? Name? Me. From now on, you have a new name. Escalon. 10 days later. The nomadic city of KAZ Del. Look, doctor. The furnace has been Arieled. Is it moving? The city's finally moving. Ouch. Careful. Your wounds might open again. I've got to go to the furnace. The furnace burns again, and KZL still sails. Alathanians didn't manage to kill us. Oh, I didn't mean you, doctor. Come with me to see it. You deserve the same honor as the warriors who survived. But I'm not Sir KZ. You people are heroes too. Come watch their highness come, and the Goliath to support the leaning furnace. Watch the sparks fly when iron hammers beat upon the broken core. Hear the elegy of the Banshee, and witness the final journey of fallen heroes when they enter the furnace to fuel it. This used to be an occasion that only the Sarkazi could see. I would love to go, but there's still a lot of wounded to treat. All right, tell you what. I'll bring back a couple bottles of booze and some fresh fruit, and they're not allowed to drink. And who the heck drinks in a medic tent? Come on, it's just a little flesh wound. No means no. It's your epithwy that's the problem. Not to mention you're a terrible drinker. When did you ever see me drink? Oh, that time when I was drunk and came to you with a bunch of Oripithwy bombs. Look, that was the only time in all these years. You know I can't afford booze. I can't stop you. Why don't you go yourself? Won't be the same without you. But I'm a Lathanian. And? Do you support those nobles who profit off war? I ran away from home because I couldn't stand them. There you have it. Wait a second. You say you ran away from home? Were you a noble? I was kind of thinking, your equipment doesn't look like it's from Babel. Well, I won't speculate. It does nobody any good. So, you can go on your own. I doubt the soldiers on the front lines would get along with a Lathanian. I saw the Lathanians string my father up by a sewer entrance to humiliate him. I never imagined I could befriend a Caprian AE doctor either. Back then, the only people who showed us any kindness were poor, infected, or both. Right, enough of the sad stuff. Be back in a jiffy. Seriously, since when did the Sarkazi become so glib-tongued with me? I wonder if this counts as progress, Teresa. In any case, KAZDAL is moving again. Things will get better. Back already? Well, it's about time you laid down. Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else. Wait, your wounds are really bad. Nobody treated your arts burns? The Lathanians did it. My son's dead. They burned him alive before my very eyes. I was the only one who lived. At least let me see your wounds. They burned him alive. He was screaming. They used starts to hang him in the air for everyone to see. My brothers are dead. My captain is dead. The Lathanians stood on the high ground. Their raised staffs looked just like. With bloodshot eyes, the nearly deranged Sarkazi fixates on the doctor's staff abandoned in the corner. The emblem of the home she had left behind hangs from the staff. Like a reel. The doctor does not sense the hostility. She lifts his top to inspect the wound, but feels a chill run up her spine. You're armed. Why didn't the guards check you? The light of the soul furnace lights up the night sky above KAZDL like the midday sun. A The fire's crackles echo like a mournful growl, a somber tribute to the fallen who have become its fuel. All the Sarkazi set their eyes on the sky that night. No one notices the light from one of the field hospital's windows go out. Your Highness? Why was I brought here? Oh, yes, I have good news to report.
What news?
We won. We defeated the Lathan Eons, Your Highness. Me, my son, and the Blue Blood Squad. We won. Are you not glad, Your Highness? Were we too slow? Blake, my son, bring me the battle plan. Son. Sorry, Your Highness. I don't know where my son went.
You killed a doctor, one who has served KAZDL for years, treating our Ibethwad patients.
Azidel, Doctor. No, you misunderstand, Your Highness. I only fight Lathanians. Have you read his emotions, Teresa?
Pain, confusion, madness. He has driven himself mad to escape the painful memories. He doesn't even know what crime he committed.
The others do. The guards discovered him brawling with another Sarkazi amid shattered casks of liquor, which ignited and spread fire throughout the field hospital. I'll await the king's response, but you cannot be the one to do it. Leave it to me. Your Highness, General, I give my all to defeat the Lathanians. Was I wrong to do so? Your Highness, take him away.
His name is Logan, given to him by his mother, who was one of the first Babel engineers. He hardly uses any arts, but the guards were hypnotized by arts. Someone is behind this.
The military commission will not investigate the Sarkazi for the sake of an outsider, not after they've just been through another ordeal. Neither should Babel. We have no choice. The war has just ended. Babel should withdraw from military and political affairs, at least for the time being.
You know that's not what Babel is about in the first place.
I do, but many don't.
I will define the parameters for Babel's activities. Babel members will continue to serve KAZDL's medical, educational, and technological needs from this area.
The military commission will continue to protect them, but we must make every effort to avoid conflict. There will come a day when the repressed hatred boils over, and even we will be powerless when that day comes.
KAZDL is in urgent need of a change. We have to solve the origin IUM problem. Soon.
But even that won't solve all our problems.
I know. I've always known.
There you are, Ascalon. What have you seen in this city?
Death. People cry. People die. Cry. Tears.
There's stretches out his hand. A delicate stone knife flies in its palm.
Knife.
Keep it safe. A warrior should treasure her weapon. I will teach you how to sharpen your blade, but it's up to you to decide who make cuts.
You're too impatient. She's not ready to understand these things yet.
She has to understand sooner or later.
Maybe. But for now, what we should do is give the frightened child a little bit of peace. Do you like this city, Ascalon?
Compared to the armor general, Ascalon does not like this Sarkazi woman crouched before her. She seems to see through all of her thoughts, leaving no secret say most dangerous thing in the wastes. But she cannot bring herself to be hostile to this gentle Sarkazi.
No need to be afraid. You know I don't mean you any harm. Come, touch my horn. We're the same.
Warm here. Warm me.
Yes, warm. Hatred and killing are not the only way to solve a problem.
What? Tell them.
Teresa says no more. It is difficult for a girl who has known nothing but the wastes to understand certain words, even with the help of the king of Sarkazi. She takes Ascalon's hand.
It's like the wound on your palm. Weapons can't heal it. Only time and medicine can. It's okay. I've cleaned your wound. You'll need to take care of it. Be patient. One day, you'll wake up and find that it doesn't hurt anymore.
Yeah.
Babel classroom, KAZDL.
No one. Here.
We'll wait a little longer. It's not lesson time yet. They'll come. Look. It's theirs.
Casualty report from the military commission. There are many children, most of them students.
The ones that lived.
Their parents are no longer willing to let the outsiders of Babel teach them. Plus, if memory serves, many of Babel's teachers have already left out of fear. You're troubling yourself too much with trivial matters, Teresa. You need to rest. We still have to.
I want to wait a little longer. There's this.
Very well. He does not leave. The classroom is eerily quiet. Teresa closes her eyes and recalls the students who used to fill the classroom. I said we can get potatoes for coming to school. I didn't understand that one, Your Highness. Do you have any simple stories? You said you went to the outside with mercenaries when you were our age. There's a sea between Sargon and Iberia. What's a boat? Why can't we go up on deck? Why would we throw up? Lay the neon spires. Are they like our furnace? People who are nice to us. But Dad says there's no foreigners like that. But the teachers here are nice to us. Students come and go. But she always managed to get them to return. But this time, no one came. General Liz is Your Highness. Highness.
You.
The hilt of a stone knife hits the boy in the chest. Although unable to break free, the boy strains to look up at the tall, gaunt girl who has him pinned. I saw General Liz come this way. I just wanted to. Teresa, Your Highness, you're here too. This classroom. Are you teaching? Put down the knife, Escalon. Your Highness, you were looking for me? Yes. I came to seek an answer for the children who lost their parents. I know the military commission will take care of them, as it took care of me. But will this change anything? What if another war comes? I want to change things, but I don't know what I can change, or what I should change. The two rulers gaze upon the fearless child, each arriving at their own answer inside.
What's your name?
Manfred.
Dad, we've been standing at the door forever. Why can't we go in?
Mommy's hurt very badly. She needs some quiet to rest. We shouldn't bother her.
But I miss Mom.
Daddy misses her too, but not now. We'll go home together once I come back.
Where are you going, Dad?
I have to leave the city for a bit to make the people who hurt Mommy pay. Stay here with Mommy and wait for Daddy.
Can you stay, Daddy? We'll figure out a way to make Mommy better, I promise.
Do you like Mommy's name?
Day. Yes, it sounds very nice.
It's your name now. I'll teach you to fight the bad guys with Mommy's weapon once I get back. Okay, I'll beat up the bad guys who hurt Mommy. But will beating up the bad guys make her feel better? You'll understand someday. Ade, I'll be back. Wait for me. As Luck turns around, toward the crystal-infested city wall. The only thing left that ties him to this city is Ade. Ade, and Ade.
Stage 3 beginning. In Texas, as tensions between Babel and the military commission escalate, Ascalon chooses her side.
8 years ago. Summer, Texas. Residential district, the nomadic city of KAZ-Del. Remember the promise we made at the beginning of the lesson? Good. Keep your voice low when answering, and don't tell anyone about the classes. NK has been teaching you about our history for the past few months. As for myself, I've been struggling to decide what to teach you in our last lesson. Mathematics, language, agriculture, weapon making. What I've come to realize is that whatever I teach you won't truly change our lives. We've lived silently in despair for too long. The war 18 years ago never ended. The ghosts of Lethane's fleet continue to haunt those who experienced that war. Many died in despair, drowned in the fear of war and being consumed by the black rocks that grew from their bodies. But our instincts drove us to seek a way to overcome despair. Some declared war on despair, on the outsiders who oppressed us, but they all fell short in the face of cruel reality. And to see the contracts.
I've never seen a more motivated mercenary than you. Are you trying to buy a mansion in Colombia or something? One should feel lucky just to be alive for so long. In that sense, I suppose your name is well deserved.
I heard a bunch of jobs came in lately. Anything good?
There are eyes Island in the city now. Are you sure you want to be part of that mess?
Yeah, I trust my luck.
Have it your way. There's a teacher in town who's been saying good things about Babel's outsiders. Someone is willing to pay to shut him up for good.
Will do.
I look forward to your surprises. Hope your luck doesn't run out today.
The nomadic city of KAZ-Del. It has been a while since good luck came back. The city has changed a lot. People come and go. He is familiar with the words Babel and military commission. There are always people fighting over things that he does not understand. He does not understand why the Sarkaz feel the need to fight one another. He takes out the photo of the target, a mild-mannered young man. The triangular marking on his sleeve seems familiar. A teacher spreading praise about Babel's outsiders, inciting opposition against the military commission. Sorry, your luck just ran out today. Should be around here. Wait, this place. He's been away for a long time, but not long enough to forget his home. Ade's home. Ade, you should not have gotten involved. We've gotten used to despair from one defeat after another at the hands of powers beyond our ability to resist. But we needed to convince ourselves that our despair was not self-inflicted, that it stemmed from an obvious source in our lives. That is what Babel has become for people in this day and age. It was Babel who brought the enemies. It was Babel's medicine that worsened our Oribethwy. It was Babel's education that sapped our will to resist. It was Babel who deluded the king of Sarkazi and tricked us into giving up on collecting the blood debt from the outsiders. Babel is the source of all our despair. I see some of you nodding. No doubt you've heard the same from your parents. In desperate times, people often mistake hearsay for the truth. But is it the truth, though? Were our lives better without outsiders in KAZDL? Don't take anything at face value. See, think, and find your own answer. Yes, it's hard to leave KAZDL. The land outside is full of danger. Even making it to the border of the next country is no small feat. But I'll still leave this place. I'll go to Lithuania, Colombia, Casimirs, to anywhere that I may find a way to change things. And I'll come back and teach you, and all the children of the Sarkazi. What will happen to Babel, you ask? The future of Babel. Hide yourselves. Don't make a sound. Hello, are you looking for someone?
Sorry, I got the wrong door.
You need help? I'm familiar with the area. He smiles. There is no panic in his eyes. Ascalon scans the sparsely furnished room and understands.
Do you live here on your own? My name is Ascalon. I'm from Babel. Thank you for sheltering him, but you must leave. These are troubled times.
You heard her. Someone knows you're here. You need to go. Not just the military commission, but also those mercenaries who've been bringing trouble to our doorstep. I know. I'm very grateful to you for lending us your house to serve as classroom. The children, I'll take them home. Don't worry, you can continue your classes in a few days, once the storm has passed. There will be no need. As I said before, I'm ready to leave. I've already spent too much time here because I wanted to see the lessons through to the end. There are many places that I still need to see. All right. Oh, don't forget the potatoes. They're from the children and me. It's not much, but they will serve as a few meals on the road. Thank you so much. All of you. I should be the one thanking you. I learned a lot from you. For the past few years, KZDL has grown faster than its education and public thinking can keep up. I fear that our powers will be our own destruction if we do not change the present situation. The conflicts we see in KZDL now are a good example. This is not how the Sarkazi should be. I have yet to find a way to change all these. But I know that the answer does not lie within KZDL. Goodbye, Ade. Goodbye. May your journey be safe and smooth. Ade watches as the teacher disappears around the corner, but does not go in. He does not remember when it started, but he has the habit of sitting by the door, waiting for a familiar someone to return. Wind stirs the dust from the streets, and the dust stirs up his tears. There is not even a shadow. He gently closes the door. Ode. Good luck sees the target leave the house. Then he sees a familiar figure that he has not seen for a long time. His blade feels heavy. He cannot move. Ade, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm a lousy dad, but he tightens his grip on the knife's hilt. He knows only one way to give Ade a better future.
Another one.
Amos shrouds a corpse in the corner of the street, erasing all traces of its existence. The passing of a life in KZDL is akin to a speck of dust falling to the ground, unheard, unceremonious, undone noticed. His luck has run out.
How long do you plan on hiding there, Manfred? Or are you planning to stab me in the back now?
Another mercenary. How many have you killed?
Didn't see the point to keep count.
You could kill 1 too, 100 even. But can you kill every single mercenary who accepts the contract? They just want to remind us that we've been complacent with the status quo for far too long.
Using the lives of Babel members as a reminder? To remind whom? He made a promise to Her Highness. Is this what he calls protection for Babel? All I see are crackdowns on Babel and mercenaries running wild.
There are some things that should not be said aloud, especially not by you, Ascalon.
If you don't like it, arrest me. Let's see if you've improved at all under his tutelage.
The General has taught me that there are more important things than violence. And by the looks of things, the mercenaries aren't the only ruthless cutthroats around here. Stop dodging if you dare. I'll prove to their Highnesses that I can beat you.
Too slow, Manfred. You're dead. Get up.
Don't need you to tell.
Footwork, Manfred. And Ascalon. Stop going for his head all the time.
This is the most effective way. It's his own fault for getting hit. If he can't dodge it, he has to learn to take it.
You're right, Ascalon. But why did you stop? We didn't tell you to.
I can take it, Your Highness. It's not over yet. Huh? I hit. Your Highness, I hit.
Did you now?
Let me down, Escalon.
Don't hurt him, Ascalon.
Manfred's long limbs flail helplessly in the air, while his torso is tied to a wooden stake.
How did you do it so fast?
Got my inspiration from the way Her Highness soothes.
Manfred wriggles to break free, but the more he squirms, the tighter the ropes hug him. He cannot understand how Ascalon can be so strong and fast when she looks as thin and frail as him.
Let me down.
Look, I won again.
Ascalon raises her weapon high and grins victoriously at the twin sovereigns.
Ascalon has gotten a lot more cheerful. What are you thinking?
They're different from the other Sarkazi children. We can change them, but how can we reach all the children of KZ
Give me time. Babel can do it.
Time is a luxury.
I know. But education is not something that can be rushed. What we're doing is leaving hope for the next generation. The flame of hope will never go out, as long as a single teacher in KAZL remains willing to share with these children the vision of a beautiful future.
Teresa casts her eyes towards the two children, full of hope for the future.
Well, are you going to admit defeat or not?
No. Oh, let me down. We're not done.
I'll let you down when you admit defeat.
No way.
Island being you, Manfred.
Thank you, Your Highness. W.O., why am I flying? Why, Your Highness?
All right, that will do, Teresa. Let him down.
You've improved. But this hasn't taught you everything he knows.
You were always the faster learner, but ever since you left the General, you've been nothing but unadjusted and lost. He is disappointed in your departure, by the way.
I may not be as good with words as you are, but at least I don't just ignore the insults against Her Highness Teresa.
Do you really know why Her Highness is so dedicated to Babel's ideals? Do you really know why the General hasn't openly denounced the attacks on Babel? You should have talked to him, rather than turning your back on him.
It's theirs is who has turned a blind eye to the mercenaries' acts of violence and the damage they've caused Babel. This much I know.
The General has allowed it precisely because he can't ignore the voices of the majority. If the fate of the Sarkazi is doomed to fall into the abyss, what's wrong with using more effective means to prevent it?
So that's what you truly think.
It's what most of us in KAZL think. It's not that I don't trust Her Highness. Anyone can promise a better future. But we can't ignore the reality before it. Isn't it crueler to use violence to force a child to shake hands and make peace with a murderer who just killed his father?
Say whatever you want. I'll keep my hands off the military commission. But if you try to act through the mercenaries, then my job is simple. No more mercenaries, no more problems.
Ascalon.
If you have the time, go visit Her Highness. I've never seen her so tired.
A puff of mist is the only sign that she was ever there. Manfred looks down and wipes away the blood slowly seeping out of his chest. He sighs and turns into the empty street, only to spot the deceased mercenary's effects.
Someday, we will all understand. It was never Her Highness or the General who made the choice.
Who's there? He hesitates before the door. It has been a busy day at this old, ramshackle house, from the teacher to the multiple visitors. Who could it be outside the door? His father finally returned. And if so, what should he say? He has learned so much from the teacher that he wants to share with his father, whose visits back home have become less and less frequent. He takes a deep breath, collects his mind, puts on a calm face, and opens the door. Hello.
Good evening.
Can I help you, sir?
You know who I am.
Oh, sir, but I know the uniform of the military commission.
Just a routine inspection. Do you recognize these items?
This is my father's.
There have been some disturbances in the city, and I'm afraid your father. I'm so sorry.
Where did you find them? Was there?
There was nothing else left at the scene. I'm sorry. What's your name?
Ade.
If you need any help.
No, I'm very grateful that you brought these back. It's been a long time since I last saw him. This is enough. I don't have to wait anymore. He's not coming back.
Do you have family? Or friends you can count on?
I can take care of myself. Besides, we see things like this every day in this city, no? I'm sorry I gushed, sir. I just feel like I know you somehow. I'm sure you're busy. I won't keep you any longer.
My condolences.
The door closes. Manfred can hear the sound of sobbing coming from behind the door, but he doesn't feel sorrow. Not anymore. Ade's right. He's seen this too many times. Yet he remembers this is not what the city was meant to be.
Stage 3 End. The ideological conflict between the Sarkazi of KAZ finally escalates beyond control. Teresa leaves KAZ with her supporters.
The nomadic city of KAZ, let me through. This area is off limits. What happened? Are you with Babel? Then it's none of your business. A wall of royal court soldiers prevents Sade from passing, but he sees several familiar crying faces in the scattering crowd. Oh, students. I think I can take this alley here. Excuse me, do you know what happened? Someone beat another guy to death. He's dead too? Are you trying to join the racket? Babel again. What is Her Highness thinking? Shut your trap. You owe everything you eat, everything you wear, and the roof over your head to Her Highness. Well, it's simple enough, all right. A teacher beat the father of his student to death. A teacher. How could? All the man did was scold him a little. And it was the teacher who was telling the kids all sorts of awful things. That's not true. You're a Babel shill too, kids these days. Hey, what are you doing? Ade squeezes through the crowd and sees some familiar faces lying on the ground. He finally finds the source of the commotion. The teacher lying in a cloud of dust. Teacher, what's going on? I didn't mean to hurt his father. Hang in there, I'll find a doctor. Oh, over there. Him. Ade looks in the direction that the dying man is pointing, and sees an injured child crying by the lifeless body of his father. Ade runs through the burning streets, carrying the injured child in his arms, and pieces together the whole picture from what he sees and hears. It began when an agitated teacher accidentally killed an agitated father, before he was set upon by the angry crowd and fell in the dust of the streets. The turmoil dragged everyone in, civilians, Babel, mercenaries, even the military commission. Like a chain reaction, clouds of dust were stirred up in various corners of the city. It wasn't until artillery from an unknown source blasted through a wall of Babel's office building that the royal court troops finally quelled the riot. It began with an accident and ended with a shell that caused more damage to Babel than anything in the past 18 years, since the end of the war. The kid is hurt and needs a doctor. Don't make me do this the hard way. Whose side are you on? Babel? The military commission? Neither. I just need to get him to a doctor. Now get out of my way.
My dad!
It's too late for him. I'm sorry. Go. But don't trust outsiders so easily. Sarkazi. Not in this chaos. Thank you. Ade can feel the child's breathing grow weaker as he continues on his way. Running through the streets, he seems to feel someone brush past his shoulder, but sees no one. Was I imagining things? Stop right there. Not one step closer. There are patients inside. This kid needs medical attention now. But, oh, I didn't think there was anyone still willing to bring patients here. All right, I'll take it from here. I'll try to give you some extra medicine before we leave. Leave? Her Highness made the decision, but we all know what's happening. We're not welcome in KAZ anymore. Where are you going? Outside the city. Aren't you afraid of the dangers in the wastes? Yes, I am. But if this city no longer welcomes us, then we respect its choice. I want to join Babel. I can help care for the patients or protect you. Is this the one who started the whole mess? Will he live? Don't think so. Lost too much blood. Then what are we even doing here? Just follow the general's orders and don't ask questions. Who'd have thought something so minor would need their Highness's statement? Is he trying to talk to us? There's nobody else around. Probably just seen things before he dies. No banshee would sing an elegy for such a sinner. It's dangerous.
They can't see me. My arts hide my presence.
Who are you?
A student, I came from far away, following in the footsteps of my mother to find answers in this wandering city and her to rulers.
Did you? Fine.
I'm afraid the city doesn't have the answers ready yet. But I found you. The ideas that you advocated were very interesting. I was with you when you taught those children in that basement, learning about the city in Babel. Of course. No one noticed, except Ascalon.
The boy.
Has been brought to Babel where his injuries will be treated. Do you regret your end?
No, the boy defended me. He understood what I tried to change. I'm sorry about his father.
I sympathize. It was not your intention to cause this tragedy, but fate has played a cruel joke on you.
I hear crying.
It is your elegy, calling your fading soul to the other side. Fear not, hesitate not. The myriad souls welcome you with open arms. Let my song take you beyond.
Thank you. A young banshee's song soothes the mind of the dying man. A gentle song echoes through the crowded streets of the city. Banshees respond to the song of their young kin, adding their voices to the harmony. It is an elegy that commemorates the passing of an ordinary Sarkazi. You were talking about the future of Babel in the lesson, but you didn't get to the end. What were you going to say? I believe that Babel will die someday. I hope I'm wrong.
Hey Song. Another Sarkazi has passed on in the turmoil. There is no longer any place for Babel here. I will lead them and leave the city.
Teresa, we love you, all of us.
I know. But Babel has no choice.
But if you leave,
My people have made their choice. Neither I nor theirs can change it. We cannot abandon hope, but the best course of action, right now, is to avoid conflict.
hatred will swallow us like a flood. You've always known. Teresa, our hero, our king. Gentle requests and gradual changes will not sway the minds of the Sarkhaze, drawn here by Ka's Eid Elsras.
Lakiwa Ramalina.
Perhaps what I say will disappoint, even hurt you, Teresa. Rimbelid, Sargon, even Colombia. You have opened their doors and allowed the Sarkazi to negotiate with them as equals. Terra has seen more technological progress in 50 years than it has for millennia. But we were too slow. Despite the incredible changes you've brought to KZDL, they haven't been enough to bear the fruits of true transformation. Even if I too believe that the fruits of spring are near.
Is this the stance of the Banshee court? Lakiwa Ramaline?
I'm just a mother who came to see her boy off, Teresa. I respect his choice, and there will come a day when he will speak for our royal court, but that day is not today.
I know you love him. You haven't allowed yourself to age since he was born.
AEFNEL was a miracle to me, and to all banshees. The day he was born, I became loath to age with time. I have preserved my appearance at the peak of my beauty. I wish to remain eternal in his memory. My life is finite, of course. It's only the facade that never changes. I know what your highness is thinking. You never expected your dream to come true in this generation. You see yourself as the soil, and it's not the soil's due to witness the flowers bloom, even if the two of you have to give everything to nourish this soil. Humor my little self-indulgence, your highness, until he finds the answer he is seeking. Allow him to travel between the two of you, to learn from both of you. He will be the first sprout to emerge from the soil. Bring AEFNEL. Take care of him. Protect him in my place.
I will. Lakiwa Ramaline, my friend.
Thank you. No matter where you go, no matter what fate awaits either of you, the Banshee court will sing both your elegies and announce to all. This is my promise. It is the most ancient and powerful of witchcraft tests. My final parting gift to you.
Lakiwa Ramaline. Will we meet again?
I hope so.
Until next time, then. I look forward to the day that I can hear you sing in the mists of the convolvulus.
Farewell, your highness. I'm afraid I must stay here and go no further. AEFNEL will be part of your procession after all. And I'm not ready to say goodbye to him yet.
2 days later. How long do you plan on standing there? You came a little too early, if it's Teresa you're looking for. I didn't think you would have the courage to come to me, Ascalon.
What?
You mean why wouldn't you have the courage to see me? Or why I banished Babel? You've seen Manfred. Did you do it?
Not all the way.
Good. Now remove yourself before you say something childish and naive. Not even Teresa would agree with you, but you could choose to stay. You don't have to explain yourself. After all, you never formally joined Babel.
Her Highness needs someone to protect her.
She is more powerful than you think.
And I agree with you, even less, Master.
I suppose I should take that as a no. You and Manfred are my best students, yet both of you have your fatal flaws. Your talents in combat are peerless. But what do you truly believe in?
Your Highness.
And patience. You still don't know what you seek, do you? To protect? That's just empty, self-deceptive sentimentality. When you're unsure of your path, you merely project your motivations onto vague ideals.
I've thought about it carefully.
Perhaps. And follow Teresa and protect her, but don't blindly adopt her ways. Think for yourself. Manfred found his answer long before you did. The next time we see each other. Never mind. Oh, Ascalon, there's nothing else for us to talk about now. Ascalon falls to one knee, then turns to a mist that closes around theirs is. A mist trembles and disperses, leaving behind only a stone knife in theirs is his hand. He recalls the day that he snatched the blade from the child in the catastrophe.
You were too cold to her. This is. It's a time of parting. You could have shared your mind with her. She has never been adept at expressing emotion.
As her teacher, you're better than me at reaching the teenager side of her.
Do you really have no faith in her choice?
She is welcome back at any time. Manfred remains too complacent in his training. He needs someone to challenge him, a goal to work towards.
I'll tell her.
I wish you would come back too.
I know.
If we cannot resolve a minor conflict like this, the next one could escalate into a full-fledged civil war. If it comes to that, all we have dreamed of for a century will be for naught. If that day comes and if I have to, I'll kill you.
Babel is ready. We will leave with those who are willing to follow.
You've always kept them close.
Yes. Because they need me.
I need you too. KAZ needs its king.
There's it. Our people have made their choice. The best course of action, for now at least, is for Babel to back down. I will continue to call the nourishing rain upon KAZ, change the city's circumstances, and wait for hatred to subside. If you become the greatest threat to the searching dreamers in this long and painstaking process, I will destroy you.
So be it. Mercenaries and royal court soldiers line the streets, holding back the restless crowd. It was the king of Sarkazi who brought food and shelter. And it was also the king of Sarkazi who allowed oppression and hatred to fester. The Babel procession stretches as far as the eye can see, past the barricades formed by lines of royal court soldiers, past the disdainful crowd. Terzis walks toward the crowd and stands with them. He has left Arisa's side for the first time into centuries.
We all know what we must face.
I hope this will not be the last time we stand together.
Will that day be far?
Not too far. Arisa joins the silent procession. Their farewell to the city is soundless. Their path is one of hope. Then something occurs, enough to silence the restless onlookers and momentarily halt the procession. The cursing and crying cease. Every eye turns to a single poignant scene. A mercenary steps out of the line to embrace his best friend in the procession. No one can hear the whispers exchanged between the two friends by the ruins of Babel, but all are willing to wait and give them their moment of farewell. A farewell between the people in their city, and between two peoples of the same blood. A young Sarkazi, who has lost everyone he holds dear, walks in the procession without regret. He remembers walking the same path, leaving the city in search of his parents with his older companion many years ago. Dad, I believe that there has to be another way than war. Mom, I know you believed in Babel because you hoped for a different way to live. Goodbye, Monde. Goodbye, home. For Teresa's eyes only. I have heard of what happened in KAZ and share your sense of loss. The city holds special meaning to us all. But Babel need not drift on the wastelands, for I have located the ship I previously mentioned in Rimbilliton. The excavation went smoothly, and the ship's basic functions have been restored after 2 years of work. It will carry the hopes of Babel into the future. Please wait for me, Teresa. P.S. I did find it on the ship. A legacy that could bring upheaval to this land. Given its importance, I feel it is crucial to discuss this matter with you in person. But hope calls it.
Stead Street 2. In 1090, after making meticulous preparations, Kaltsit and Teresa finally awaken the doctor, who for the first time makes direct contact with the civilizations of Terra.
I prepared a gift for you. What do you hear?
This is...
Do you remember? This is the polarization formed when Emaren was born. You said you found a rhythm within its waveform. Of course I added a little personal touch. I adjusted the direction of the planetary tracks array to capture different echoes. The harmony is derived from the lingering neutrinos of extinguishing stars. As for the orchestrator, I used the gravitational folds left behind when the ship sailed through the Stargate. Oh, I knew you'd like it. New Year?
The universe is singing. Even at this moment, it's still as touching as ever. But this violates the norms we set ourselves, priestess. These facilities should have kept operating on the preset path.
The stars are losing their color. The soul no longer has norms, doesn't it? This place will fall silent soon, almost like we've never been here. Come walk with me, before the silence comes. I hope. We'll get to see this world's future with our own eyes together.
We will. I will wait for you in that world. For years ago. Summer, 1090. Rhodes Island of Babel, KAC Del.
Finally done retrofitting the electrical wiring. Now we're gonna be able to withstand any impact. I think. How dare cults it make me work 48 hours non-stop? Once all this is over, I'm gonna tell Her Highness on her.
Confirmed within the land ship's communications range. Signals clear. The many bases you hit around are great closure.
Of course. Not even Her Highness has seen anything this handy.
Is their so-called research finished?
The energy surge caused by the last couple rounds island to stall. I'm still reinforcing the land ship for the next impact. You know how much I wrapped my brains to cover up the land ship's movement. Like, what if the military commission spies caught wind?
I've already eliminated all our targets nearby. Just focus on your preparations. Scout report.
The infiltration mission is complete. I'm sending the intel back to Babel.
What's the situation inside the city?
Not much has changed over the past few years. Not many catastrophes. Very little movement. Our situation's not very optimistic, actually. If the military commission continues to shrink our strategic space.
Let's trust Her Highness and Doctor. Calls it.
You're right. They've spent so much time preparing for today's experiment just to turn the tide.
Right, Scout. Have you gotten your hands on the equipment I was keeping at my place?
I've already entrusted it to a messenger to take to Babel.
Awesome. With the secret weapon called Sit and Die knocked out together, we'll definitely crack that weird control system on the ship.
I'll rendezvous with the messenger and confirm the package's risk level before bringing it to the land ship. We have been investigating the agent behind our missing engineer, too. The threat against the land ship hasn't been fully eliminated yet.
Closure, I brought you even more materials, just as you asked. They're so heavy.
Looks like now I can make more safety equipment for Her Highness and Cultsit. And I should install an extra line for backup. Hope there won't be any unexpected surprises this time.
Do you need any help, Closure?
Oh, you should hurry and evacuate to a safe zone with everybody else. The next wave of impacts is probably gonna be in 30 minutes. Now everything's all ready. I'm kinda curious. Just what kind of secret experiments are called Sit and Her Highness running? They even need to mod the energy and defense modules, not to mention those weird tests.
There is no one with a better understanding of Origin IUN. If you want to solve the suffering caused by Origin IUN, there is no better candidate for the job.
The news you bring is always so surprising. Even for the King of Sarkazi, are those devices really still working? Are you confident about the resurrection? The vast majority of life forms on Terra can't resist corrosion that spans such a long stretch of time.
The Terra we see today is no doubt a miracle, and so are you, Teresa. But in the past, the whole solar system revolving around the sun was insignificant in their eyes.
You seem a little tense. And also a little anxious and nervous. Is there anything else that worries you?
But can't tell you.
It's okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have distracted you. Focus. I can feel it. Cultsit. You love this name, don't you?
I've forgotten almost everything else about those days, but I still remember how, in that distant past, somebody gave me this name. Cultsit. That was the last time we ever met.
Cultsit, I do not have much time left. Search for traces of life. Search for hope in the future. Cultsit, go find your own answer. Find yourself.
Then why hesitate?
I know what you mean. It's just, I've had a premonition. Worry. Or perhaps, a conjecture. At the starting point of this land, at a certain point in time when life had only started budding. Something that can never be reversed happened here, and I don't know what it is.
If it's someone that even drive. Cultsit can put her full faith in, then I'm not one bit worried. Besides, considering how cautious you are, the safety measures that you prepared well ahead of time have never allowed me to worry.
I'm sorry to say this, Teresa. This alone, no matter how many contingency measures I prepare, I still can't confidently say anything is conclusive. Teresa, I can't guarantee that I will always make the most rational decision. And this time, I want to believe.
Then do what you want to. I'll be here, with you.
Cultsit's hand touches the door that has stood silently still for a cryptically long stretch of time. A new wave of tremors reaches Rhodes Island. A door loosens. Origin IUM will become the beacon, condensed by our civilization. If one day, other life forms in the universe lose their homeland and seek a way to resolve their plight, they will witness that we once shined, we once resisted, and this is where we rest. We once delivered a gift to those who came after us, before our annihilation. Hope.
This place. Is time already?
Warning, unknown power activated. Warning, PRTS access detected. Warning, PRTS access detect. PRTS access reset complete. Administrator permissions confirmed. All communication module channels open. Communications receiver module overclocking procedure completed. Search preserver, no signal. Search CA Arula Arbor, no signal. Search Celestial Fulcrum, no signal. Search unknown static noise, no signal. Search complete. No signal detected on any channel. Would you like to retry?
No, answer. Test. Me. How long has it been?
Searching progress logs. Latest update for 1,755,950 for days ago. Abnormal vital signs detected. Loading restoration module. Restoring.
Did I wake up too early? Or too late? What stage has Origin IUM reached?
Searching Origin IUM inspection history data. No response. Origin IUM inspection module is disconnected.
Terra, why save redundant information? This isn't recorded in the database. A new language, a new civilization is born. It's just me. What about her? Priestess.
I can answer your question. I saved those data in PRTS in advance.
Yeah.
A hint of unfamiliarity, perplexity, and vigilance flashed in the eyes of the person stuck in the past. Cultsit senses it from the glare of the person in the sarcophagus. Likewise, Teresa's senses Cultsit's nervousness.
You've changed a fair bit.
A person inside the sarcophagus feels like they have just woken up from a short dream. A life form that bid them farewell prior to sleep is still here by their side.
That you've never left.
No. From the moment I left this place until now, when I am standing here before you again, I have wandered for thousands of years. However, I have never forgotten the question you left me.
Cultsit waits uneasily. She needs to make sure. She needs to make sure that her hope has not gone through some kind of horrible change.
That was not a question. That was what I looked forward to. Then, have you found the meaning of your life yet?
Cultsit.
Discovering the meaning and the continuation of life. It's a path that I will have to keep walking. You still remember.
To me, it was like yesterday when we said goodbye to each other, but it also seemed like an eternity. But to you,
There was never a moment when I forgot all you have done for me, aside from my life. You granted me one other thing that I found most precious: freedom, Doctor.
please, just Doctor will do, Cultit.
Let me.
You are still very weak. I can help.
No need. Kose, I still have many questions. What has become of Origin IUM? I couldn't find any records.
It still grows on the continent outside.
So I woke up too early. You've suffered. Cultit, I can tell from your eyes. You woke me up because you need my help. I see. That devil? I can see from your friend behind you that not only has Origin, IUM found an unexpected way to exist.
The course of this civilization is very complicated.
What's her name? Does their civilization have anything like that used to refer to individuals?
Teresa.
So.
The awakened one walks up to Teresa and holds out two arms, showing the palms of those hands. Teresa extends her hands to lightly hold the hands of the one from the past. The doctor feels warmth.
Yes, Teresa.
This is the moment two civilizations make contact with one another. Yet Teresa can see sadness in the eyes of this doctor from eras long gone, and she feels no warmth from the hands she is holding.
Origin IUM, and you?
You speak our language.
I learn it from.
Unbelievable. I was thinking about learning your language. Cultsit said.
My world is lost. Languages of the past should stay in the past. I want to ask you everything about your civilization. That's the only way I can find traces of my world. The world of the past.
I understand. I will show you.
The doctor cannot help but be attracted to the eyes of this creature that looks like a devil. Through her eyes, the one who lost a world sees life.
Civilization is born from the instinct of living beings. It's survival of the fittest. Natural selection. This is how the cycle of life is formed.
A burdened beast accidentally fell beneath the ice, pushes a small cub up from the water with its head. The small burdened beast staggers on the ice and walks toward the hunters who are waiting afar with their bait. It's coming this way. Get ready. The hunter grabs the starving burdened beast cub before the ice cracks underneath them. Good. At least we managed to save one.
Rebellion, going against our survival instinct, is the catalyst of our civilization's evolution. And curiosity is what we burn our lives away for, the staircase that allows our civilization to proceed forward.
A pioneer chasing the stars is pushing forward with his fallen ally on his back. Pant, you dipshit. Why can't you keep at it for just one more day? The newspapers already said that it was the crashed aircraft of the Wrights, not a shooting star, but you just had to get to the bottom of it. They were failures who crashed from the sky. What was there to risk your life for? Those rocks that fell onto the land. What did you want to prove to me?
I, too, once saw within the black crown the sun getting engulfed with darkness shrouding the whole continent. But even in its darkest tower, there were still those who tried to light up the night.
It's still black. The sun really is dead. The sun's been dead for too long. We gotta save it. If the sun doesn't live, how are we going to hold our tail thickness contests? We climb the tallest mountain and raise a torch up high to light it back up. But if our arms get tired, then we'll build a statue of me, and my statue will hold the torch up instead. Good idea. We can build my statue next to yours to hold up another torch too. Then, if your torch goes out, my torch can light yours.
With fire comes light, and it is light that guides us toward hope. And my kin see death as a different interpretation of hope, after your body's destruction. To become one with the city, within the soul furnace's flames, is an honor bestowed only on those who are most respected. They will grow as origin, IUM crystals and become one with KAZ Dao. The newborn will grow among the fluttering dust, and continue their march forward with hardships in tow amid the chorus of the myriad souls.
Progress mixed with ignorance. The cycle continues and repeats over and over. So beautiful. So nostalgic. Terrell seems to have gotten back on the right track and achieving enlightenment.
How is ignorance defined? And how do we prove the progress of enlightenment? The way I see it, all of this is part of our civilization.
But the things you showed me, most of them are extremely different compared to your race.
Conquerors own the conquered. Both have been branded with inerasable marks by this land throughout the evolution of civilization. For the sake of survival, I believe that all discrepancies will be unified, and all clans will become one. In the future that I envision, all the many lands will become one.
That's a stirring belief. It's admirable. I can feel that. You truly love this great land. Be it discrimination, war, or disaster. The object of your love has long surpassed an individual or a clan. But if you surpass the extremes of the civilization you belong to, no one will be able to comprehend your love. On the contrary, they will loathe you. Do you understand what you will have to go through to reach the future you strive for?
If there is no choice but to walk that path, I will gladly do so.
Teresa. Hey, Tara. No wonder Calza trusts you. She willingly took the risk to wake me in order to help you. When every era comes to an end, there are always those who try their hardest to change the tide in the final moments. But most of the time, their stories don't end well. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that you have my admiration. After all, on a certain level, you are very similar to some people that I knew. I will never get to see them again. Perhaps I'll need some more time to get my thoughts in order. But no matter. I think I should listen to what you two have to say first. What do you need me to do?
Doctor, you need rest.
Panthai calls it. She's given me lots of surprises, but on top of that, she's given me even more challenges. Sorry. I mean confused. I still don't have a very good grasp of the Sarkazi language. I saw a lot of unexpected things in her. Surely you did too.
I made enemies with her, came to know her, began to understand her wish, and finally admired her responsibility. That black crown shared with Teresa the long history and experience it bears. And she too slowly gained foresight that no other can attain. I felt, perhaps this would be our best chance. With her, with Babel, And with Terra.
With Terra. You, too, are part of this great land. Now, cults it.
I hope you will take this journey with us, too.
Right. I envy you, and I trust you, cults it. But I am just a researcher. Perhaps the help I can offer won't be as significant as you hoped.
Or Ipithwa. Disasters that we have no methods to resist have been bringing many hardships to these lands. Yet Terra's technology is almost entirely built atop the foundation that is Origin IUM. Fighting over energy, the discrimination against the infected, and the estrangement between warring races are all further tearing these lands apart. We tried, but our efforts yielded very little. That's because we know practically nothing about Origin IUM. We know nothing about this great land. What happened to the sky and the ocean? Where did the ancient ruins come from? How exactly were we born? We hope you'll be able to find answers for us.
Surely. Cults must already have shared some of those with you. As for Origin IUM, I'm sorry to say that the person I am now can't give you a good answer. At the very least, not an answer to everything. When I woke up, I tried to access the logs tracking Origin IUM's progress, but strangely, there was nothing. And this glimpse of Terra that you showed me has made me even more confused. The development of Origin has taken a completely different turn from what I expected. I need some time. I need to explore and see this great land for myself, to understand how exactly Origin IUM has influenced culture, life, and environment. This could take years, perhaps longer. And maybe, after an enormous amount of energy is expended, you will receive only a most disappointing answer. I once made a promise to somebody. Thinking about it now, perhaps all I ever left myself for her was regret. That's why I won't make a promise lightly, Cultsit. Forgive me.
In that case, we will wait. No matter what your answer will be, Babel will last until the day of your return, Doctor.
Thank you. Well, I'm a little hungry. TRTS showed me that the landship has a temporary cafeteria.
But it does. But it might be a little messy there. How about I take you?
Thank you, Teresa. But no, this place has a special meaning to me too. Let me walk there, slowly, by myself.
Okay. Be careful, Doctor.
The awakening has given the Doctor a lot of pressure, but it would seem this one is quick to adapt, and much quicker than I expected. The Doctor wants to learn all there is to learn about Terra.
A quick learner too. It seems. If the children were like the Doctor, perhaps they would have the chance to master even more languages and travel to so many places across Terra.
Teresa, you should go back and look for the others. There should be plenty of Babel affairs that need the chairman herself too. Teresa?
Cultsit. There's something bothering me. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But I want to tell you, the Doctor seems to be very surprised by the look of Terra as it is today. You once told me that nobody has a better understanding of Origin IUM than the Doctor. The same Doctor who said that the development of Origin IUM took a completely different turn from the expected. Then what should Origin IUM have been like? What should these lands have been like? What should the Sarkazi have been like? Is the Doctor ready to depart?
Right. The Doctor applied for a transport, some defensive weapons, and nothing else. The Doctor stated an intent to avoid combat zones.
All right. We'll just abide the Doctor's wishes.
I would like to follow this Doctor of ours. Considering the background involved, I am worried.
Ascalon, have you ever left Kaazidel?
If we count how I once chased a quarry and left the area when I was small, then I most certainly have.
That doesn't count. Go. Follow and protect the Doctor. But do not interfere.
I will keep a close eye.
No. Ascalon, calm down. I don't want you to keep an eye on anyone. I want you to go out there and see how the people in other lands live. This is a great opportunity.
How they live.
Outside our homeland, neither war nor suffering is part of people's daily lives. Food, fashion, arts, culture. We could have so much. Many of us know this fact, but even more of us choose to ignore this fact, because most of the time we don't have the freedom to choose. Don't give me that look, Ascalon. Listen to me. At first, you followed me because you opposed their Ziz's measures. But what about after this division is over? What will you do then? What will be the next stop for the countless Sarkazi who share the same idea as you? That's why you need to take a break from the war and see the sights beyond our homeland. See the life that we should have lived.
If that is your wish.
It is. Have a safe trip.
Stage for beginning. The doctor leaves Babel to learn more about Terra and rescues a child by the name of Amiya.
Here calls it. Glad to receive your letter. Hope you and everyone in Babel are well. A couple of months ago, I rescued a girl by the name of Amiya from a convoy that had met with misfortune. The accident killed her parents and afflicted her with orpithoi. The locals deal with orphined orpithoi patients by putting them in a car and driving them into the wastes. I had no choice but to take her with me. We have become fellow travelers by chance. You can't imagine my panic and helplessness as I took care of her. Fortunately, a woman who goes by the name of Savage has joined our little band, which has helped take some of the burden off me. A shadow leaps out of the dunes in the moonlight.
Hey, go away. Don't come any closer.
You seem to have made them even more excited. Amiya.
Don't worry, Doctor. I can deal with this. Mom and Dad taught me how to chase the sin beasts away. All you need to do is imitate the sound of their natural enemies. Chirp. Chirp. Wait, that wasn't right. Was it chip chip? Chip? It's still not right. What was it again? AOWW? Coo? Coo? Tick-tock. That's not right either.
It's okay, Amiya. I'll take care of this.
A doctor makes a ring with thumb and index finger and whistles, producing a strange sound.
Wow, Doctor. That was just like the real thing. Let me try.
Amiya presses her tiny hand against her lips, but used too much force, and only gets a sound out after going all red and puffy in the face. A pair of whistles echo across the wastes, sending the sand beasts scurrying underground. A child's laughter replaces the whistles, and the laughter fades away to silence and a soft little sigh.
Come here, Amiya. Why the sullen look? The sand be straight off?
I could never remember, even after Mom and Dad taught me so many times. And I couldn't protect you, even though I said I would. Your hand's still wounded. It hasn't fully healed.
Don't worry. It doesn't hurt. Anyway, don't you remember? It was you who taught me how to make that sound.
I did.
You see, like I told you, your brain slows down and you start to forget things. If you don't sleep.
I don't want to sleep. I'm scared that I'll dream of those things.
But you told me you dream of your parents too. We have some time before our ride gets here. Have a sleep.
Can I come closer? When I wake up, the first thing I want to see is you.
Why don't I tell you a few stories while we wait for Savage? A long time ago, there was a really smart scientist. Her home was in danger, and she made a difficult choice to protect it and the people around her.
See.
Doctor, I found a vehicle. We'll be able to go to the next.
She's sleeping.
Dear calls it. I was glad to find signs of life wherever I went. This should be an unfamiliar world, yet there are times when it feels incredibly familiar. I recall the legends that had fascinated me in the past, never failing to capture my imagination despite their age. Ancient machines that had rumbled in the mines and dust once again roam this land. Stories can become reality, and the reality we see can become stories.
You can come over, Amiya. No need to keep poking your head out from there.
Are you drawing, Doctor? Am I interrupting?
Of course not. Take a look. Is it good?
It's the mining truck we just drove together.
I've been drawing lots of our experiences.
Have you driven a mining truck before? Even the old miners can't go as fast as you did.
I've seen many amazing vehicles before. Like Origin IUM slug eggs, but much larger. Once, I drove one of them, and went through the bridge between stars.
The bridge between stars. It's always dark at night, so it must have been really dark. Was it dangerous?
No. Guides stand by the bridge, borrowing glowing clouds from old stars and making round mirrors out of them. Follow the path the mirrors show, and we can.
We can't.
See the spires fading in and out of the clouds, and the crown of flowers worn by the stars on the other side of the bridge. When we descend on the crown, you'll find that it belongs to good children like you. It's a really big playground.
A playground? I've read about them in the stories.
There are lots of children there.
Do you want to play with other children?
No, I just want to play with you, Doctor.
You'll make more friends as you grow up.
As I grow up, what's the most amazing vehicle you've ever driven?
The most amazing? Well, I spent a very long time with it. Very long indeed.
Was there anyone else with you?
In the beginning, yes. In the end, though, I was alone. But it's all right. I was sleeping. I slept for a very long time.
Take me with you next time. That way, I can keep you company and you won't have to sleep all day. Why are you laughing, Doctor?
That's a big promise to make. Are you sure? You'll have your own journey, you'll vision your future. Are you sure you want to be with me?
But they all say that. There's no future for people with rocks on them. So, I'll always be with you.
We'll have a future, Amiya.
How's Amiya doing? Still not great. Still a bit of fever. Maybe your IpithY complications from all the excitement. Hard to find out IpithY meds around these parts. She acts like it's nothing during the day, but keeps having nightmares. Poor girl. Every survivor of that accident was infected. No exceptions.
How long does it take for IpithY to progress in a child her age?
It's different for everyone. Some disintegrate the day after developing acute symptoms. Some suffer for more than a decade of misery. But the end is always the same.
Or IpithY? Is there anyone in the world who can cure?
A world? Oh, you mean Terra, our great land. Man, you sound like one of those old scholars. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Wait, you're serious? I'm afraid not.
I need it to be possible. People couldn't imagine the nomadic cities a few centuries ago, could they? I'll find a way, before her symptoms deteriorate. It may be hard, but that doesn't mean it's impossible.
Say it to a rim Billy, and they'll think you're making fun of them. You never fail to surprise me, but I just can't help but believe in you. Is that the charm of being smart?
Come on, Charlotte.
I meant you. Never mind.
What?
Oh, I meant. Can't you tell? There's something about you. Something that lets everyone know that you're different from us. Amiya senses it. Children are more sensitive than we know.
Is it that obvious?
She's strong. She doesn't show her sadness in front of you. She wants you to see her joy. She doesn't want to be a burden to you. She's trying to take care of you. You became the only pillar in her life the day you saved it. But she knows you were never supposed to cross paths. She's afraid that you'll abandon her too.
Don't worry. I won't leave her.
Now that's the spirit. I knew you would say that.
Dear Kotsit, I thought I would never be more a passing visitor in this place. One history would never remember. This intentional isolation made me forget reality. I'm here, on Terra, this great land. I don't know what made me feel it, but the warmth of life coming from a child's palm stings my heart and makes it burn.
This is jerky and fruit. Left here on purpose. They know I'm here. Always inscrutable.
Dear Kotsit, I'm planning to take Amiya back to Babel. Savage has done her best to find medicine for Amiya, but my ability to treat Amiya's or IpithY is limited under present conditions. I know that Amiya isn't special by any objective standard. I know that Babel faces a crisis no less complicated but ain't her back. I met many people along the way. I fretted over money at times, benefited from people's generosity at others. I've seen new things, even some that surprised me for the first time in a long while. The convoy that we were traveling with broke down. We found a herder to guide us through the wilderness of Rimbiliton on the backs of burdened beasts, to the rumbling of drills and engines.
Good boy. Good boy. Are we really not going to Yan, Doctor?
We're going somewhere else, to cure your sickness.
But there's no cure for IpithY.
There's no such thing as an impossible puzzle, Amiya. There's a place called Babel, where people I trust are working hard to fight this disease. Let's work with it.
Will I have to spend a long time there?
Sometime, at least. But don't worry, there'll be a lot of people with you, caring for you. I'll be there too.
Doctor, do we really have to go? Lots of sick kids went away to get treated, but no one came back. Or IpithY doesn't hurt at all. I promise I'll be good, Doctor. Right, Savage?
Yes. Amiya has always been a good girl. Are you sure you don't want to rethink this, Doctor? Billy's deal with Origin at UM every day. We know what our IpithY can do. Stay here in Rimbiliton, and at least we can give her a home. Maybe that's more important than the cold walls of a laboratory.
A home. But I can't just stand by and watch Origin at UM hurt her. I have an obligation. Amiya, I promise you, I'll do my best to cure you, no matter what happens.
Doctor.
Savage does have a point, though, and Babel is in a place that's not entirely safe. You can stay with Savage, if you don't want to leave from Billiton. I'm sorry to force this decision on you at such a young age, but you're a strong girl, and will respect your choice.
A doctor's right. Amiya, no need to negligent answer. Think carefully about it.
I trust you, Doctor. I want to have a future. I want to grow up. Read books with you. Travel with Savage. It's just that. I'm a little scared.
Thank you, Amiya.
The doctor pats Amaya's head, then picks her up and climbs onto the burdened beast. They've hardly sat down when the ground begins to shake, stirring up clouds of dust.
What's going on?
Underneath our feet. Must be a deep digger. It's spooking the bird and beast. Watch out!
Stay, boy. Stay. Whoa.
Look,
Hang in there, Doctor.
Doctor.
The burdened beast rears up on its hind legs, gives a loud cry, then charges forward. The rest of the pack follows. They run towards the shallow shoal, splashing water everywhere. It is all the doctor can do to grab the fur on the back of the burdened beast and hang on for dear life. Amaya's eyes are wide open in the chaos. With one hand on the burdened beast, she stretches out the other towards the doctor.
Grab my hand, Doctor.
I have to get them to a...
Hang on. It's speeding up.
In try.
Hang in there, Doctor. I'm coming.
In the end, I was thrown from the back of the burdened beast into the water. My hind quarters and back burned with pain, and I gagged on the water rushing into my nose. But it also made me feel like I was truly living on this land, after spending almost half a year traveling across it. I heard the sound of my life surging. Summer, 1091. Azidel.
No more messenger stations from here on. Villages become sparse, and bandits become frequent.
I'm afraid we have to part ways here, Savage.
What?
The region ahead is in turmoil. You'll be in danger if the mercenaries spot you.
You and Amiya will be in danger too, won't you? I'll be fine. I've come this far. I'll see your journey through to the end.
Thank you.
Akata's ears quiver at the mention of her real name. She glances at the doctor. A few months is neither long nor short. True, it comprised only a tiny part of her lifetime, but it was also a span of a few hundred days, filled with countless unforgettable experiences. Under the setting sun, before the sand beasts beneath the eaves, upon this land, she had enjoyed the journey, even if she never fully understood her quiet companion, and the many strange and curious ideas that companion had. Akata's, who goes by the name of Savage, sighs. What can she do? She is not as smart as the doctor.
Will you come and visit, Savage?
Of course. The doctor said Babel's new base is being worked on by Billy engineers, right? Maybe we'll see each other soon.
I'll be waiting for you, Savage.
Good girl, Amiya. Now, though, I need to figure out how to take you and the doctor through the wilderness. You and Amiya stay here and rest for a while, Doctor. I'll see if the transport hub ahead has any good vehicles for hire. Doctor?
Do we have time to say goodbye?
The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. The Kautos girl seems rather determined. It's better for both of you to part ways here.
I suppose you're right.
We won't wait for Savage?
Sometimes, Amiya, we have to do bad things for good reasons. We don't want Savage to be in danger, do we? But she doesn't want to leave you. It's rude to leave without saying goodbye. But that way, Savage won't face danger. I promise, we'll get to see her again.
Can I leave a note for Savage? She'll be worried if she comes back to find us gone.
Good thinking. Go ahead and write one.
Her Highness wants to meet with you, alone.
Are things not going well? How's Kotsit?
Now is not the time. We'll leave once the girl has written her note.
All right. Can we trouble you with the note?
Certainly. I'll leave it where she is sure to see it.
Stage 4 end. The doctor takes Amiya back to Babel and decides to help her and the other infected as part of Babel. Teresa shows the doctor the hope that she is created through Origin IUM.
Autumn, 1091. Rhodes Island of Babel, K.A.'s Edel.
How's progress, Closure? The last thing I need is another core system control failure.
Since you had to bring it up, I might have run into a little problem. Even with the tricks you taught me, the encryption methods used by many of PRTS's programs are almost incomprehensible to a normal brain, and my decoder isn't fully compatible yet. We may not be able to shut the system down before the doctor arrives on the ship.
Try again. If you're not confident about getting it done, then we'll go to the contingency plan. cutting off power to the entire ship.
Leave it to me. Seems like you're still keeping a lot of secrets, though. I've never seen anyone make you so nervous.
That's not important. What's important is making sure nothing happens to the ship.
Escalon's report says the doctor looks like an ordinary person. A pretty decent one, too, who picked up a stray little goddess and carried her all across the land. Do we really have to be so on edge?
It's not the doctor that I fear.
Then what is it?
You don't need to know yet. Wipe the doctor's boarding records. This is for the safety of both the doctor and Babel. The others don't need to know that the doctor exists until the doctor and Teresa have reached a conclusion.
All right. Oh, I get it. But I wonder why you seem to care a lot about this doctor at that same time, that you are so on guard over the whole thing. I've got it. The doctor must have dirt on you.
Don't bother. You won't find it.
Come on. Why so serious?
What about the girl?
Same conclusion, no change yet. I cross-checked all relevant room billet and Ian records and had scout check with informants inside the military commission. Amia's background comes through clean. Her parents were killed when the convoy transporting the laser mining module got attacked. The attack itself was purely coincidental. No one knew they were transporting Sarkazy-related cargo, and the military commission wasn't involved. She must have gotten infected in the mess. If not for the doctor, she'd be spending the rest of her life suffering in Rim Billetin.
I'll handle the girl's examination and treatment once she's on board.
You're still concerned about her?
Yes, I am. She's too young, and she hasn't had proper treatment since contracting Y.
That kind of concern.
I don't want the doctor's kindness to be the reason for delaying her treatment. Plus, Teresa would call her a gentle child who has the right to choose her future.
Amia, let me sleep. Where are we? Doctor? Doctor? The doctor's here. Wake up, sleepyhead. You're almost home. Home?
In her half-awake state, Amia feels a warm fingertip brush her cheek.
That tickles. Don't do that. WH, who are you? Adrisa. Teresa. The doctor talked about you.
Oh. What did the doctor say?
I don't remember. I was having a great carrot cake at the time, though. Teresa should smell nice. Be really warm and sweet.
What about now? Is she as you imagined her?
Smells good. Warm and sweet. Doesn't smell like carrots, though.
Not fully awake, I see. Will you come home with us, Amia?
Home. Yeah, okay.
Outside Rhodes Island of Babel, KAZ Dell, the tiny goddess sleeps soundly in Teresa's arms, leaning against her neck. She pats Amia on the back and turns toward the doctor, who is clearly tired.
Thank you, Teresa. I didn't expect you to come pick us up personally.
Looks like you're not quite all-knowing, Doctor. You have much to learn when it comes to childcare, at least.
Sure enough.
You look different from when you left, Doctor. How was the journey?
I saw a lot and learned a lot. There are plenty of interesting things on this great land. I also met Amia. It was a miracle that I was able to save her.
She's even cuter than your letters said. Poor girl, but fortunate in some way.
Her condition is getting worse. I needed to bring her in for treatment. How has Babel been? In the time that I was away?
Not quite smooth sailing. We have a lot to deal with, but not everything needs to be handled right away. You must be tired after your journey. Get some rest.
Thank you, Teresa. Amia, we're home.
Doctor, did I fall asleep?
Oh, Amia. You're awake.
Why don't you come down? Teresa will get tired if she has to keep holding you.
Amia Odson jumps down from Teresa's arms.
Will you hold my hand, Amia?
Doctor.
Teresa is my friend. You can trust her. You'll be spending a lot of time with her from now on.
Okay. Is this Babel? Even bigger than those mining plates. So this is where you used to live.
I spent a long time here. A very long time.
Is this your home?
Yes. Amia, this is the doctor's home. Right, Doctor? It's your home now, too. Will you let us help the doctor take care of you?
All right. I'll go wherever the doctor goes.
They step onto the elevator, and the Babel logo appears before their eyes. A heavy door opens to welcome them in. Tensing Amaya's unease, Teresa puts a hand on her shoulder.
What's behind the door?
People waiting to welcome you and the doctor.
Are you sure about taking me and the girl and Teresa?
Why shouldn't I be? I'm glad to have more people calling Babel their home. Many here don't know you, though, so I'm sure you'll be busy for the next few days.
How should I present myself?
Good question. You should talk to Kaltsit first. She's been waiting for you. Tell her your concerns, your questions, and the secrets in your heart. She would be very sad if you didn't.
You could have.
If you really want the King of Sarkazi to reveal the thoughts that you're loath to tell, I will. But I can feel you're still wavering. Let's go, Amiya, doctor. We'll go to her.
Amiya. You're Amiya, aren't you?
Kaltsit crouches down and gives the girl a candy.
Thank you for protecting the doctor throughout your journey, Amiya.
Thank you, Dr. Kaltsit.
Will you fetch Teresa? We need to do some checks on you.
Will they hurt?
A little. But the doctor's letters called you a brave girl.
Will the doctor be with me?
Of course. The doctor has some things to do first, though.
It's all right, Amiya. Just wait for me here in the ward, and I'll be back very soon.
Okay.
You'll need to do a full checkup later, too, doctor.
All right.
Doctor,
Yes.
do you plan on leaving again?
No, I think I've traveled enough.
If you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision. If nothing else, you're concerned about Amaya's health, even though she was a complete stranger to you.
There is no fundamental difference between these new lives and deaths.
I'm glad. Glad that you chose hope in the end. Welcome back, Doctor.
How is Amiya?
Blood origin IUM levels are high. Currently available inhibitors are not sufficient to stabilize her condition. We need to develop new drugs. I need time and resources.
Apples are yours to use, Doctor. We're happy to share our research on or Ibithwy with you.
What can I help you and Kaltsit with in exchange?
This is not a transaction. It's one of the core missions of Babel. To do everything in our power to help everyone suffering from Oribithwy. Since the day that Kaltsit woke you up, I was convinced that you would help with all of this. Just as you helped Amiya.
Thank you.
Now perhaps I have a chance to ask you this question, Doctor. How do you view this Lantera?
I don't think it's my place to judge. There's no such thing as superior or inferior civilizations. It took a long and hard journey for Terra to evolve to where it is today. Add to that the sick joke that Origin IUM has played on life.
You said that Origin IUM did not develop the way you expected.
It wasn't supposed to bring such suffering.
I sense that you are keeping secrets, but there's nothing false about the sorrow coming from deep within your heart. The sorrow that I can't understand.
I want to fix this mistake, but I'm powerless to do so. At the end of the day, civilizations largely progress in similar ways. It all comes to an inevitable endpoint, however bright its light shines at its peak.
A Kaltsit said you didn't give up hope, even in your final days.
I had many friends, even in those last days, who faced difficulties far greater than you can imagine, with courage and hope that is every bit your equal. But they failed and faded away, without exception. We haven't known each other that long, Teresa. I want to know, why do you do all this? What is the end that Babel seeks in compromising with the military commission?
There's something I want to show you, Doctor. We had to ask you about Origin IUM, sooner or later. That's why Kaltsit woke you up. Please, come and see the results of my brief time at work. We're almost there.
This place is barren, even by the standards of a catastrophe-heavy region. But Closure has spent time and effort to maintain this dangerous little trail. A forked trail in the midst of Origin IUM formations. You're not keeping any fewer secrets than I am, Teresa.
A king of Sarkazi has to have a few secrets, right? Don't tell anyone what you see here.
A long trek through the Origin IUM-filled wasteland leads to a small garden, in the heart of a catastrophe, amidst the ruins on a nameless plain that neither night nor the stars can find. Tiny white specks mark this little sanctuary, isolated from the rest of the world and the wild lands around it. Even the winds seem softer here. It is a forgotten greenhouse that harkens back to a time in the distant past, when the land was still pure and untainted. like when man stole fire from up above and lit up a corner of the night sky. Teresa picks up a white flower.
This place represents the cutting edge of Babel's and my research into origin, IUM.
Flowers?
No. Origin IUM. I'm sure you understand it's not Origin IUM arts that made these flowers bloom.
The information inherent in Origin IUM. The reversal of the assimilated universe. You've already come this far? When did?
No race understands Origin IUM better than the Sarkezi. Still, what we know is merely the tip of the iceberg compared to the entirety of Origin IUM. Even with cults at helping us understand the nature of Origin IUM, the furthest we have gone is transforming a palm-sized piece of active Origin IUM into this garden hoop. This little flower is my small contribution. I need your help, Doctor. I want to see the day when flowers cover the cliffs and valleys of KAZ Dell, and all the lands beyond. It's a future worth taking risks for. You've seen how KAZ Dell has been mired in war for its entire history, Doctor. Right now, at least, I want to use the power of Origin, IUM, to create a home for KAZ Dell where people can live in peace, safe from war and invasion. In the more distant future, if we're able to fully harness it, we'll be able to change the entire face of Terra. If catastrophes don't bring rain of Origin IUM, but soft fluffy clouds. If the infected no longer suffer the pain of rocks growing out of them. I don't suppose there's anyone who would have such an absurd dream.
You're different from other Sarkezi, Teresa. Flowers that cover the entire land. What a picture of life that would be.
Doctor.
Why? Why this flower?
Oh, there's no particular reason. I just happened to come across it outside the valley, when I was looking for a good place for my experiments. A pure coincidence. Cults had said it had a name. Snow in summer. But it's adapted to changes over the years. Perhaps we could give it a new name. What do you think, Doctor?
A new path is opening up.
Can you hear me, Teresa?
I was giving the doctor a tour of our...
Urgent news from KAZL. It concerns Victoria.
Stage 5 beginning. Theirs receives an invitation from a Victorian duke. Babel's conflict with the military commission breaks out into full-scale war, bringing an end to centuries of peace in KAZL.
Their Highnesses is Regent of KAZL, Commanding General of the Military Commission. Wandering scholars have brought back tales of a new nomadic city on the rise in the distant desert. The fires of the ancient furnace continue to burn, and the once scattered mercenaries have flocked to one banner, to the city walls that grow taller by the day. Their strength and reputation have caught the attention of the Duke of Cavendish. You have changed the way we view the Sarkezi tribes. Perhaps now is the time to set prejudices aside and engage in sincere sharing and cooperation that would be beneficial to us both. I, the Duke of Cavendish, hereby invite you to visit my domain, where we may sit and parley. Our venerable empire has use for you and your brave warriors. Winter 1091.
One more time. I have to do this. No point talking about curing or epithwy, if I can't do something so simple. Still no good. Pant.
Excuse me, why don't you put that medkit down? Leave this stuff to us.
Hey, alright.
Sometime in the gym would do you good, once you've recovered.
At present, there is no way for you to match the physical prowess of a Terran through training. Your talents are better employed outside of manual labor.
I know. It's just that, I have my pride too.
You've looked on edge since that day.
I'm thinking about, Teresa. Traveling alone to a city under enemy control isn't the most logical course of action for a leader. The warriors with her may be outstanding, but they're not enough to protect her in the face of an entire army.
The king of Sarkezi enjoys unimaginable status in Sarkezi tradition, and Teresa's own achievements are well recognized. The military commission would not act rashly, but Victoria's invitation to KAZL cannot be taken as a sign of goodwill. It means that Terra's powers have once again set their sights on KAZL. Teresa needs to go to KAZL and make it clear that she will not permit KAZL to become embroiled in another war.
Even if I know how the military commission in Babel came into being. In my understanding, the Sarkezi can hardly afford an internal conflict that could drain them of what little resources they have left. They have enough to deal with as it is.
They have a complicated history, and that brings different attitudes towards outsiders. The Sarkezi people have a right to choose the path they believe is correct. Theirs is or Teresa's.
Looks like we've got a lot to deal with besides Oripithwai. There's a big difference between knowing and understanding, I guess. Looks like there's much I still need to learn about the history of Terra. This time, you'll be the one to guide me, Colt.
Of course.
All we can do right now is make sure that the Oripithwai patients at Rhodes Island have access to proper treatment.
What's going on?
Then attack? No.
Orders Her Highness has set out. Listen up. We exalt only Her Highness. Destroy Babel, and she will return to the embrace of Kazidel. If we're branded traitors, so be it. But the Regent must not be hindered at this crucial juncture. Kazidel will take back all that we have lost. May the Sarkezi be united as Her Highness wills. Scar Market, Kazidel. Her Highness is coming. His or her, it's not your place to talk shit. Say, did you take that job? Wouldn't pass up an opportunity like this if it's the last thing I did. Londinium, that den of scum. They say the columns in the feline palace are covered in gold, and the nobles walk on floors paved with glowing stones. Sarkezi expletive, capital of a great empire. A commission from a Grand Duke. There's gonna be so much money.
It's been a while, Ascala. It's been so long since you last visited. Why not sit down and catch up for a bit?
You're sending mercenaries to Londinia.
No. No, I must object to that accusation. People just follow the money, and it leads to what the Regent has provided in Londinium.
You're dragging Kazidel into another war.
Dragging Kazidel into another war. Have you been fooling around with those dreamers at Babel for so long that you've forgotten what it means to be a Sarkezi? Since when have the Sarkezi been apart from war?
The giant's hand lunges forward. Ascalon is surprised to find that she cannot avoid his fist.
Seeing the future is hard. Seeing through what you will do next, less so. Did you think you were the child of destiny? So special that you could bridge the rift between the siblings? Think back to the day when you saw them for the first time. When you skinned that young mangler and followed the trail of blood through the wilderness. Until you walked into a storm and met the king of Sarkezi.
How did you?
How did I know? Are you surprised, Ascalon? I saw the prophecy and bled the tribe on the wastes into the storm that day with game. You happened to be the one who lived. No one truly understands prophecy. No one can interfere with the future. But I wanted to catch the tail of fate. I wanted to make prophecy. Therzis didn't kill you. Instead, he kept you and raised you. Maybe he wanted to tempt fate. But you never changed in all these years. You're still that poor, lost child on the wastes. Have patience, Ascala. You're not a threat to me yet. And I have higher hopes for you than this.
Master Sip, your blade points at all the enemies of the Sarkezi.
Therzis raised you to be a deathmonger. Yet you understand less about him than a warmonger like me. Did you think Therzis would be content to be some puppet for those dukes? Spare your breath if you don't know the full extent of his plan. I'm curious. How would you stand before Therzis if he was sitting in the room behind me right now? You're simply repeating the words of others on behalf of the one behind you.
You seem to have put a lot of thought into this war.
How many hostiles?
Exact numbers unclear. We've detected hostiles both in front of and behind us. A lot of them.
Whether it was theirs is his intention or not. The other generals of the military commission seem intent to crush Babel while Teresa is absent. That way, the Sarkezi won't have a choice.
How many combat personnel do we have?
The best soldiers went into negotiations with Her Highness. A good part of the remaining ones have been assigned to the supply convoys. We only have less than 1/3 of our normal force.
At the very least, we need to break through the roadblock ahead.
Culture, I'll take command.
Doctor.
If, as you said, this attack was launched by only a few members of the military commission, then they're undoubtedly planning to get this done in one go. We can't let them set the pace. Find out where their lines are thin. Disrupt their rhythm, and we'll be safe.
Have you fought a war before, Dry?
Not the flesh and blood kind, but I've been trained. I'm able to reconstruct a battlefield as a computable data model. Take the front line, Cultit. I know you'll be able to protect us.
Of course.
Welcome to the Scar Market, Your Highness.
Things must be busy here lately.
No need going against the will of the many. Am I right, Your Highness?
The voices of the few are worth respecting too. Many know nothing of what's happening in the lands beyond. Their lives will be turned upside down. They'll be without a home once again.
I'm just a humble merchant. My business only stretches so far. Mercenaries seek to sell their lives. I seek to make money. That's why I always respect the positions of my big clients.
Then I'll talk to your biggest client. The one in the room behind you.
Your Highness should go no further.
Since when have you started meddling in the affairs of KAZ Del? Scar-Eye?
All the more reason I can't let you go further.
Well,
Please, don't make things difficult for Scar-Eye, Your Highness. You understand that there's only one way this can go. If you and the Regent come face to face here.
Confessor Reyes,
I beg your highness's pardon.
looks like you've made a decision. Is this Thurs's position?
It is.
He has decided to abandon our city.
Not abandon. Take a step forward, to go on a long expedition away from home. That's all. You have made us stagnant. We want to progress.
The Confessor Ias is right. I still remember when you and General Theirs came here for the first time. Even fate itself stepped aside for the two of you, when you stood together. But look at the people here now. When KZ Del is divided, you can still command any Sarkaz to your will as their king. You could kill all of us who stand here right now. But why not ask them if they're still willing to follow your dream?
A bustling Scar Market has lost its usual commotion. Scattered mercenaries stow their weapons and stand with heads bowed in reverence. In their eyes is silence, but the king of Sarkaz hears the voices of their hearts clearly. Uncertainty, excitement, desire, anger.
Most of you have made up your minds. Then there is no point for me to try to stop you.
One of the Sarkaz suddenly kneels. He has not changed his mind. He has not turned away from the temptation of Theirs' plan. He simply feels a sense of guilt towards Teresa, one of the 6 heroes, their king who rebuilt KAZ Del.
Kneel if you feel you should. Neither General Theirs nor Lord Scar I will fault you. This ancient gesture signifies more than just fealty. I am more familiar with its other meaning. Penitence.
Quasar Tutash, have you found the meaning of your name?
Not yet, your highness.
Then forgive their sins, as you must forgive yours. Theirs and I will carry all your sins.
As you be. How about you, King of Sarkaz?
In millennia of Sarkaz history, it has always been an honor for warriors to go to war with their kings. They have tasted struggle and glory, picked themselves up from the bloodied soil. But the kings of Sarkaz always stood in front of them, never abandoning their people. Where the king's point, that is where home is, where cities will emerge from the earth. Now, though, they have abandoned their king.
I promised a home of peace and safety, where Sarkaz will be forever free from war. Before I set foot here, I had a sliver of hope that perhaps someone would follow me, but I saw fire in your eyes. I saw the city that none of you had seen with your own eyes burn. The ancient city comes in many shapes and forms in your eyes. A city of desire, a city of hatred, a city of wealth, a city of glory. You all believe you will plunder what you have longed for in that unfamiliar land. That's why I changed my mind. I decided to see KAZ Del's bravest warriors off. KAZ Del will embark on a path of conquest for the first time in many years. I honor you, even though I never wanted you to take this step. You answered Theirs' call and dove into yet another campaign of hatred. Death awaits you far away from home. Yet you still choose to leave our home and go to Londinium.
The sorrowful king of Sarkaz walks among her people, who bow their heads to avoid her gaze. Yet their determination does not waver, even if it means defying the king. We're going. We're going. Voices rise and fall, as though the warriors are singing an elegy for themselves as they go to death. We exalt your highness, but we cannot follow you anymore. The regent promises that Londinium will be a new start. There lies the Sarkazi future.
Take care of yourselves, my warriors. Even if you will never return to Kaezidel.
A white figure passes through the parted crowd. The king's people are unmoved by her words. They no longer follow the king they once exalted. The other possibility for her people, the home full of flowers that she strived to build, did not come in time for the Sarkazi.
General, you knew this day would come.
Why do you think?
Hesitate, and all we've worked for will be for naught. Her Highness did not hesitate. Neither should we.
Make your preparations then, Manfred. Do not forget the feelings that burn within you here and now, no matter what they are. Secret entrance of Scar Market, KAZL.
No need to be down, Ascalon. More will join us when Babel grows strong enough to provide shelter for more people.
We're being followed.
Your Highness.
Wait, Ascalon. She's not hostile.
Well, that was a hard hit. Is that a sleeve blade? Anyway, Your Highness, I would like to leave with you, if that's okay with you.
Thank you. What's your name?
Julie.
A nice name. One that's not often used by mercenaries. Did you make it up yourself? No. I don't have a name. Someone else gave it to me. She said having a name gives one a sense of belonging. She's right. Why not follow the rest of them to Londinium? I've had enough of fighting. She says Your Highness will bring about a life where we don't have to fight anymore. That's why I came to check it out for her. I wanted to challenge you before deciding whether to go with you. But I didn't even have the guts to raise my sword when you stood before me. You're a strong warrior. That's for sure. I wouldn't say that about myself when I'm standing in front of you. At least, I can be sure that she wasn't playing me for a fool when she said you were once a great hero of Kaezidel.
A reason so simple it's hard to believe.
The red-haired mercenary scratches her head.
Well, I guess I liked the way you talked just now. Not sure I understood most of it, though. Where's your friend? She can come too. She's already here. Her sword and her clothes. Maybe a little loose-fitting, though. She was a strong warrior. Felt a little like this one over here. I'm a little something of a tailor. I could hem it for you. There's no need. I'm used to it. Let's go then, Julie. One moment. Please, Your Highness. There are other mercenaries here who want to go with you.
Teresa looks toward the dark exit of the Scar Market and sees a swaying speck of flame. One speck becomes two, to become three, and many more emerge from the darkness. The first torch-carrying mercenary steps into the sunlight and sees the white figure standing on top of the hill. He points forward and walks toward Teresa without looking back. More and more follow him, the line seemingly without end.
Just because we're used to battle doesn't mean we're willing to bury ourselves in a campaign with no end in sight. If there's another way to live, many of us are willing to take it. I heard some people are secretly recruiting the willing in Kaezidel. There may be some there ready to join us, although the journey through the wilderness would be a tough one. I'll make arrangements. Let's go, Julie. We have a lot to do. There are plenty of people for us to house after all.
You're back.
They've retreated. Outstanding work, Doctor.
A group of medics hurry through the corridor, carrying several stretchers. Kaltsit turns to block them from the doctor's sight.
The enemy was essentially making suicide attacks. It was inevitable that there would be casualties as we broke through. We lost fewer than we had any right to expect.
How many did we lose?
There was nothing wrong with how you commanded the operation. You don't need to be involved in the cleanup.
Dr. Kaltsit, we're running low on plasma.
I'll deal with coordination and surgery.
The medics have already gone. The doctor is not sure whether the terrifying scene just now was a figment of the imagination, but the smell of blood simply would not go away. A sense of dizziness.
I'm able to reconstruct a battlefield as a computable data model. But it's not numbers that fight a war. Living people are fighting for their survival. How long has it been since I...
Doctor, First time seeing the blood and gore?
You could say that. We didn't have so many lives to waste in the wars I fought in the past.
Treat yourself to a sweet drink. It will make you feel better. I speak from experience. It's all thanks to your command that we were able to triumph against overwhelming odds.
Are your battles always like this?
No, this was one of the easy ones. I'll gladly entrust my life to you, if it means our future battles will be so easy.
Is war really the only way?
You're not the first to ask that question. But this attack is only a sign of things to come. No one knows what the future holds. I have great expectations of you, our tactical genius. The history books would record that the two Sarkazi rulers declared war on each other in the winter of 1091, causing open hostilities to break out between the military commission and Babel. For the Sarkazi themselves, however, the civil war had begun in 1096, when isolated conflicts started to escalate rapidly. The 2 centuries of peace that KAZL had enjoyed have come to an end.
Stage 5 end. The supporters of Teresa, fighting for the ideals of Babel, performed spectacularly in the war. The balance tilts towards Babel.
Winter 1092. Order battlefield, KAZL. Those rampaging Cis-Y beasts. Are they migrating? The vanguard never stood a chance. All those who didn't get out of the way in Time War. And those soldiers, moving in perfect coordination without exchanging a word. None of that was in the intel.
That's not what we need to worry about.
I'm the ranking officer now. All survivors, from up and retreat immediately. These supplies are crucial. It will be a hard winter without them.
Yes, ma'am. But how did things go so wrong even though we made our move early? Did our informant?
The intel was good. We were delayed by the mercenaries transporting the supplies. They upped the price on the spot. I've dealt with them. This is why I hate mercenaries.
Another coincidence.
It's not a coincidence if it keeps happening over and over again. We've had way too many setbacks lately. Focus. Babel forces must be.
Wait, HEL. A flash of white, and a hole appears in the soldier's forehead. They cannot even tell where the attack is coming from. In the noise of the Cis-Y beast stampede. Leave the supplies behind, and you may leave unmolested. You have been warned. Without warning, all you LAH hears a cold, coarse voice in her head. He's dead. Sarkazi expletive, we need to withdraw. Did you hear that voice?
Just a bluff. Keep your head low and stay with me. Don't get separated. Stick together. If you want to live, we need to get these supplies back. As for the vanguard, we're in no position to think about them.
They're retreating. I suppose nabbing the supplies isn't so easy after all. Be patient and follow the doctor's instructions. The chairman has said that the priority is to minimize casualties. I know Mantra. Mantra's lips are closed, but Scout can hear her voice clearly in his head. She is the perfect coordinator for Babel's covert operations, and a shadow that eats away at the enemy's sanity. The enemy vanguard has been scattered by the herd. The survivors have fled into the woods. The enemy's actions were spontaneous, unplanned. They must have known that we decrypted their communications, but the envelopment succeeded nonetheless. We can leave the rest to Ascalon. Ascalon will not fail. Neither will we. You're absolutely right. You should get some rest, Mantra. Talking takes a toll on you. No need to worry about the follow-up. We have the doctor. If it can do this to us, it can do it to you too. Why would you sell your soul to something like that? I'm getting out of here alive. The mercenary hears breathing in the darkness, not far away, and swings his sword without hesitation. Got you. You're wounded too. You think you could kill me and walk away alive? Get out of my way or I'll kill you, if it's the last thing I do. I'm not taking Marcel's things. He's going home. Home? Our home is KAZL, you traitors to KAZL. A mercenary keeps swinging his sword at Ade, who only passively blocks with his hammer. The mercenary's movement slows down, and his breathing grows weak. Babel, morons. Wasn't it the military commission who betrayed KAZL?
Relax. Be more decisive next time, Ade. And there'll be fewer injuries.
The entire squad is dead. They should have died an honorable death, not tormented by fear.
This is not the right time to show mercy. Bring Marcel. Our mission is finished.
You remember his name?
I remember everyone in Babel, the living and the dead, the ones who had names, and the ones who didn't.
I could have saved him. It's just hard to raise your weapon against your own kin.
Even if it's to avenge Marcel? Your father died in the chaos of the city. Have you ever thought about seeking vengeance for him?
Ade takes a deep breath. I hate the people who killed him, but vengeance doesn't change anything.
A classical idea. Rational, righteous, human. What if your vendetta is with a cold-blood deathmonger, with hands soaked in blood? Would you say you kill for justice and your ideals, without a hint of hatred?
I'm not sure. You regret killing mercenaries who threaten Babel Ascalon? And I won't either, even if it means I have to. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying silly things again. Don't mind me. I'm not important at all.
No, all Babe Lights are important to Her Highness. Time to go back.
Oh, it's Island of Babel, KZ Del. What are you here for? I've already said it many times. It was my own decision to betray Her Highness. It had nothing to do with the military commission, and I'm not an informer for them. You want to execute me, make it quick. I'm not here to torture you. I brought some wine. I don't need it. Are you sure? This is Victorian fruit wine, not some lousy swell. What are you here for? To catch up about old times. We have nothing to talk about. I know Scout's hiding something from me. Ascalon would too, because she knows we know each other. I can make a pretty good guess why you wanted to kill the doctor. Be my guest. You're not a sore loser. You're unhappy because the doctor is an outsider. Everyone wants Babel and the military commission to get along. You believe that doctor have widened the rift, rather than mended it. Good guess. Now get out. I'm an outsider too, and I'm still fighting for the Sarkazi to this day. Why? They're drinking out of your hat. You see a wine glass in this cell. You should have brought one. What happened to the rest of your team? Let's see. The one with the spear, the caster. The one with the shield who's sitting here right now. A medic. And a sniper. Skull, spear. White smoke. Gray sun. Stross. Walnut. Kung herb. So the sniper's name was Herb. He's dead. Let bygones be bygones. Oh, good fighters. If I ever get to mentor the young, I'll raise them to be that kind of fighter. Selfless, honest. Cautious about picking a side. But committed once they've made their choice. Ha! How sentimental. Do the Sarkazi hate outsiders in Babel that much? Fools like you who would give your lives for Her Highness wouldn't understand. Babel might be changing certain things, but it's meaningless. It's not fast enough, and its reach is not far enough. Her Highness did not have to have her hands tied. She didn't need to waste her time. The doctor helped Chairman Teresa a lot. In what capacity? A researcher? A military commander? Both. Even though the doctor killed so many Sarkazi, the more people like that, the longer the war will drag on. Her Highness's achievements are grand. She's solved problems all her life, taken care of the needs of generations. And now she leads the fight against Oripith Y. But what's happening now? We're fighting the military commission. Fighting our own. That's not part of her vision. Oh, I almost forgot. You're a mercenary, but you're not a Sarkazi mercenary. True enough. I only came to Babel because I was with the others. I got involved in this because most of my people were Sarkazi. Oh, White Smoke is dead too. I'd bring her up now. I thought maybe there was something going on between you two. Doesn't matter. She's dead. She died in the presence of Chairman Teresa. Damn, now I'm starting to envy her. What happened? Ambush. Only the two of us survived, but she lost her legs to an art strap. I had to drag her through the mud. That's when we ran into Chairman Teresa. Well, we ran into the doctor first. The evil spirit showed up on the battlefield personally. Believe it or not, I thought I was looking at a later and priest when I first saw the doctor in the distance. The doctor was praying with that black hood bowed low, next to the glowing chairman. Wasn't even kneeling or doing any sort of ritual. Just gazing silently into the distance with Chairman Teresa. That evil spirit you're talking about, Doctor. The doctor is torn wandering in solitude. And still, in the end, chose to bring victory to Babel. So you came to preach? You're trying to guilt-trip me? Get out and take your bloody wine. Did you think I would? Oh, you're not that naive. Has a decision been made? A sentence? The doctor and Chairman Teresa had reservations, but, Kaltz and most of the fighters who participated in the operation won't have it any other way. What about you? Your betrayal cost us dozens of lives, brother. This time I'm with Dr. Kaltzit. More wine. You just spilled the last of it. Are you gonna be doing it? Yes. No need to burden Scout. He's tough on the outside but tender inside. And I don't want to hand you over to anyone else. I came to tell you, brother, that even though you did something stupid, Babel will remember your name. We'll keep fighting, keeping your warning and reproach in our hearts. Train some promising young ones while you still can. Decent ones like you don't live long. Yes, so. See you again when the Sarkazi can finally live in peace. The traitors and spies have been executed. Royal court spies. They really have a lot of problems in their tribe.
Good work. What about the unit that entered the war zone?
Scouts report that they blocked key passages leading out of the mountains after attacking Babel positions.
The general did not order this. Was it someone from a royal court? Or a Sirakusen plot?
Unlikely. Reports indicate no particular bloodline characteristics to the witchcraft, and little effort was made to cipher communications. It's a rabble. May I speak frankly, sir? The unit may be rogue, but they just happened to cram Babel in with the catastrophe. Isn't that a good thing for us?
What about the other commanders and mercenary captains?
Watching the show, of course, waiting to see if the enemy chooses to surrender, or die at the hands of the catastrophe and the ruffians. I wouldn't overthink it if I were you, sir. You've shown as much mercy as you possibly could by ordering that we pull out of the valley and leave an opening for them. Who knows, maybe some of my family are in that catastrophe. I've gotten over it.
You don't care.
I try not to. Rhodes Island of Babel, KZ Dell. Sorry I'm late. No need to start from the beginning. Ace was called on short notice. Just follow Mantra's instructions. Go ahead. We don't have much time. Emergency? I'll keep going then. We have 2,500 souls in the catastrophe radius, mostly medics, infected civilians, prisoners, and injured mercenaries. The scale of the catastrophe is larger than the catastrophe messengers predicted. It's currently expected to affect 5 outposts, 3 key passages, and a field hospital repurposed from an abandoned town. They had almost made it out of the catastrophe radius when their path was cut off by mercenaries, trapping medics, wounded and civilians to die in a catastrophe. Is Manfred willing to go to such lengths these days? It's not his style. The 3 military commission units have retreated from the forest, even leaving a humanitarian corridor open in one of the canyons. The military commission has casters on the cliffs, ready to annihilate any armed unit that attempts to pass through. But they're not trying to hide what they're doing, and they're not doing anything we didn't expect. These mercenaries are different. They came out of nowhere, attacked our positions, destroyed important roads and bridges, and polluted several water sources in the mountains with Origin IUM explosives. There seems to be no reason with their actions. Who's their employer? We're still looking into it, but based on what little intelligence we have, it's very likely that they're rogue. Revenge, a last gasp struggle after being abandoned by theirs is, instigation by another country. Anything's possible.
Doesn't matter. I'll find out who their leader is, and kill them. Without leader, a band of aimless mercenaries is just a useless rabble. You go save those people. We'll regroup back at base.
I'll leave them to you then. One last message. Her Highness says this operation is not part of the campaign. This should be relief. In a war that has become increasingly gridlocked, the opposing sides have a chance to work together for a common goal. Saving lives from catastrophe.
Stage 6 beginning. The Doctor begins to understand the rules of Terran warfare, and witnesses the disintegration of an infected for the first time.
Look, up ahead. A bridge. It's been blown. How are we supposed to get across? Is there another path? The catastrophe cloud is still over our heads. We can't go any further, not with all the wounded and children. Damn, the Origin IUM crystals on the ground are starting to glow. We need to go. It's all Sarkazi expletive Origin IUM particles in the air. No medicine for more than a week now. All the injured. Infected. Damn it. WH, what's that sound? No reinforcements from Babel yet. Then keep looking for a path. Don't come back until you do. The catastrophe cloud's fully formed. Which Sarkazi expletive unit attacked the hospital? Not even Scar Eye's that crazy. Stick together. It's too late to try to get out of the catastrophe. We need to find some clean caves. Nothing with Origin IUM traces on it. Not even a little bit. Doing this to the wounded. Theirs is, you piece of.
My leg hurts.
Don't cry, don't cry. We're almost home. The sound of children crying. The sound of conspiracy of death, of struggling to survive. A catastrophe is deaf to all that, turning wind and snow into storm. A few figures stand on a distant cliff. A woman stands on the edge, peering silently into the distance. A merciless catastrophe. Enemy soldiers blocking key passages, fleeing beasts, and the wounded and civilians with nowhere to run. Life echoes in the valley, reaching Mantra's ears. It is the sound of children crying. I hear it. Children are crying. It's starting to snow. This isn't good. 2,313. All confirmed. Location and physical data logged. Fewer losses than expected, but time's of the essence. Watching your arts up close is always a remarkable experience, Mantra. Was the DJ all in H are able to get you a few assistants? Isham. Message sent to all squads. Cave, 7 kilometers to the northeast. The children are there, but the military commission's drones have found us. I'll stay, you go. I don't want to face my squad head-on in this terrain. Just going to say hi. We'll try take Manfred alive, if he's leading them. I'll take unnecessary risks.
Dr. He, sorry I'm late. Operations in the CA area have concluded. Continue to carry out Mantra's plan. I'll provide support elsewhere. The priority is to help the civilians and wounded.
Good timing, Doctor.
Thanks. Misery is distracting the military commission, but he needs help.
Is this the part where I volunteer?
Yes, Ace.
Awaiting your orders.
Teresa will go directly to the affected field hospital at the center to prevent further casualties. If all goes well, I'll meet you there.
Explosion. Move away from the glowing area. Back off. The Origin IUM underground is being activated. SAR-KZ expletive too late. Fires stir beneath the frozen earth, and blizzard brings with it the sparks of catastrophe. Every breath seems to carry the weight of all of Terra, bringing it upon every individual soul. The weight vanishes in an instant. You look up to see an astonishing sight. Snow. Floating in the air. The snow crystals here are almost indistinguishable from Origin IUM crystals. Control over them can be achieved with sufficient focus. Precise control over individual snowflakes is difficult. But it's not so difficult to hold a snowstorm off in an Origin IUM-rich environment. Have you been paying attention in class, Adon? Yes. You're here. I can give you 10 minutes. Go back to the meadows at the bottom of the valley and head south. Scout will guide your path. Don't you remember what I taught you? There are a lot of emergency precautions you can take in an Origin IUM-dense environment, but you did nothing. Wait. You have acute or IPITH-Y patients in your group. What were you thinking? Take this syringe. I'll do what I can. You have 10 minutes to get everybody in order. At you? Move it before the catastrophe fully forms. This area will be safe while I can amp it for a bit. One more thing. I'm using several kinds of arts at the same time right now. I want to see an essay from all of you on my table by this weekend, explaining which schools these arts belong to. So you better damn well make it out alive. It's me. Any instructions from Manfred? What is he doing? A royal court high rank in amongst the Babel forces and refugees. Impossible. Look it up. Doubt there's anything to look up. Manfred probably made up the excuse on the spot. Even if they were there, they're Babel prisoners now. Rescuing prisoners in the middle of a catastrophe is not part of the contract. But we have to do it anyway. Damn it, get Thorn Squad to check the blockade. Alright. Itix is here. Hello? No response. Where did they go? It's not time for the shift change yet, is it? Wait, isn't it a little too quiet? Our foul beast cries only a moment ago. All the animals must have fled the catastrophe. It'll sweep through this place in 5 hours. This is no time to be taking a nap. Hand me the schedule. I said hand me the... Hey, where did you go? Hello? This is Squad Itixis. Anyone hear me? Anybody? What's going on? You called? Phew. 3 squads silenced. No alerts? The path is clear. Combat personnel follow these coordinates. Medics take the injured and follow the markings I've left. There's something I need to confirm. It's the military commission's frequency all right, but these were scouts, not the rogue mercenaries that attacked our positions. Mission briefing Strawberry. Just monitoring the retreat of the civilians. Manfred even lied to them that there was a royal court high rank here. Well, I guess I'll leave the rest to Ascalon. Babel, are you my death?
You laid the attack on Babel positions. Whose orders are you following? It's just doctors and infected civilians.
The sword comes before she can finish her sentence. Something feels out of place. But Ascalon adjusts quickly. She has always been more familiar with the language of violence anyway. The sleeve blade is out of its sheath.
What are you saying to? Bum, you're crazy. Surrender. You have no chance. It's me. Anda. Sorry, couldn't take him alive. He blew himself up. Something's not right. He recognized me as Babel immediately. Realized he was no match for me and quickly chose to blow himself up. I found a pouch. It's undamaged. I must have cut it off. There's a Babel sleeve badge and a military commission medal inside. It's not unusual for a mercenary working both sides of a war. And a piece of paper. Possibly personal notes. Most of it is illegible. The only thing I can make out is tell. Home. Forget it. Not important.
Communications are out. Well, I guess the old stuff won't do it when a catastrophe is so close. Let's hope the other team's found a way out.
Don't just stand there. Bring all the infected who can't move over here.
What's the point? It's not like they'll be able to get away from the catastrophe.
Just do it. It's not like you have anything to lose, is there?
And some of them are comatose.
My condition isn't that far off from theirs. I lend their suffering. Origin IUM particles will spread when they die. I'll take the brunt of it. Take your bow, keep your distance, and finish the job.
Oh no. Hey, stay away from the infected. Julie will deal with them.
In fact, you're just leaving them here like firewood.
I'm not doing it because I want to.
Is there any hope for them?
No, just death. They'll turn to dust in 10 minutes or so.
They could have been saved.
Does living a little longer count as being safe? Their conditions are too severe. If they don't die here, they'll die in some forgotten alleyway in KAZ Dell. I should have stayed in Sargon.
Here, give them these suppressants. It'll at least relieve their pain.
Where did you get these suppressants? No, who are you anyway? When did you get here? Don't move. Your ID code, or I'll...
Let the doctor pass.
It's fine. Everything will be fine.
You look familiar.
Why, Your Highness? How could you? We're right in the middle of the catastrophe. We're very grateful, but you shouldn't have come. It's too dangerous.
A white Circassian appears on the battlefield without a sound, as though she has come out of nowhere. The crowd whispers amongst themselves. Is she truly the king of Babel, one of the living 6 heroes, the mother of K.A.Z.Del? Teresa simply nods at confused and bewildered crowd. She kneels by the side of the infected. Your Highness.
I'm sorry I came late. Too late to save your lives. I'm sorry I couldn't do enough.
Please, don't. Teresa gently holds his hand in hers. The other infected, all the ones still conscious, those who have not fully given up on living, feel a little bit of gentle warmth.
I'm listening, my children. I will remember how all of you lived and died. Forgive me that I could not promise you more, but for your family, children, friends and comrades. There will come a day when they will no longer live in fear. Your life should have been so much more. Now though, dream a warm dream. A dream that will come true. Sleep. Children of KAZ Dell. Sleep in the warm embrace of home. Sleep.
Think. The infected begin to glow with the colors of Origin IUM. Tiny stones eat away at flesh and blood, transforming their lives and desires into fleeting sparks. Teresa holds their hands to the end, until shining dust rises towards the sky and is scattered by the wind, never to become stars upon the heavens.
So, you...
You can call me anything you like. Even evil spirit, if that's what you prefer.
I don't mean that. It's just, this is the first time we've spoken to each other alone. You brought us many victories. I've had a hand in some. They also say you're an expert on Origin IUM.
Expert. Yet it's the first time I've seen infected die like this with my own 2 eyes.
You're lucky.
I never thought it would be so.
Does living a little longer count as being saved?
Never mind. It's time to go, Teresa.
But it's too late, even if we leave now. And the military commission has set a trap for us.
It'll be fine. Let's go home.
A military commission's after action report writes, the king of Babel and her most trusted men led her people out of the valley. With a single touch she parted wind, snow, and flames, gentle as a mother parts the bed curtains to put her child to sleep. Our casters and crossbowmen observed the procession, but none dared take the first shot, nor give the order to. The flowery report in Manfred's false intelligence earned an admonition from the commission, but no further discipline.
Doctor, I heard about the operation. You, doctor.
There's something I want to ask, Kultsit.
Go ahead.
As a physician, is it saving a life when all you can do is stave off death for a little while?
Unless it goes contrary to the patient's wishes. The duty of a physician is to save lives. That's what we've always worked to do. Why do you ask?
Looking at Amia and the people around us makes me feel that you shouldn't have to deal with this kind of suffering. And I...
Doctor. Kultsit, there you are. The intelligence meeting just ended. The unexpected catastrophe has led to a stalemate, and some breathing room for us. The 2 of you need to get some rest. Especially you, Doctor. You've hardly slept since you've been back, right?
I'm fine.
Teresa glances at Kultsit, who seems to sigh wordlessly with her eyes. The king of Sarkaz senses guilt and restlessness, It is not an easy thing to accept, watching so many infected turn to dust before one's eyes.
Doctor, do you think all this is your fault?
It is. I won't run from my responsibility, and I won't wallow in self-pity. I just need time to accept the present.
I don't know if Origin IUM is supposed to hurt a newborn civilization like this.
You're tired, Doctor. I'm grateful that you have chosen to bear the burden of these emotions for the sake of this great land. Your pain and struggle shows your kindness and ideals. I won't try to wipe them away, but we could share this burden, if you are willing.
Teresa wants to hold the doctor's hand, perceive the doctor's guilt and anxiety-filled soul. She wants to help the doctor, but a tiny speck of noise echoes ominously in the king's mind.
Sorry, Teresa, but this is not something you need to take on. No need to use Civilite Eterna on me. It takes a toll on you too. There are more important uses for it.
More important than helping someone who's given everything for us.
Thank you. I mean it. You and Scout said we have some breathing room, right? I'll make dinner for us then. I learned it off misery. For our future challenges.
Stage 6 End. The doctor tries to develop new OripithY medicine through self-experiments. Teresa senses the internal conflict in the doctor's mind.
A piece of Origin IUM crystal lies quietly on the test table, glowing orange-yellow under the light. It looks pure, beautiful, harmless.
Priestess, what have we done?
I'm afraid not.
Doctor, it hurts.
Right, yeah. The doctor picks up the Origin IUM crystal with one hand and stabs it into the other arm. It leaves a bloody gash on the arm, but nothing else. The pain grows distinct. Yet it is not the pain of Origin IUM infection. The instruments show the same. There is no sign of assimilation of Origin IUM and cell.
Origin, IUM won't infect. Did we ever imagine that such pain would come? What would you say about what's happening to this world? Origin IUM, the last spark that we have passed on, it's working.
It's several times more effective than existing suppressants. Amaya's blood Origin IUM crystal concentration has dropped significantly.
It's just a prototype. I haven't found a way to mass produce it on Terra yet.
Doct, I know you're experimenting on yourself, but you really don't look well.
Just some research on blood. Origin, IUM doesn't infect me. We've had safety measures in place since it was just an energy project. Maybe this could be used to mitigate the symptoms of OripithY. And Teresa, she's not like you. Civilite Eterna is not some kind of powerful magic. She has simply created Origin, IUM arts, in its most fundamental form, through the accumulation of a long legacy. With her help, we may be able to develop more advanced OripithY medicine that can be mass-produced.
I'm more concerned about you right now, Doctor.
Anthai, if Origin IUN has transformed you into beings identical to us, then there will be a way to create a serum in place of my own. No matter how complicated the present issues are, if Babel can develop an effective OripithY medicine, it will be more than just the Sarkaz that support us. It will be all of Terra. Then, we can...
No, listen to me.
Holtzik grabs the doctor's arm. It is a lot thinner than she remembers.
You have not relaxed for an instant, from Rimbiliton to the Sarkaz Civil War. I chose to wake you up in order to point the way for this civilization, one that surprised me at every turn. I don't want you to waste away now. You need to take care of yourself.
Sorry. Right now, though, what I want to do most is alleviate Amaya's pain.
3 months later, Oud's Island of Babel, K.A.'s Edel.
I see you, Amaya. You can come out.
Doctor, am I interrupting anything?
No, just curious how you got in when I didn't hear the door open.
I found a lot of secret passages.
Secret passages?
Yeah. Closure said not to tell anyone, so I haven't.
No wonder Drive. Kaltza can't find you for checkups. You've been hiding there all along.
I promise I won't run away. If you go with me.
All right. I'll try to make the tie.
You've been really busy, Doctor. Kaltz said even she has hardly seen you lately. Whenever I see you, you're all by yourself, carrying a stack of papers, head down, walking from one end of a corridor to the other. If someone says hi to you, all you do is nod, then keep on walking without a word.
Sounds like you're describing a really rude person. Sorry, Amia.
That's not what I meant. You just seem really unhappy.
Why would you say that?
Before we came to Rhodes Island, you were curious about everything, cuddled up with the bird and beast at night, crouched down to look at tiny rocks in the mines, and went to pick fruit from Beck Beast dens.
You enjoyed everything, even the things that didn't interest me as a kid. But now, whenever I talk to you about something fun, all you say is, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Amiya. But I came to talk to you about it to make you feel happy. Are you unhappy because I'm not getting better?
It's not because of you, Amiya. This is about me. You can hear noises outside the ship, can't you?
Yes, like the huge drills in Rimdoan. They're so noisy. I don't like them.
Me, Teresa, Doctor. Called said, we all have a lot of things to do. It's not your fault.
All right.
Do you have time today, Amiya?
Yes.
I want to go up the deck and see the clouds. It's going to rain. They have very interesting shapes, and I could talk for a long time if there was someone there to listen to me.
But don't you have work to do?
It's okay. I'll be done soon.
Amiya, if there comes a day when we cure Ipathwai, not just for you but for all of Terra as well, when the day comes that Terrans no longer live in fear of Origin IUM and catastrophe, let's go on a journey again to see the rest of this great land. This time, we'll bring Galtzit and Origin IUM will become the light that guides the next civilization.
Doctor,
It's okay. The doctor just passed out on the deck due to exhaustion.
thank goodness. It's not something serious. What about the wound on the doctor's arm?
Trying to contract Doripathy. The doctor tried many ways. Breathing in dust, exposure to Origin IUM dense environments, even a direct incision with active Origin IUM. I tried to get the doctor to stop. And I asked Scout to do the same, but no one wants to see the doctor get hurt.
Maybe the doctor is in more pain than we see on the surface.
What about Amiya?
Terribly frightened. She wouldn't stop crying. It took a lot of effort to get her to sleep. This is a sculpture.
A gift from a rescued infected to the doctor. Ace was the first to hear Ramaya's cry. He carried the doctor back and left this behind.
See, Doctor. You've established connections with so many people. You're not alone. But what are you hiding that you wouldn't even tell Cult Sid or me? The doctor truly wants to help Amiya and Babel. I can feel that. I also can't help but feel that the doctor leaves some thoughts unsaid. Some concerns, some doubts. I believed these sentiments were the result of such an abrupt awakening, and that they would go away in time, but they haven't. The doctor is being torn apart by these unsaid things, tormented by hesitation, pain, and guilt.
Perhaps I don't understand the doctor as well as I thought. I don't know how to ease the doctor's pain. And if neither of us know what the doctor is thinking, then the doctor of Babel will always be alone, all the love and respect notwithstanding.
Cult Sid,
I will explain to the doctor in time.
Teresa puts her hand on the doctor's forehead. Under the warm surface lies a past that she cannot fathom. From the emergence of intelligent life to the lights in the cosmos and the maelstrom of the stars. Origin IUM will continue to replicate and transform until even time ceases to exist.
this is Origin IUM?
Origin IUM, the first light before the Big Bang. She said that only by covering every inch of the land in Origin IUM, only by returning matter and time, tide and wonder, light and wailing, to the vast ocean of information, only then will we find change and advancement and avert the fate that is the end, even though it is not a transformation, but a death.
When was this memory? The doctor's emotion, pain, hesitation, and fear. Who was that? Accompanying the doctor in despair. No. Cult Sid said there was another.
The growth of Origin IUM is silent, beautiful, calm. All signs of life have been overgrown, civilization has vanished from this land. But Teresa feels only fear and suffocation. The memory is trembling, collapsing. There is a force somewhere, trying to fix an error. The Origin IUM in the memory continues to grow, even assimilating Teresa's consciousness. Teresa. Cult Sid? Oh yes, she was by my side. Teresa. She seems to see the doctor, before her consciousness is fully absorbed by the nebulous Origin IUM light.
Teresa. What happened, Teresa? What did you see?
I saw Origin IUM. It had assimilated the entire continent. The doctor felt pain and anxiety over it. Was that the doctor's memory? No. A dream? Give me a hand. Cult Sid. The feeling, The noise and the wailing.
Teresa. I told you that Origin IUM once decided the distant future of this land. There were the choices. We were to focus on tangible suffering, catastrophe, or epithy. Casting our eyes toward that future brought too much difficulty and too little meaning. The doctor chose one of them. The future that the doctor spoke of to me, personally. I could not forget that future the doctor described. Never, in all these years. But the other cold and empty thought has often shot up my spine in the middle of the night over the past 10,000 years. I cannot speak of it, but you can sense my anger with your power. That means that Civil Light Eterna exists outside of the boundaries of language. So, Teresa, if you saw a future that you are not willing to accept, I hope you, Civil Light Eterna, can change the course. Only you can, if you saw the side of myself with a doctor that is strange to you.
Coltsit? No, Coltsit. That's not what I meant. The doctor's feelings toward Amiya, toward us, toward you, are sincere. That is the truth. Trust the doctor, and trust me. I will find the answer to what is tormenting the doctor. And when, doctor, you're awake.
What happened to me?
You fainted as you were leaving the deck with Amiya.
HGNH. Where's Amiya?
A little shake, but she's fine. You're still in bad shape. What were you thinking?
Stage 7 beginning. The doctor makes the ultimate choice between the civilization of the past and the present. At a place unknown to any others, the doctor meets with theirs is.
Enable administrator level encryption. Activating recorder. Beginning video record. While I slept, the ruins of our homeland nurtured new life. Origin IUM is what guides their development, reshaping the life forms from Talosai. I to have a similar appearance to us. I am rather fortunate. I have been able to leap across the millennia to communicate with them. I've even considered myself one of the people of this land for a time, experiencing their past and future. But in the end, I am not of here. I have even begun to feel uneasy about Teresa's efforts. If the Origin IUM project ends in failure, no, even if it is merely postponed for some time, Teresa, Coltsit, even the future that I promised to Amiya. The inhabitants of this planet, some of the few life forms known to us, are but illusions that will break at the slightest touch. I have been lying to them and to myself for a very long time now. But how will I explain it to Coltsit, or to Teresa, or Amiya? Am I supposed to tell them that all the pain they have been through is the key to their salvation, and they must stop fighting? That all of Terran civilization is a fleeting dream, and only by being assimilated into Origin, IUM, will we have the opportunity to avert our fate. Seeing the lives of those they call the infected dissipate, like smoke, brings pain to my heart. It has long been a common sight on Terra, but it always marks the end of life sorrowful and cruel. It has been too long since I've heard a voice full of life. I can't just see them as unexpected sparks, but what I see cannot be called a warrior's death. Rather, they have given in to the Origin IUM's assimilation, passing through death to join the assimilated universe, a chance where life can break through the deepest darkness. Should I bow in silence at their deaths? Or should I quietly rejoice at the smooth progression of the project? It is for this reason that Teresa dedicates herself to her research. Kaltsidari Maren has also chosen to believe in the potential of Terra, chosen to resist Origin IUM and put an end to war. But what about me? The Origin IUM project was built upon the efforts of countless generations, and in that time, billions of our compatriots have died, all in exchange for a mere 10,000 years that I have spent waiting and waiting. And now the flint and tinder are in my hands. After all the long years, how could I abandon it? Because Terra has left me pleasantly surprised in a few short years, because of the choices that Teresa and Coltsit made. Even if Amiya has moved me to compassion, would I not have been the selfish one all along? They awakened me to be their salvation, but in truth, I am destined to bring them to annihilation. They awakened me, their destroyer, as if I were their savior. Amiya. Coltsit, what should I do? Priestess, what should I do?
Perhaps I should reveal everything to Coltsit and Teresa. Origin IUM has led them down roughly the correct path. Arrogant though it may be, this has been sufficient for these souls to perform a new kind of miracle. Believe in Terra. Believe in the people to build their own future. Believe in her.
Well, how could I ever blame you? But this is the only way. You and I both know that much. If perhaps We still have time before its return. We can envision things together. Achieve them together. Achieve them together. Describe anything and everything within the boundaries of the universe together. I hope that in those fragile moments, you will always stand by my side. You will, won't you?
And that concludes my report, Your Highness.
The military commission seems to be certain we will retake region C-810 as village and supplies. But by building an outpost there, they have already fallen into a trap.
There are, however, some officers who have begun to use tactics completely different from Manfred's. This is highly irregular. Our spies have reported seeing Natcheras entering the troops' camp.
Nisi Salem. What does the doctor make of it?
A doctor believes that no matter how the Sarkaz-e god of war intends to participate in this conflict, our arrangements will be thrown into complete disarray.
What about you?
Everyone is well aware that many members of the royal court have always favored the military commission, which advocates for reprisals and violence. But on account of certain restrictions, ones that you might even call rules of convention, none of them are willing to participate in the civil war. If the sovereigns were to decide to wage war upon us in KZDL, those Sarkaz who have not yet returned would once more be unable to find Babel on the map. Practically speaking, if the court sides against us, the military gap will be concerning. Plus, those that support us are, for the most part, not warriors or soldiers. For many of our troops, this is the first time they have ever held a weapon. This is why I must speak my mind. No matter how you look at the facts, our situation is changing dramatically.
I understand. Keep monitoring the Natcheras court.
If Mizizi Salem is no longer holding back, then DU Kiway Rail is likely to act as well.
For 3 weeks in a row, the Rose Riverbank has no ships.
The Rose Riverbank is a most excellent spy network. They are able to deceive anyone they so wish, except for their sovereign lord. Tell them to pull out immediately. Leave KZDL if they must. Lilo and other lands.
It will be done. I'll take my leave then, Highness.
The royal court. They possess the most direct capacity to use force. Mizizi Salem only agreed to hand over Kame because he was promised war that would reshape the land. Although rather troublesome, it is a challenge that we would have had to face sooner or later, if we were to achieve all that we hope for.
Babel does not blindly reject violence. It is clear to us all that if necessary, we must use force to defend our beliefs. But this also means that the Sarkaz will further devour themselves, venting the hate they hold for the land by setting themselves ablaze. It will mean the end of us.
Defeating the military commission will not solve all our problems. We must give closure to those Sarkaz who have grown up knowing only hatred and suffering, in other regards as well. As for Ibith Y and Origin IUN, we...
Please enter.
Your Highness.
Your wounds have not yet fully healed, Ascalon. There is no need for you to make your report in person.
I've recovered. Besides, this is top priority. Hodura's team has successfully intercepted a witchcraft decoder. The doctor has already begun deciphering our enemy's codes. I believe we should see results soon.
You have done very well. Thank you, Your Highness. I hope we'll crack our enemy's comms as quickly as possible, so we can plan our next stops. Where is your captain, by the way? Hodura took a few flesh wounds. Nothing too serious. He's getting treated in the infirmary right now. If that is the case, then I will not waste your time. Go to him. Thank you kindly, Highness.
Huh? What?
Go to Hodur.
Oh, all right, got it. Guess he still ain't dead.
If that is all, Your Highness, I have other business.
That reminds me, I still haven't thought of a real name for the girl. Have I?
1093 winter. Weather rainy. AZ Del border, KAZ Del, daughter. A doctor listens to the pitter-patter of the rain on the leaves. Eyes close. Dip. A doctor's heart rages filled with torment. A foul beast cries out in the distance.
Answer my questions, or die here.
Ask away.
Are you betraying Babel?
I've never been a Babel member, but I've also never abandoned them to face their struggles alone.
Why have you come to me?
I have a request.
I will not speak to a myth with no name. Evil spirit. Who are you?
A traveler. Hears lowers his weapon, the rain falling from the corners of his eyes onto the earth. statues raised to commemorate the founding of the nomadic city of Kaz by a pair of twins. Even after 100 years, his stone self still stands, sword drawn by her side, despite the best efforts of Catastrophe and Storm. Not long after she had crushed the rebellion that sought to destroy the new city, the joyful people of Kaz invited us to witness the unveiling of these two statues. We were to watch over the border we had marked with our own two hands for generations to come, warning our foes, welcoming our friends. I once swore an oath to her below her statue. My sword would behead all who stand against her. The doctor stares at the statue of theirs, his gaze unbreaking.
Does the military commission not stand against her?
No. There is no part of Kaz that has truly risen up against her. Her foe is me, and me alone. And what of you? Moses looks at the figure before him. Rainwater gathering at the hem of a long hooded coat, rhythmically dripping onto the ground. As shallow puddles below ripple as falling drops strike them. You ought to remember that most Sir KZ who once lived here have long since died, lost to history. There are only a handful left who know how to find this place. You came here on foot. How far have you walked?
Very far.
You have broken the witchcraft cipher created by Manfred's team that he's so proud of.
I did that a long time ago. I just never told anybody. Even Teresa believes that I only began my work recently. Meaning, I'm in possession of nearly all of the military commission's battle plans. So I created this opportunity to meet you. Hello.
You are confident that I would not kill the strategist who poses the greatest threat?
I am confident that what I'm about to offer is worth enough that you wouldn't. Technology that can control origin, IUN. How far can you go under so much pressure from Victoria? How do you plan to completely change the Sarkazi, and even this entire land? I can give you the answer you need.
You are a boastful one. So, what is it you wish me to do, evil spirit?
Destroy Babel. Scatter her followers. Let Teresa in on your plans. Unify the Sarkazi under a KAZL ruled by the military commission.
The doctor has imagined the emotions that speaking these words would incite many times over. Destroy Babel. Only a sense of relief came over the doctor. The doctor stares at the statue of Teresa, unmoving, without the slightest hint of emotion. She and I have never relied on the charity of our enemies, in the course of leading KAZL to where it stands today. Proceed. Tell me more of why you would make this request. Evil spirit of an age long gone.
You already know. There are no surprises here. Considering the near 200 years you and Teresa spent working together, you should be able to guess. I seek the expansion of origin. IUN. Babel's struggles will only prolong the dying gasps of this land. Theirs is. No matter if you resist it or accept it, origin IUM will take on myriad forms, drawing all of civilization into her embrace. Have you ever looked up at the sky? Beyond that sky, far beyond the twin moons, there is a place that we would once return to, where we would sleep peacefully. But I am the only one left, here speaking with you. In the course of the Sarkazi's eternal search for the remains of dead gods to fend off your enemies, have you ever wondered, why did those gods die?
The rain intensifies. The doctor draws tight that trademark hood and stands below the towering statues. The shadows of the statues envelop the doctor, making this figure seem ever more insignificant. As it suddenly feels that the one standing before him in the rain is even harder to read than before.
The burden I bear is greater than the future of the Sarkazi. If I must destroy some things to create a ladder I hope for, I will do it. It's all I can do. I've already hesitated for far too long.
Destroy some things to create a ladder. You speak lightly of sacrifice.
Nothing light here. Theirs is. Believe me when I say, you couldn't even conceive of what I've been through.
And where do I see your sincerity for our cooperation? It is not. It is far from enough, evil spirit. It is only enough to spare your life. Only enough to stop me, leader of the military commission, from killing a fated foe here and now. I require an even more direct means to advance this war to the next stage. If you wish for the Babel members to be spared, then so be it. The military commission promises you that as long as Babel concedes defeat and departs KAZL, we will not exterminate those who desert or surrender. But you know what you must do in return.
No, you can't.
Who would have thought that the evil spirit, who so roused the interest of the Natchzeru king, would be such a coward? You can't both let Teresa live and allow the Babel members to leave safely. It's a total contradiction. Only with the destruction of Babel and the complete eradication of its members can Teresa leave for Londinia with me. Otherwise, it would merely be a case of the military commission quashing and dispersing yet another group of civilians, migrants, and pacifists. Even without my order, such things will happen naturally. Perhaps you believe that Teresa would be willing to step back and watch it before her eyes? She will not. And so she will resist. You know what I ask of you. If you truly wish to save the many who stand by your side, make them willingly admit defeat and surrender to me, and slay their king. And then, I will allow Babel to leave. As it collapses, it will no longer be considered a Sarkazi endeavor, and it will grow weak, drifting to the edges of civilization. Destroy some things to create a ladder. You're right. There is nothing light about this.
In your opinion, what is the meaning behind the civil war? What meaning would her death hold?
Reclaiming our lands, rebuilding our homes, ending discrimination, and revitalizing our race. You will have heard these platitudes many times. They are too complex, and yet too simple. Merely a small and pitiful species trying to grasp their fate.
I see. In that case, I will tip the scales of destiny. Divide them, weaken them. Allow them to return to their former lives, so that they can know a moment of peace in the final century. That way, we don't have to kill Teresa. Or at the very least, we can minimize the loss of life.
Fighting over violence serves only to stifle you. You understand the Sarkazi better than most, but perhaps still not well enough. I have a question myself, Doctor. Evil spirit of a bygone age, you who call yourself a giant, a god, a supreme creator, one who can dictate the fate of the Sarkazi. Are you the only one of your kind?
Yeah.
As good to know. Go now without guilt, and do what you have decided to do. If you worry there will be no one to tear you down from your lofty heights, or judge your sins. Don't. I will do it, evil spirit, until there are none left to toy with our fate. The doctor listens to the splashing of the puddles behind, the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Theirs is gone, wishing to stay not a moment longer. Pale sunlight begins to seep through the gaps between the statues. The doctor cannot feel the slightest bit of warmth from it. The heroes continue to gaze into the distance. They do not look beneath their feet. There stands a figure who does not leave for a long, long time.
Stage 7 end. After many years, Theseus finally prepares for his departure to Londinium. Ascalon attempts to stop him to no avail. Teresa believes in the future of Babel.
Early 1094. The nomadic city of Kaezidel. Kaezidel.
Please, wait, General.
You are too impatient.
But General, the Duke's envoy was almost ready to spit on.
Did we get what we wanted?
We got partial usage rights for the industrial area and the right to cross the border. But did it have to be so humiliating? The Victorian dukes have you at their beck and call, treating us Sarkazi like tamed beasts. This is not what our soldiers redeployed from the Civil War were promised, General.
Is this not all that we desired? Perhaps you would prefer the Victorians treat the Sarkazi as their greatest enemy from the beginning, banding together to face us?
I understand. I know it's necessary for our enemies to think us weak, but this, many within our ranks feel, this is terribly dishonorable.
Did I promise them honor? Did the Sarkazi have honor in the eyes of the Victorians? You have been far too impetuous lately, Manfred. Dignity is of high import. You fight for the rights of your men, and thus do people respect you. Were these ordinary times, perhaps I too would commend you. But do you remember what we are here to do? We are preparing to steal the heart of a nation, to bring the greatest empire on this great land to its knees. Our prejudices have left them weak, and the Sarkazi are in hunger. What we truly need is neither honor nor respect.
I understand.
Are our men prepared?
Ready to depart at a moment's notice. Our people sent in advance to Londinium will support us. The final deadline for our arrival is dictated by the Duke of Cavendish's request is fast approaching. We can set out at any time.
Good. Then we march to destroy Victoria.
Have you been on duty this entire time?
Yes, sir.
Stand down for now. I wish to be alone for a while.
Of course, sir. Once the guards leave, Manfred takes out a wine glass he had placed to the side.
Care for a drink?
You never drank before.
I still don't. But the General has ordered me to learn Victorian etiquette. All preparation for our upcoming duty. I have learned rather recently that every meal those nobles pair every meal with multiple kinds of wine, each requiring its own unique glass. Remember when we were young and the General lead us to an ancient battlefield for swordplay? The night was cold, and only after the General made some soup did we realize we had nothing to hold it in. Thankfully, the battlefield was nothing short of spent shells, and you used those to fashion for cups. You, me, The General and Her Highness carrying cups made out of shell casings while sitting in front of the fire.
I remember. It was a peaceful night.
Just like this one.
A frigid moonlight of late winter falls through the window. Manfred rests his hand upon his sword hilt that was equally as cold. The air is still, and the two of them can hear the other's heartbeat.
You're going to Londinium tomorrow.
I know you wish to see the General, and you couldn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to see me.
I gave up. I found that when I caught a glimpse of him from a distance, the first thought that came to my mind was that I should kill him, there and then.
Then you should applaud yourself for maintaining some reason. And so you decided to come to me.
I heard you've improved your swordsmanship. Why don't we see for ourselves?
I've never been able to best you.
Don't beg for mercy before you've even fallen.
There was the one time we fought in Her Highness's study. We knocked down an entire bookshelf, and the General took our weapons away and made us tidy up the room within 30 minutes. I knew that you did it on purpose, wanting attention from their Highnesses.
Is that so?
Ascalon hides herself away into the shadows in the blink of an eye. Another blink, and Manfred feels a chill running across the side of his neck. He didn't have the time to draw his sword and fight back. He didn't have the time to even think about fighting back. Perhaps he was too tired.
If I cut your neck here, at least there will be no need for you to die in Londinium. I can just throw your corpse into the furnace. It would spare many from dying on a distant battlefield in a foreign land.
If you've made your decision, then kill me here. It will be your final chance.
You've made yours, I see.
The General says you lack conviction, but I don't think he is entirely correct.
You shouldn't speak so much when someone has your life in her hands.
It is only recently that I've realized I'm not as resolute as you. We have been brought to where we are by the invisible tides of fate. But ever since the day this war started, there is no going back for us.
Then do your best to survive. I won't hold back next time.
The silent assassin stows her blade up her sleeve, then slowly steps back into the shadows.
Neither will I. If only this was our last meeting.
Rose Island of Babel, KZ Dell. A cold wind scatters the thick clouds of late winter, allowing sunlight to peek through the gaps and spread out across the bridge of the ship. Down the stairs, Ascalon stands unmoving by a guardrail. She shuts her eyes tight, enjoying the fleeting warmth of the sunshine. Above the stairs, there is a clear rustling of cloth dragging against the ground. A shadow flit across the assassin's face, blocking out the rays of sunlight.
Sorry, Ascalon. Did I disturb your rest? I thought I wouldn't make any sound if I took off my shoes.
No, you are welcome at any time. The ground's cold. You should put your shoes back on, Your Highness.
Nothing you wish to tell me, Ascalon?
You may.
The reason you returned to KZ.
It was my own decision. I thought you wouldn't agree. And I didn't know how to bring it up with Your Highness.
Why would I not agree, Ascalon? Since it was your decision, I would trust your judgment. Did you manage to see them?
Manfred and theirs are both well.
I can believe that. They're strong men. We should finish our preparations soon as well. The operation to retake KZ isn't far off now. Why does your brow seem even more furrowed than before?
Our recent combat plans have been radical, and they've won us some battles too. Still, I've been feeling uneasy. Babel has changed a lot, especially.
Yes.
The doctor has changed a lot too. Become more efficient, more clinical. It's like the doctor's now a machine that never makes mistakes.
That's just what a commander should be, no? Why would that make you worry?
We've got an incredible commander now, sure. But I think I trust the weirdo who kept falling off a burden beast more. Is now really the best time to attack KZ, Your Highness?
Your intuition has always been on the mark.
If I don't worry, Sue.
Do you remember? We've faced countless insurmountable odds over the years, but we've overcome them all. I believe that we can go through what comes next as well.
We've always been in danger, yes.
Babel carries the hopes of many, Ascalon. Faith has gotten us this far, and we cannot stop now. We have always been at a disadvantage against the military commission. Now most of their forces have redeployed to Londinium. It is a one-of-a-kind opportunity. We have no choice.
I will be at your side, keeping you safe.
No, Ascalon. In the future, you must go further afield to protect others. Relax for now, and bask in the sunlight for a moment.
Your Highness.
Oh, right. Remember to not always rest on your feet. If you're tired, you should go and enjoy a nice nap in your room.
I'll remember.
The sunlight shines upon Ascalon's face once more. It is bright and warm. But the moment the shadow faded away, she suddenly felt some peculiar emotion flooding through her chest. At the time, she was unable to describe what it was. It dawned on her many years later, on another sunny day. It was an unwillingness to part ways. Londinium, Victoria, mercenaries. Message from His Grace the Duke storming Londinium like this was well done. Assemble in Central in an hour. You'll be reviewed there, then you'll receive your bounty. Hey, did you get all that? Yes. Your orders have been received. To let the Duke know on my behalf that we will be there on time. The Sarkazi thank him for his generosity. Uppity devils. It could well be a rare fine day in Londinium, if it were not for the gun smoke filling the air. From atop the towering city walls, one can see the entire lay of this ancient city. The general in his blood-stained uniform says not a word, his gaze fixed on the great edifice in the center of the city. In the skies above Londinium, a dark cloud floats by.
Stage 8 beginning. As there shifts the strategic focus to Victoria, the civil war reaches its final moments. The Doctor draws up one final plan to retake Kaz-Ed-El, and Babel's victory is close at hand.
Spring 1094. Earl's Island of Babel, Kaz-Ed-El.
I knew you'd come, Ascalon.
I'm the only one left.
Indeed. After a few years here, you're the only one left, out of everyone I knew.
This upcoming mission of yours.
In Londinium. You knew that already. To tell you the truth, I'm a little bit bothered by it. This isn't my first time going undercover, but it's the first time for me to step outside of Kaz-Ed-El. I heard you used to travel around for months.
It's not the same as going to Victoria, though. You are going to be a sleeper agent in theirs' mercenary army. When the time is right, you'll be provoking an armed rebellion.
Will killing theirs really solve our problems?
The military commission is no longer reliant on any one strongman. This is exactly what theirs wants. So, the best way for you to accomplish your mission is to cause a disturbance at the right time. It'll sound out among the Victorian dukes, and they can do the dirty work for you. Londinium is the heart of Victoria. They've got nowhere to run. The city will witness the downfall of the entire military commission.
And then you guys will beat up the whole Match Sarah Court and take back Kaz-Ed-El, right?
Still, Julie, you should...
Oh, don't be like that. I've been undercover before. It's just... You know, having to fool both theirs and the Victorians at the same time. I've barely met any feline who can do that. I've even been practicing my Victorian just for this.
That's not what I meant. Never mind. Here.
What's this? My old clothes. My name's been sewn into the lining. Did Her Highness do this?
Her Highness wanted to give this to you in person, but I don't want you two to meet at this moment. I would rather she not have to suffer too much. You know that everyone involved in this plan is considered sacrificed already. Her Highness knows this. She wanted to say goodbye to you all in person, but that would only make it hard for her to sleep at night. So I lied to her. I told her you all left earlier than planned. I'm sorry, Julie. You might have wanted to meet Her Highness too.
Julie does not reply. She strokes the name sewn onto her clothes with linen, feeling its rough texture in silence. Julie. She remembers how Her Highness would teach them lessons. She is more used to killing people than learning things in a classroom. Although she would doze off as she didn't understand a thing, she knew in her heart that everything Her Highness said was right. That's why she has never raised a question in class.
Who wouldn't want to see Her Highness one last time? But I don't mind it's you who gives me this. I've learned a lot from you in these past few years too. You're not thinking that you might be more qualified for this mission than I am, are you?
No, I'm not.
There were some people who actually mentioned you at the meeting earlier, but we all agreed that it's best if you stay in Kaz-Ed-El with Her Highness. As for me, I've always been on my own, so I was the first to suggest.
You could go and join Scout's team. I remember you have already applied for it.
That was just because I wanted to learn everything I could from a hero, Also that I could beat you one more time. We fight more or less in the same way. It's kind of a bummer leaving without having sparred enough with you. I really wouldn't be telling you all this if it wasn't for the fact that I'm about to head off already.
Do you? Have anything else you'd like to say?
Nope. I never expected my first time leaving home would also be my last. I also never expected the person sending me off would be the unsmiling, silent head assassin who's always standing by the king's side. Answer me honestly, Askel. What's it like out there? In the lands beyond KAZ Dell?
Ascalon does not answer. It seems that Julie did not expect to receive one in the first place. Julie simply gets up and leaves at a languid pace, as though she was just heading off to get a bottle of top-notch wine. Ascalon watches her as she walks off into the distance. She suddenly feels like there is something unfamiliar about Julie, the same feeling as if she were unable to recognize her own reflection in the mirror. 3 months later, village on the outskirts of Londinium, Victoria.
Come out already. There's no use hiding. We received the info, while in the city, that there's a squad heading off to KAZ Dell. That must be you lot, right? We've blocked off all the other roads out of this village, and don't even think about passing through me here. Gotcha. Look at your wounds and all. I doubt you could beat a civilian in a state like this.
She shakes her sword with disdain, flicking off the blood on it.
Or maybe you're waiting for your buddies to come help you out?
The others are all dead.
Hasadorne, all your friends are dead. So, why does it feel like you're breathing a sigh of relief?
Death is by mercy, my friend.
Who the hell are you guys?
It does not matter. And Ziet. A blade struck Drew. She hears the assassin break out in laughter under her blade. Only once he has finally stopped breathing does she peel off his mask. Julie freezes. She thinks hard for a long while, before finally realizing the identity of the Sarkaz based on the marred birthmark by the corner of his eye. His portrait had been circulated around the Scar Market's book of bounties before. He had many aliases, but nobody knew what his real name was. He has been active for far too long enough to become the subject of boasts and quips from drunken mercenaries. But the 2 horns that marked his bloodline and identity have been cut clean off, leaving eternal scars on his head.
Those other masked nutbogs willing to die for their cause. Did they also like chopping their horns off? Did you need to go this far to muster enough courage to assassinate Her Highness? Was it because you had to bear steel against the King of Sarkazi? Against one of the 6 heroes? Whatever. I can tell just by looking at you all that you haven't dealt with Her Highness Teresa before. Well, don't you worry. I'll burn away your faces. Sure, you'll be turned into some real stinky charcoal, but it beats being remembered as a sinner. You guys can't go back to KAZ Dell, and this is the only thing I can do to help you. To be honest, I don't think you and I are all that different. I can't go back to KAZ Dell either.
Julie and her companions pile up the assassins' corpses, set the grisly pyramid alight, then set off in the direction of Londinium. A blaze behind them crackles. A thought suddenly pops up in Julie's mind. The furnace in KA's L doesn't sound like this. What was it like? She heard it all the time when she was little.
Can't remember any of it.
Culti.
Our elites have been deployed to all the key strategic points.
Good. Listen up. There is a clear power gap between us and the military commission. Laying siege to KAZ Dell would have been an impossible operation. But thanks to the Duke of Cavendish's ultimatum, theirs is this march to Londinium earlier than planned. KAZ Dell now only has some of the royal court factions aligned with the military commission to oversee it. He has almost abandoned the city. This has no doubt left both the civilians and remaining soldiers in disarray. Once the banner of the military commission falls, Her Highness Teresa will proclaim that they have abandoned KAZ Dell, and in turn proclaim the liberation of KAZ Dell by Babel. This battle line will be formed by multiple points rather than an entire front. We must strike swiftly and precisely.
Due to the disparity in military strength, almost every single one of our armed personnel who still heeds the command of Babel has been assigned to taking the city. Thus, the land ship's defense will be relatively weak.
Her Highness Teresa will remain on the land ship to balance the situation.
We will retain a suitable force to guard the ship to, under my personal command. Once the city gates of KAZ Del have been broken open and the path to the Soul Furnace has been made safe, Her Highness will meet with the main army at all speed. We have 6 hours to storm the city, else the military commission will have the opportunity to organize a powerful counterattack. If that time comes, our weaker Babel forces will be exposed to danger. By the light of the setting sun, Babel will capture the furnace in the royal court's chamber, and the banner of Babel will rise with the moons. And when that time comes, a ceasefire will resound across all KAZL. I have faith that we will all succeed. Yeah.
Wonderful organization, Doctor.
Just some big talk meant to boost morale. I'm sure called Sitendar experienced fighters can see right through it. Babel is going to take heavy losses.
It's not quite theirs as a style, allowing so many flaws to go exposed. But I trust you, Doctor. I believe that with this price we must pay, we can take back KAZL. Vegis is going to fight for the power he most craves in Londinium. If our assumptions are correct, once he tears apart that empire, he will set his sights back on the city.
Is there no room for the KAZLs on this great land?
Perhaps there is. But if we were to split our combined strength in two, then we would not be able to resist the next invasion of our enemies. Moreover, while the city can always be rebuilt, what the Sarkazi have been truly failed to do for millennia is to unify. Even the military commission failed to gather together all the surviving factions at the royal court. Are you wondering if things would be different if it was theirs is who wore the crown?
No, they wouldn't. The Sarkazi who'd come rushing into the city, escaping from wars and trying to feed themselves, would still band together and fight their king. To band together. Such a simple and yet unimaginable way to put it.
Indeed. According to Kaltzit's rough calculations, the population of Sarkaz currently living in K is L only constitutes 30–40% of all Sarkazi across Arrow. A unification under the banner of hate would be effective yet short-lived. A unification under peace allows us to discuss development and our future. It is not that there's Azor the Sarkaz does not understand all this, it's just that the war broke out anyway. Even if we take KZL back, Doctor, perhaps this war will still go on. But maybe it will do for now. After our victory, I'd like you to take a look around the city. It is my home, and the home of many Babel members. It is also Kaltzit's home. You have fought for Babel for so long, yet you have never set foot in the homeland of our memories. I haven't been a very good host in this deal of ours. Have I, Doctor? See how the soul furnace brings light and heat to KZL, the city built on our pain. And you might see why we are so greedy in our desire for a peaceful tomorrow.
I will.
Outskirts of an abandoned town, KZL.
How are things in town, Ade?
We're still pursuing the remaining mercenaries. They have pretty much all holed up inside some abandoned buildings. I'm afraid it'll take a while to root them all out.
Don't be reckless. Pay attention to the time and don't forget what the doctor said. Our objective is to clear the flanks, then regroup on the battlefront ASAP.
I know. If not for the doctor's contingency plan, we most likely would have been gotten by that ambush of theirs. But something strange in this. It's clear that this town's right in the path of the catastrophe, so why would this gang of mercs risk ambushing us here?
I'm still investigating that myself.
We just need to find their leader then, Ascalon, although I can't guarantee that they'll have answers we need.
I know. Stay safe.
A catastrophe. Its brutal winds batter Ascalon. Faint blasts from the horizon distract her, as though they are reminding her.
We are destined to walk along this path.
It's you.
Long time no see. You've grown, Ascalon. You really have toughened yourself up on the battlefield over the last few years.
I assumed you would have joined that man in huddling behind Londinium's walls like a coward.
Hollow the Regent. I'm afraid you've got that wrong, Ascalon. Mercenaries never follow anyone. All we care about is profit. Here in KAZL, the only thing that helps you earn that profit is violence. Lucky for us that we have the knack of sniffing it out.
Ascalon's sleeve blade stabs at the giant's back, only to find his hand blocking the attack. It seems that his hand had been there all along. No movement is detected.
If he thought that you could stop us yourself, then I'm afraid that he's living in a fantasy.
Wrong again, Ascalon. The mercenaries are here because of the Regent's commission. Yes. And it's none of my business. But have you ever wondered why I am here? I'm here to see you, Ascalon.
Ade? Ade?
I didn't say you could leave, Ascalon. The moment those people stepped into that town, their fates were sealed. You can't save them. Do you still remember the first time we met? We're already at the confluence of fate. Here, I see a rather abrupt ending. I've always wondered, could I change that ending? Perhaps I could dredge up a stone from the rough rapids of destiny and place it wherever I want, to see what ripples would arise that should not exist in the first place. Could the Cyclopes control prophecy?
Get lost. Oda?
I already told you. There's no need to try for any surprise attacks. I can see them coming.
Theirs has taught me many things. But there is only one thing I remember clear as crystal. The blade in my hand can solve most of my problems. Skara, can you see nothingness?
A thick mist, mingled with dust, spreads across the area. Everything is indistinct. The assassin's figure gradually becomes a blur in the fog.
Doesn't matter if it's fate or prophecy. I've had enough of your tricks. You believe you can see beyond time. You believe you can rely on fate to guide you to your profit. But you're nothing more than an addict playing at Fort Neuterlium Skara.
Ascalon's voice fades away. The giant's ears only hear the wind. The giant's eyes only see the mist. Strange. Even though he can see 100 different ways of his own death whenever he wakes up now, he sees none. Crack. His mask shatters. His eyes had been hidden beneath the mask for nearly a century. He doesn't need them to see reality. Too many things, all unworthy of his sight. And as the evening light rushes into the cracks on his mask, seeping into his excited, dilated pupils.
Do you see your death now?
No, he sees a precipice. The rapid waters of the confluence of fate are flowing over it.
Before we continue this fight, Ascalon, allow me to give you a prophecy, free of charge. A story.
Stage 8 On the eve of victory, the unexpected happens. Teresa is made aware of the doctor's chaotic thoughts.
Someplace in the wilderness, KAZ.
As if this could be called prophecy. Ascalon, did an OT kill me? What has been spoken still requires discernment. What has been discerned can still be altered. The essence of prophetic arts is merely conjecture and calculation. No wonder. There is no destiny that can't be defied. The Cyclops Court is nothing more than a big, sick joke. Spear that hurts. I didn't die under Ascalon's blade. This isn't what I prophesized. Then maybe she's the one who should have died. She's bound to come confirm that I'm dead. When that happens, you lot can nail down her shadow, drip her to shreds. She's wounded too. I didn't get all beaten up for nothing after all. What are you guys doing? You're aiming at me. Who bought you off?
Nobody, boss. It's just a good opportunity to get a promotion.
An opportunity. I see. Babel's entered the city, and you could take my head to curry favor with them. If Babel loses, you can always go back to the Scar Market. Nothing to lose.
Scar silently looks at the soldiers he set up for the ambush himself. The wind sweeps past, carrying the faint scent of his blood.
It's a good plan, fellas.
Fate did not kill him. He made it. He had reversed a prophecy, and then he died atop a stage of his own making. Londinium, Victoria. A huge palace complex situated in the center of Londinium is always too quiet. As his disdains the apathetic nobles who live within. He only respects those who put their lives on the line to fight a way out and come up to him, even if the swords that they raise are pointed at theirs as himself. Showing mercy to your enemy will only result in your own death, Manfred. Do not repeat that mistake again.
Forgive me, General. I thought...
Focus on the enemy. It seems these traitors have been sharpening their blades for this ambush for a while now. They have stirred the hearts of the Victorians. We are the only ones who can extinguish this rebellion now. Ancient Sarkazi language. At the time he murmurs his covert orders, a group of silent figures are already appearing on the chaotic battlefield, like a passing gale rattling the raindrops in a storm. Stand back. We'll handle these guys. Dully, you and the rest keep going.
Don't even think of getting close to the general.
No need to rush. It'll be your turn soon.
I am the general's guard, Captain Assassin.
Then you're gonna wanna hold your sword tight.
An inconspicuous arc sweeps past Julie's eyes. A chill runs through her spine. Her body stiffens. She thinks of the day that she saw Her Highness in the Scar Market. At the time, she did not even dare to raise her sword. Enough, Manfred.
General.
They have come to me in search of an honorable death, not mercy. They are using their lives to show me the future as they see it. You are in a race. She is facing countless threats in KAZ Dell, just as we are here. Such a race only ends with my life or hers. I will give you a chance. Come, deathmongers. Kill me. Do not disappoint Teresa. Down, down, down. 2 hours, 7 minutes, 21 seconds.
SHATER.
The gates have fallen. They're about to come through. Down, down, down. 1 hour, 33 minutes, 48 seconds.
Notify all operations within the city to disarm the patrolling troops.
The defenses in the city are weak. It's pretty much just the military commission's defense forces. We'll strike at them before they can regroup. Move fast.
Even if both sides are trying to prevent the battle from spreading into the city, this is still rather irregular. Send all our intelligence back to the doctor. All operating teams quicken your pace, and stay vigilant at all times. Take down the military commission's flag in the plaza, and to now radio into all frequencies in the city.
Down, down, down. 49 minutes, 59 seconds.
Prepare for the land ship's connection. We want to let Her Highness and the others enter the region that we control ASAP. Also contact Ascalon's team and tell them to rendezvous quickly. 3 teams have already completed their deployments ahead of schedule.
Where to next, Druv? Kaltsit.
The former site of Babel. Babel's flag has not been raised there for many years.
Kaltsit walks along the street. She's still familiar with the route to Babel's offices. A Sarkazi on the street quietly move about, climbing as high as they can on the surrounding buildings, gazing at the same ruins within the city. A flag that has not been seen in KAZ Dell for many years slowly rises. Babel has returned.
Nantra's latest report says we've managed to completely clear 5 main roads. If everything is going according to plan, Kaltsit should have seen the fires of the Soul Furnace by now. KAZ Dell's defenses are all but crippled, Doctor. We can board the city now.
Good. But the military commission will not give up on KAZ Dell. If we want complete control of the city, we still need a bit more time. By then, we might not be able to completely avert the destruction of KAZ Dell's center city.
Wait, I felt them.
What?
They are still here, but they have no intention of aiding anyone. It seems that some arrogant bystanders have joined our battle.
Teresa?
Their souls burn with killing intent, sorrow, misery, and determination.
The military commission's assassins. They intended to use the city as bait all along, so they can inflict heavy damage on Babel's headquarters. This was also within my calculations. But this time, there is no wagering or planning our way out of this. We must defeat the assassins, then return to our city. I will go control the land ship's defense systems and mounted defense.
Go, Duct. We need not bring another fight into the city, not as it bathes in the twilight afterglow.
Down, down, down. 22 minutes, 48 seconds.
Closure. Have you made contact with the land ship?
Still no response. I am still overriding the city's broadcast power settings and trying to expand its range. Maybe the lens ship's comms have a temporary malfunction. I'm doing my best to bring it back online.
Down, down, down. 12 minutes, 57 seconds.
I sense something peculiar, Doctor. Kaltsit, my mother. She's prepared incantations for every person dear to her heart. When they pass away, an elegy will play in our minds. I am still in good health at present, but
Kaltsit suddenly feels her blood run cold.
Even if Babel can capture KAZ Dell, it is bound to suffer grave losses. Theirs was right. They can't unite. The division of the Sarkazi will be the new norm. Even given a long time, the Sarkazi are unable to go from a weak community to a world leader. Most importantly, I pointed out another path to theirs is. His plans in Londinium will have a greater chance of success if the Sarkazi corrupt the land with origin, and destroy their enemies. Isn't this a good thing? Such a determined race is now our followers. They will become the first brilliant bloodstain on the curtain of origin. As it spreads. That's right. We have no need to destroy them. No need to kill her. I should use the civil light eterna. I should try to guide its hidden functions, and then I wouldn't need to.
Searching internal array. Administrator permissions found. NN verified. Valid permissions. NN welcome drive. Paris and the races of Terra. Do they really not have even the slightest chance of success? All lives have the right to believe in their own hopes.
Doctor. Can you hear me? That's strange. There are some peculiarities in the doctor's emotions. Intense and shadowed. Doctor. What exactly?
Look, there is the fiery light from the torn-apart portal, like a smoldering gash across the sky. Only after centuries will it dissipate into nothingness. The stars are leaving from where we stand, like leaves trembling in the night. At that ship from Talos, I still arrived at these rubble-strewn ruins. That is life. That is what we lost after our final day. That is the ancient toad to dispel any darkness. To this day, we still do not understand how life appeared in this vast sea of stars. I think we should sing the praises of all their lives, and sing our own praises as well. Origin is our song, the melody we offer to those who come after. Meddling with the evolution of civilization is arrogance, but I had no other choice. I have reneged on my promise. I have betrayed she who waited within time itself. It is because of the love I felt. Love for life, love for existence. Love is eternally pure. It leaves me unthinking. Pulse it, learn to love, learn to believe. You have to think. Go unled. Go and face the rolling stones that fall down the hills, screaming as they go. But in the end, I believe that you can learn to love. It is eternally pure. It is the child of every breathing creature. It is our nature. Go, calce it. Go see your surroundings, then see what lies by the most distant of mountains. Go seek what forms existence stakes. I must go back. She had once taught me everything, once explored everything with fervor. But she has changed. She will not give me much time to act of my own accord. May we meet again next time. We will meet again. Calce it. Are you sure you want to disable the ship-wide defense system?
Doctor.
NN loading. NN countdown has reached 0. The fluorescence of the control panel reflects off the doctor's mask. As the screen shuts down, the face beneath the mask is shrouded in darkness again. Because they chose to stay in the past. They had seen through their duty, and the new era they founded has no place for them. Legends are forgotten. Heroes pass out of memory. And death arises, it always does. None can escape it. Duty spurs a hero to write an answer with death, to tread a muddy road. That is our fate. Denitexus. The eve of Babel's departure from KAZL. Perhaps after many years, those who were left behind and vanished after we built our home will join us in our causes. They will bear a name racked with infamy and settle this debate for us.
Perhaps.
The twins stand shoulder to shoulder. By means of the memories stored within the Black Crown, they walk along the battlefield of yesteryear. Just as it was in the past, the two mixed bloods Sarkazi step off the king's collapsed chariot, walking toward the battle, walking toward the future. So is this where we part ways?
It is here, where we joined hands to change KAZL. We part.
Even though you have been their king for so many years at times, you are as you were back then.
Back when we were still young, I would often prick my fingers as I was sewing, staining the robes I would sew. Do you remember? At the time, you were still a gloomy recruit, not allowed to wield a real sword, always dreaming of becoming a soldier of KAZL one day. I, for my part, still did not understand why we had to hide wherever we went. But then came the day that the royal court took note of my work, and I got to meet Yla during that meeting. I summoned my courage to ask the king of Sarkazi, where does our future lie? He had no answer, only bidding me to leave. Only once I saw our defeated troops return to their homeland in ruins, did I finally understand. The answer I sought could not be found in other lands, but here, in KZ.
KZ Del will only return to glory when one of us is gone, but the one who is destined to lose is you. Must you persist with this, Teresa?
There are many by my side who support me.
Most Sir KZ who have suffered oppression and humiliation choose rebellion and violence. No matter if those who remain wish it or not, they will eventually be swept along by the tides and drawn into wars.
But our generation must do something. I do not wish for this hatred in my hand to pass on to the next, where it will continue to fester and grow anew. Even if I cannot change the future, the hope that will ignite the spark must be carried forward.
I too must take charge of those who follow me. The cries answering the war do not come solely from KZ Del. There is no place for us anywhere in these lands. All I can do is give them a push, and so I will stay here. I choose to stay in the past, where the new generation of Sarkazi will one day look back, just like you.
Stage 9 beginning. As the war approaches its end, Babel's land ship is stripped of all its defenses, and the assassins targeting Teresa flood in.
Outside Rhodes Island of Babel, KZ Del. Babel is defenseless, as the regent said. Keep quiet, stay alert, stick to the original route and find the king. A route and be route. Stand by. Our main force is not on the ship. They will need time to call for support. Babel's guards still haven't noticed us. His Highness's was right. There is someone high up in the enemy's chain of command helping us. All units enter the ship. We settle this quickly. Avoid anything unexpected. 10 minutes ago, Amia was roused by a strange sound. Babel is continually being maintained and renovated. It has already seen massive changes compared to when she first arrived at her new home. Maybe Closure is busy fixing things again. A doctor left Amia many picture books in her room, with illustrated stories she had never heard of before. Her favorite is one that tells of someone who falls from the sky riding a fantastical vehicle, and the many adventures that come of it. But she is not fond of the ending. The hero repairs the vehicle and has to return to the sky, saying goodbye to the children on the ground.
I really don't like all this noise. The doctor still isn't here. Teresa. I need to go find Teresa. Hello, Mr. Downing. You dropped your pliers on the ground. Here.
Thank you, Amia. Where are you going?
I'm going to the speaker's office to find Teresa. Oh, right. Have you seen the doctor?
The doctor. It's been a few days. That one ought to be in the command center overseeing the operation, I think.
I knew the doctor must be busy with something. Okay. Bye-bye.
Don't run so fast, Amia. There's still a lot of places being overhauled on the ship, so make sure you don't trip. That girl really is. This one's handled. Proceed. Our men on the inside are already on standby at every ambush spot. We can begin a coordinated assault at any time. If you see anyone, don't hesitate. Those left on the ship are no threat.
I brought my book, Teresa. Huh? Why is the door shut? Teresa? It's me? Are you in there? Teresa.
What are you doing here? Amia.
I heard some loud noises that sounded really close. I got a little scared.
We can go home soon.
You look tired.
Would you like to stay with me while I work? Is this a storybook? I see. Well, as long as it's for you, I think I can take a short break. The doctor and drive. Kaltze won't mind.
Thank you, Teresa.
All right. Come sit over here. Once we finish the story, I'll take you to my homeland to play. So, where did we leave off last time?
Stand back, DUQA rail. You are covered in the blood of the mediocre.
Merely some heirs making ridiculous comments on the situation. Nobody should be making light of that pair of siblings' lives or deaths at this moment. It is a grave disrespect. Should you not be retreating and defending the inner city right now? Nizizi Salem?
That has nothing to do with the war I am waiting for.
This has asked you to come and ensure her death.
Is this not you being contemptuous of those siblings yourself? The regent would not stoop to such methods. I am only here to witness the end of this war, and the beginning of another. If the king of Sarkazi is struck down, I will bear the deathly pall of this moment. On behalf of the king, I will witness the victory I grasped from the abyss.
So, you still feel sorrow?
As to you, a wreath of reeds slowly sinks into the riverbed. The gloomy mists have not dispersed for days.
EFNEO. Are you still by her side? For whom does the elegy ring out?
Why did you stop, Teresa? We just got to the important part of the story.
I thought I'd leave a little suspense for you, Amiya. Would you mind if I used another, more comfortable way to tell you this story?
But... okay.
Watch out, Amiya.
Hey, Bubble. Huh? This is...
Black ripples continuously wash over the pure white room, as though Amiya has plunged into a pool filled with ink. The black bubbles cut off all sound, just as they obscure Amiya's sight. Beyond the bubbles, Teresa's figure becomes more and more indistinct, retreating further into the distance.
Teresa.
Stay inside for now, Amiya. Sleep well. You will be safe by my side.
Teresa, Your Highness, we will use our lives as proof of the future that the General pursues.
No. I was sighing about something else. Honestly, there is no need to cover your face in front of me. I still remember you from back when you accepted YLIS orders before his chariot. Your heroism and valor in that battle moved me. I remember most of your fellows as well. You are all worthy of the title of Brave Warrior, in no way inferior to those heroes fighting in KAZ Dell this very moment.
We are covering our faces to hide our identities. We knew they would do nothing here. We have cut off our horns, abandoned our names, even destroyed every inch of our skin that can be used to identify us. Also that after we use such wretched methods to kill the King of Sarkaz, we will not be remembered by the Sarkaz. We can't be remembered. Do it. A rushing air engulfs the assassin's blades like a swamp as they incessantly stab forwards. The trembling of the blades causes the air surrounding them to resonate. They press on. They continue to stab. The ones holding the blades are buffeted and submerged by waves they cannot resist.
I remember your names. I remember you. Luca. You held back a steam knight on your own. You hid yourself within the steam to pull them out, and beheaded them before friend and foe.
The assassin's life fades away.
I remember you too. Leans, out of the countless Sarkazi with that name, you are the one who stood out most. After being taken captive by Spire casters, you freed 3 of your compatriots from their camp and destroyed their art's circle.
Another death, and yet it cannot stop them from approaching Teresa.
And then you. Lethen. You took an arrow for theirs is, losing an arm in the process, but survived hell itself until you managed to retreat. I do not wish for you all to die nameless and unknown. At the very least, I will remember.
More and more corpses pile up by her side, while the room she has left to stand is whittled away little by little. She sighs, wiping the blood from her neck, accidentally smearing the dark red across her white dress. We want to do something for the Sarkazi before we die. And so now we stand before you. We have come to kill you. The king we once swore an oath of loyalty to. We know your strength better than anyone. So I'll ask damned traitors to escort you to hell.
Stage 9 end. Teresa is gravely wounded. She uses the last of her strength to bestow the civil light eterna on Amiya. At this moment, the doctor appears before her.
The last thing Amiya remembers is sleeping inside the black bubble. Teresa gently cradling the bubble wrapped around her, telling her a story that she has already heard many times before.
Within the desert of despair live many terrible shadows, forever chasing after the little puppet who is seeking for hope. The black cloak shadows were the echoes of the oldest despair and sadness. If they catch you, you'll never escape them. Within the desert, the little puppet met the king, who was covered in pure gold and precious gems. The king told the little puppet that if he went back the way he came, he would be given riches beyond measure. Despite the king pulling him back, the little puppetig ignored the captivating gems and pressed onwards. But very soon, the black cloak shadows caught him. They kept throwing themselves at him, over and over again, near endlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The puppet took out a long spear made of a needle and some threads, fighting the shadows, until finally, after knocking aside the shadows' sharp talons, he managed to escape. He ran as fast as he could until he reached a large river of tears. There was neither boat nor weeds, so all the little puppet could do was swim across. But as he soaked in the tears, he began to sink until he touched the riverbed. He had failed.
Was this how the story ended? Amiya could not believe. Maybe Teresa read it wrongly? He anxiously wished for Teresa to change the ending of the story.
Teresa,
Yes,
can we save the little puppet?
you wish to save him.
I do. I really do.
All sound fades away. A bubble obstructing Amaya's sight dissipates. Teresa's figure becomes clearer and clearer. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees dark red seep out of the black cloak's shadows lying down on the ground. Who are these people? When did they arrive here? Why are they lying on the ground? Amiya had so many questions she wanted to ask Teresa. She did her best to open her eyes wide. She sees a white dress stained crimson. She sees Teresa's bloodshot eyes. Was Teresa okay? Amiya wants to ask Teresa about her injuries, but she could not make a sound.
It's okay, Amiya. I am here. I beat those bad people from the stories.
What happened to Teresa? Amiya wants to wipe the weariness off of Teresa's face, but she could not move her hands.
I'm sorry. I can't change the ending of the story. But you can, Amiya. You will walk along a difficult path. Just like the little puppet who tried to cross the river of tears. All I can do to help you is bestow this crown of black upon you. For 10,000 years, the limitations imposed by history led my people to misuse this crown. It has been stained. It has been bound. But it should not have been so. If we are to break this curse, to break fate itself, I need your help. Do you want to rewrite the ending?
Amiya wants to say I do, but she cannot utter a word. She anxiously nods her head, thinking that perhaps she could help Teresa by saying yes. Perhaps she could save her.
Though there is not much strength left in me, it is enough for me to transfer its permission to you. I have sealed most of it away, so that its boundless information does not overwhelm your mind. Forgive me, Amiya, for making you bear the weight of this crown. I thought that I could be there for you much, much longer. That I could watch you grow up. That I could stand with you when you bravely faced your parents' passing. That I could hear you answer my question yourself. Your answer as to whether or not you wish to follow in my footsteps. But there's not enough time left for us, Amiya. I now selfishly consign this weight that I bear onto you. I am sorry, child.
Amiya tries to scream, but she cannot open her mouth, cannot move her limbs. A black blade seems to penetrate her chest. She ought to feel pain, but this blade leaves behind only warmth, a warmth brimming with hope.
Amiya, it is hope, and also pain. You will be confused. You will hesitate, but please, trust that she will always stand by your side. She will help you dredge back up the secrets of survival. You can bear it, can't you, Amiya? You have always been a strong girl, one that never ceases to amaze me. I am so very tired. Thank you, Amiya, for the joy you have given me, ever since the day we met. Now rest for a while. Sleep.
Sleep in peaceful slumber. I will always be with you. Teresa hears a familiar voice.
Amiya,
Teresa does not raise her head to look at the one who just arrived. The crown has left her and found another. Her breath grows feeble, and feebler still.
Doctor, there was no need for you to come. I felt your emotions. I saw your past. You could have waited elsewhere, waited for my death to come. You knew that this time I would not escape, nor retreat. Are you here for Amiya? Or perhaps...
Teresa does not need to hear the answer. Behind the one she asked, a tide of assassins pour out of the shadows, rushing toward Teresa.
So that is your answer, Doctor.
Stage 10 beginning. Teresa decides to wipe the doctor's memories in her final moments. Within the endless memories, she finds the unexpected figure.
Teresa is glad to see Amiya asleep. Amiya did not see the doctor's betrayal, nor Teresa's final bout of sorrow. A black crown finally lands neatly in Amiya's hands as Teresa takes down the final assassin in the room.
It's all right, Amiya. Everything's fine. It's over.
Teresa does not look at the one frozen in place before her. She gently pats the back of the child in her arms and leaves a kiss on her puerile cheek.
Teresa, I can't throw away this opportunity I spent millions of lives and myriads of years to reach. I can't let you ruin the plan for Origin, IUM. I can't let you turn this great land into a beautiful but fleeting dream.
And that's why you put Amiya in harm's way.
Seeing as the King of Sarkaz has already seen my memories, I believe there's no need for any further explanation. Do you hate me?
You hurt Amiya. You're about to hurt Kultzit and the fighters who trust you so deeply. Is this how you treat those lives?
I'll do what I can to ensure their safety in the ensuing conflict. This is what theirs is swore to me as well. We only need you to die.
Doctor, did you present yourself before me out of guilt?
Guilt is too light of a word, compared to everything I've done. We made too many choices in a time that even Kultzit isn't familiar with.
When Amiya grows up, if she remembers me, if she asks about me, will you tell her the truth? Of how I left her.
I'll help them search for another way to live.
You'll help them search for a final moment of peace before Origin IUM destroys Terra.
I'm sorry. That's the one thing that's set in stone.
You know it's futile. And yet you still wish to cure Amaya's sickness. Even if her family and homeland will all turn into the same hunks of Origin, IUM in the not-too-distant future. Along with anyone and anything you'll ever know. You still don't want the girl before your eyes to suffer. That's what you sincerely feel. Your purest thoughts. Your innate nature. And actually, I'm glad, Doctor. I'm glad you're real and true, the one who Kultzit willingly trusts. And in turn rusts us. You. The creator of Origin, IUM. You are the poison that ruins everything. But also the antidote to it all.
What?
Teresa strains to stand up, stretching her arms towards the doctor, instilling in the latter an instinctive urge to retreat. A doctor tries to move but fails. Sorrow far surpasses the collapsing rationality at this moment. Teresa touches the face beneath the mask.
You're crying, Doctor. Well, that's the kind of person you are. You know your own fragility. You know how much of a threat I pose to you even at a time like this. And yet, you still came here. So, I still am willing to believe in you, to trust in who you really are, to trust in I'm a traveler who brings the rain, dew, and sun.
This face is both familiar and strange. Teresa knows its features well. She never had a chance to directly perceive the emotions on it until now. She smiles and stretches out her finger, snipping the scene before her into two, as if it were made of cloth. And she slowly pulls out a loose thread from the rift, and the remnants unravel as the doctor's memories dissipate. Teresa goes in deeper, without looking back, until every memory is taken apart into a mess of disconnected white threads. Like the very night, a long time ago, when she was still young, teaching herself to sew with theirs by her side. The memories disintegrate until a mere fragment of the soul remains. A silhouette stands at the end of that memory. Teresa thinks the figure both familiar and strange. It's the doctor. It's not the doctor.
We're done here, but I suddenly feel like leaving you a surprise. So don't blame me for this, Doctor. I'll say to you this one thing. Find yourself.
Stage 10 end. What has happened. Kultzit rushes back to Babel, but it is too late. Through the already crowned Amiya, Teresa elaborates on her ultimate ideal to Kultzit.
Teresa holds the hands of the one before her, as if it were their first meeting. She quietly faces the other pair of eyes, looking at the emotions shifting within until finally, only a void remains. She knows that every memory has been wiped clean, the soul purified.
Your memory is gone, and your soul reborn. A truly terrible trick. But they underestimate your benevolence, your desire for victory. They underestimate us, and what makes Terra so tenacious. Doctor, allow me to call you by this name for the last time. This is my little revenge on you, and also my final gift to you. Memory does not shape who you are, so, with your original self, live again, on this land. See the world, feel the various emotions life brings, meet the many people of Terra. Perhaps, your journey will start in suffering, and you may never manage to escape the murky moon shadows of this land. But you will always get to see the sunrise. I trust you will find a new solution, one that is truly your own. An answer that sounds just like the murmur called Sittend I once heard. A most moving answer.
Life slips away. Our ears gradually pick up an elegy from afar. Lochhuey Romaline did establish a connection with her after all. Teresa feels her own breath growing feebler, but she also feels unprecedentedly relieved. She tries her best to keep Amia in her arms protected. Amaya's heartbeat becomes her own.
I'm a little tired. It's exhausting, holding on to that crown. I should rest when I'm tired. Isn't that right, Amia? I once imagined that. Perhaps, one day, we'll be able to let everyone on this vast land fall into peaceful slumber. It may take a long time to come, but maybe you could see it for me. Amia, when you wake up, you'll have to keep going. Sikim's so tired. No, she's not here yet.
She clings to her final strand of remaining strength. She is waiting for someone she must see. Fortunately, the sound of her footsteps already draws near. And then finally, even though she no longer has the strength to keep her eyes open, she knows. She is here. Otzi.
Therese, Amia, Doctor, I knew full well this possibility always existed. Why, I should have stayed behind its mark. Tiras. We should have. Teresa. Confirmed. Dead. Montri TR. Keep my command. For any follow-up attacks, the Doctor and Amia. Nothing must happen to them. Protect them at all costs. Montri TR.
Kaltsid.
Amia opens her eyes, pink ramuses faintly visible in her pupils. Teresa's eyes remain shut tight. Kaltsid knows. It's her. Kaltsid, I've been waiting for you.
Teresa.
It's all right, Kaltsid. It's fine. Listen to me. I'm already dead. What you see now is my consciousness put into the crown. I'm borrowing the body of this girl to bid you farewell. Kaltsid, tell me, did you raise Babel's banner high up in the sky over KAZ Dell?
I sent it back to KAZ Dell and watched it ascend myself.
Thank you.
I came back too late. I knew there might be a possibility.
Don't blame yourself for this, Kaltsid. You had your own mission to fulfill. And I managed to hold this long for you, and that's enough.
Are we running out of time to say our goodbyes?
I'm sorry, Kaltsid.
I understand.
Please don't blame yourself for this. We trusted the Doctor, and I hope you can continue on our path into the future. Kaltsid, there's no need for any further misgivings. I took a life, but I also saved it. So please, take it to where it should be, if it can wake again. Guide it, and it will in turn lead us to the end of our path. I have no doubt about that.
I understand. We can no longer take the risk of venturing into the depths of Rhodes Island. I will entrust someone I know to send the Doctor to Ursus. Cher no Balk will be safe. It is, too, dangerous to allow the Doctor to stay on Rhodes Island.
That's good. Kaltsid, I'll leave the rest to Amia then. She will walk a difficult road.
I will be with her, and Babel, as well.
She is so young, but so strong. Kaltsid giving the crown to Babel. To her, I did not do this on a selfish whim. To break the cycle and deal with what is to come. The king cannot only be a king of the Sarkazi, nor can it only be a king of Terra. A role is no fetter, controller, or unparalleled power. A role is a key. The king is Seva Light Eterna. Kaltsid, keep this a secret from Amia. She doesn't need to bear all of that now. Only by overcoming every obstacle can we find the doors that led to this world.
And you?
I will be gone in the pursuit of my ideal. As for her, she will become the flame that burns all corruption to ashes. Kaltsid, a new war is about to begin. Theirs is my kin. He will descend unto the cradle in Victoria that belongs to us, and Dorigen IUM will cover that patch of land. She is leaving us. He will bring suffering to the other races on this land. Alu will become the final struggle for her ideals. A last-ditch effort. He will make everyone else on Terra see the Sarkazi as enemies once more. Deathmongers, do not attempt to abandon your efforts before her end is set. Prove to me that her path still holds the chance to win a future. Prevent that day from turning true before everything becomes irreversible. Prove to her the peace you strive for is still worth a response. Though I regret to say this, my compatriots, a call to repay this blood debt is already resonating throughout this great land. Del's hatred should not continue to spread. Her death has been determined. You have lost this Sarkazi king. I have lost my only kin, and I will not let these sacrifices be in vain. My people, whether you've come for peace or vengeance, I will hear your voices. Revenge, war, survival, future. You will see where the Sarkazi's true path lies. The blood with which you stain the steps of Victoria will eventually return to where it belongs. You must make this place a new beginning for us. I can still hear the Sarkazi voices even now, Kalsit. The closer I get to the myriad souls, the clearer their voices become. What I can glean from their shouts and cries is, suffering will descend once more. All of Tira will surrender. Starting from this very spot, the Sarkazi will rise again, will ruin the land. We have to stop him, Kalsit.
But that's not something Babel can do, as it is now.
You'll find a way. Besides, you'll never be alone. With the Babel we built together, our companions will help you.
Your Highness. Teresa. Your Highness.
I will with fierce determination.
Your Highness. I beg, Your Highness. You would always welcome me back here when I return. But this time, you're not here. Can you still hear me? Why couldn't you wait a little longer? Damn it all. I'll make them pay. This I swear to you. Every single one. Even if it's Master. There's it. He must face me. I have to find him. All traitors will suffer. Your Highness Teresa. Theirs is. My. Only two. I couldn't.
Clouds cover the setting sun, and Ascalon is shrouded in shadow. She has lost her light, her faith forever. She struggled. She strived. Only death remains for the one born in the storm. They are the most remarkable of all. No ghosts.
I don't know. We should.
Let's retreat first. Let's return to Babel. They will never doubt our ideals, even for a second.
It's over.
Why I feel.
I too am baffled. King of the Natch Thereers. I thought I was long accustomed to a king of Sarkazi's demise.
As the ones left behind, you do not need to question their loyalty.
No way. Who sent this Sarkazi expletive call? Did the military commission intercept this? Are they screwing with us? I don't believe it. Shut the hell up. Scout. The land ship should be this way. Teresa? She couldn't have just died like that.
Winter of 898, the king of Sarkazi dies. My ally dies and Kazidel falls into ruin. The explosion of the soul furnace sends dust flying all across Kazidel's territory for 3 whole days and nights. Finally, it falls to the ground like black snowflakes, burying the bones of the invaders, along with the ruin once known as Kazidel. Kazidel is no more.
But Kazidel has never been gone for good. That's what I heard from the king of Sarkazi. He said Kazidel has met with ruin more than 3,000 times, but it will always eventually be rebuilt anew.
Perhaps that was just a ploy by YLI to deceive the people.
He's dead, this is. But even if it were only a tale, he spun while wasting away in the palace. I could, at the very least, sense a strand of longing from his stories. A yearning for a stable life. What happens after victory? Now everyone will only begin wandering the land once more. Our people will praise us as heroes, but we can only return to ruins devoid of life. What can we even do now? Heroes. Once this war is over, that title will be meaningless.
Indeed.
Also, I seem to have picked up the myriad souls whispering in my ear from a while ago. Their voices are becoming even more distinct.
I hear the same, and dismissed it as a delusion brought on by the euphoria of victory. But it seems to be more than that.
The myriad souls beckon us.
And let's go, to wherever they beckon. My ally king of Sarkazi rests here for eternity. Underneath a massive mountain of corpses. In the far future, not a single soul will know there was once a king who died here. He was so mediocre, so ordinary. The Sarkazi do not remember the defeated. In this war that changed their fate, the people will only remember the names of 6 incomparably dazzling heroes.
Here we are.
I remember this place. It was here we gathered to swear our oaths and join the battle, after YLI's chariot was destroyed. This is where we started. A clothes maker and a guard.
Did you hear that? There's this. The myriad souls speak from under our feet. There it is.
To think it was this small. A crown, with death as a witness, as well as the myriad souls. The twins raise the crown in unison. The crown chooses the twins in return. Atop the ruins, the myriad souls whose existence remains uncertain select distinct hopes at a time. You should wear the crown, Teresa.
Why?
The king of Sarkozy is but an optimistic fantasy for the pitiful when history chooses to stay silent.
Indeed. We will change the Sarkozy's fate, with or without relying on an external force. But in this age of despair, it will bring a glimmer of hope to our people.
I'm not fit to be that hope bringer. My blade will cut our path forward, and you will lead the way.
I understand.
The war has just ended. How long will we bear this crown?
Until we find a home again. Until the Black Crown swallows us into its suffering. Until everyone under the same sky can fall into a peaceful slumber. Let the way forward, you said. Do you still remember that adventure of ours? You held your sword and carried me.
And you guided me through the bushes until we got home. Teresa, allow me to crown you myself.
Alright. There's his. I swear this vow to every Sarkozy.
We will always be equal.
Stage straight 3. Teresa sees everything in the doctor's memories, and finally completes her farewell to that particular person.
Erasing memories. This is something Teresa actually lacks experience in. Not to mention she now faces a rare kind of mind. She knows not what she will see, and has no clue if it will be dangerous. But there is no room to retreat. She has made the final decision of her life. She walks into the doctor's memories, and cuts them up into countless fragments of dissipating threads. Memory fades away in silence. She walks through a world she has never seen and could never understand. How did such a glorious civilization meet its end? How do geniuses as bright as shooting stars struggle for a solution to their ultimate problem, yet find nothing? Is resistance futile? Is unity a mere fantasy? Is Terra's future already set in stone? What of her beloved homeland? What of her loved ones? She has no answer. She cannot find the answer. She can only continue meandering in the void of memories gone. Finally, she sees someone familiar.
Is all their enthusiasm overwhelming you?
What brings you here, Colton?
Should I not be present at this celebration of your latest victory?
It's been a long time since I last. Days like these were rare back then, you know. Or I should say I've grown so unaccustomed to it now.
No matter. You will get used to it again in time. Babel will be a new beginning. Go. We should enjoy this celebration.
Teresa watches Colset at the doctor before gently pushing them very back into the waiting crowd. Too many are forcing their way through the throng, hands stretched out, fighting each other to be the first to shake the doctor's hand or pat the doctor's shoulder. Some taller and gut-side, ones even try to put their hands right on the doctor's head for a good meeting. Sorry about that unruly subordinate of mine, doctor. I wanted to stop him, but my arm's injured, so I couldn't make it in time.
It's fun.
Recovery's going pretty well.
It's a pity you won't get to enjoy many drinks here tonight.
That's all right, doctor. I'll have a few more pints on this guy's behalf. We might have gotten ourselves stuck in that encirclement, had you not sprung that surprise attack at the end. Come on, let's slam a few glasses to honor the doctor.
I'm afraid my alcohol tolerance may disappoint you, Ace.
Excuse me. Make way, please. I have to see the protagonist of the day. So many people in here. This is the first time I feel that the command center is too small. Do you want me to widen it later? There's still so many people outside hurrying in here with snacks and drinks.
Doctor, everyone's cheering for the victory you've brought us. But you seem a little uneasy.
I thought I was masking it pretty well. He-Man just a little nervous in crowds.
Hey, careful. That's enough pushing. Mamiya, you good?
I'm okay. Doctor, come with me. Teresa and I made you a cake. Look, the oven was so hot I got a blister on my finger.
Thank you. Oh, are you okay? Does anyone have some burnt cream?
A gentle cough sounds in the room, and the crowd splits into two. Teresa sees a woman dressed in white passing by, smiling as she extends a hand to the doctor with a still healing needle wound. She is looking at herself. The joy fades away, as do the memories and voices. Teresa erases the memory she is too familiar with, and continues forward. She sees a record she has never seen before within PRTS.
Invoke imaging capabilities. Enable administrator level encryption. Activating recorder. Beginning video record. If I didn't hold on until you woke up, you'll see this video. I will remain here, in the safest of places until everything settles. Once I'm done with everything, I'll vanish into silence, disappearing before all those who hate me. There's always a voice inside me, reminding me, asking me, who am I? Our own watcher, or a traitor to future civilizations. I can no longer recognize myself. You'll get an answer after checking all the logs I left behind. But for now at least, I'll no longer hesitate to do what I should do. When you wake up, I will have already disappeared in your past, and also unable to appear in our promised future. That's why I hope. Pause recording. Delete all previous content. I still need a bit more time.
She does not pause or sigh, just continues what she had to do in silence. Arisa goes deeper into the buried memories.
I need you to contact the closest rescue team. The wrecked transport has a Rimbilliton logo on it. This is your squad. I hear someone's still alive in there.
BZZT, we got your call. But it'll take some time for us to rush over from the nearest mining plate. Based on the information you gave us, there's been banditry at your location there before. So we'll also notify armed security to send a dispatch at once.
On security. But with the way Rimbilliton treats infected orphans. 很撇找谁呀? Just hold on. I'll get you out of there myself. Please stay with me. GAH. That's a good girl. Give me your hand. Hold tight.
But I'm so tired.
What's your name?
Lum calls me Amia.
Amia. Just hold on tight.
I'm holding her.
I won't let go.
A memory shatters. This is Teresa's destination, the terminus of the doctor's memory. Teresa.
This is impossible. Every memory should have been.
Teresa. She follows the voice to avoid, and it speaks once more from behind the nothingness.
Where am I?
You're finally here. I've been waiting for you.
Doctor.
Doctor? Not many people call me that. They prefer my cad name Oracle.
Oracle. So you're the one Kotsit believes in.
I've let her down terribly, but we had no choice. I'm entangled in an inescapable plot. I've been watching you from here as you went around nurturing your hopes, as you suffered betrayal, as if I was looking at my past self.
I'm sorry. You're only residue of the doctor's burned away emotions. There's no way for me to preserve your emotions and memories in our current circumstances.
You've reached your destination, so just do what you have to do. Thank you for trusting me.
It may be a little late for this, but I'm glad to meet you.
I'm glad to meet you too, Teresa. Oracle walks into the distance of the endless wheat fields, disappearing within the stalks. A draft of wind tears through the plain with a roar, and the final scene disperses until only the end of a thread is left. Teresa holds the strand. It quickly loses its luster, and turns into powdery dust.
It's time to say goodbye. We'll meet again in the future, won't we, Kotsit? Amia.
Teresa lets go of the final strand of thread in her hand, and watches it disperse and fade away like starlight. She takes a step forward towards hope, towards death.